That's what I would hold for. But nonetheless, Carney should offer the United States to be the fourth territory.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We're live. We're here to watch the election results for Canada's election 2025 for an election special. I got some Mike's Hard Lemonade for today. It's nice. It was nice out. I was outside. I've already gone and voted. The polls were busy before I got there. I got in and out pretty quick, and line was forming in behind me, so I got like a nice little sweet spot. But polls have been busy, which I think is a good sign, in my humble opinion. But we're still setting up, and we're pretty chill about it. But welcome. I have two pieces that I do want to show you guys before we dive into the polls exactly. Is this last minute announcement by Polyev to finally say something about the 51st state stuff, but also that the American government unfortunately has also these unhinged ramblings, but whatever, it's fine, we don't need to worry about that. Where is it? There was, hold on, where is it? The American government shut down the suicide hotline. So if you're in America and the suicide hotline, here it is. The suicide hotline isn't working for you. That's why it's been cut. It's been doged, however you want to put it. However, in response, Canada has broadcasted their national hotline, which has a toll-free American version. So.
Thank you, Canada.
So, if you're an American in crisis and you don't know who to call or how to call, or your normal number doesn't work, call 1-877-330-6366 to just get a Canadian. Go get yourself an emotional support Canadian. But today we've got Dave's here, Landon's here. I think this is the first time Dave's been here. What's going on, guys?
Hello. Hey, please introduce yourself. I don't know, is Dave muted?
Dave, did you mute? Yeah, he's muted.
Yeah, muted.
At least he knows he's muted. I also sent the link to Mikey, so I'm sure Mikey will swing in whenever he's ready.
So I won't dox him, but Dave is in Nova Scotia. That little dangly bit off the end of Canada that has nice wine and friendly people.
He's on the East Coast.
I am here.
Hello.
Hello. Please introduce yourself.
Now unmuted.
You're
My
good.
arm in the shot. And there's a Devin. He's just right there.
Slightly off camera.
Hey. Yay.
We're following the election on CBC correspondent in the side of the room.
So the results from your writing, I believe, will be known in okay, so we should be closing in Newfoundland and Labrador?
Yep.
And results from your area.
Here we go.
In the last three elections. So this is how it looks right now with no results reporting.
There we go.
This is what it looked like the last time Canadians voted. You're going to see some anomalies here because this is the updated 343 riding map with the last vote transposed on it. There are no Liberal seats in Saskatchewan right now. This is just how it would have gone had they voted the same way with the new riding boundaries. So we're going to walk you through paths to majority for the Liberals first. And then
Yeah, I don't care about their path to majority. How they get there isn't really the important part to me right now. The important part is that we are looking at the polls closing soon in
Newfoundland, yes.
Newfoundland. Yeah.
So if you
They
see that little bit
Are
of blue
closed now.
on
in
the
Newfoundland.
border between the NDP yellows, that is the nearest riding to my location. And as I said, I had conversations. I went over there. This curry is from a really wonderful Indian restaurant in there. So this is entirely Canadian-made food. I also have Glass House wine, BC wine that is also from that same riding. So, but I will. I'm not a Canadian. I'm not a Canadian voter, so I will refrain from recommending how to vote until the polls close in my writing.
All I
I'm
can say for
actually,
sure is Landon definitely wouldn't want any PP on him. He definitely doesn't want any PP on him, and so
yeah, PP bad. It's even worse than Mr. Hankey. Yes. So
Uh,
people understand that, and so he's showing a map of where things are going to be, when things are going to be, and where on the time zones up there. But we have this Newfoundland closure area, and I must say I have been very impressed with people from Newfoundland and how they don't take themselves seriously. They actually specialize in Newfie jokes, and if you tell a bad Newfie joke, they will say, "Well, here's a better one." Right? It's very. I like it. They're fun folks.
in the chat, I see Hawkskull asking about
that's-
how the vote is cast, and it is paper ballots. You go in, you give them your ID, or you sign up to vote in house with like a piece of ID and some other information, and then you go ahead and mark it off with a pencil.
or pen.
So David,
Yes.
I would like to look at the, in some 25 minutes, the polls will close and you're writing. Can you, would you, I don't want to dox you, but would you, like, if you give me like the postal code of your area, I can look at that to see. You can send it to me right.
You should have it. I think you have it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You would have that. But yeah, it was when I went quite early. It was they said it was a pretty slow day, but they expected more people towards the end. But also approximately double, like in the last election, something like just over 100,000 people early voted. And in this one, it's like 250,000 or something.
Oh no, it's way more than that. It was way more than that. It's the,
No, just in our region.
just in our
Just in our region.
yeah.
So like it over doubled. And so they were also saying that there may have been less people at the polls because more people already had voted. So it's kind of hard to.
So, for
Age.
example, let me pull this up for you guys so you guys can see it. For early voting, according to CTV News, a new record set as 2 million votes on the first day of advanced pollings in Election Canada. That's 2 million in the first day of advanced polling. And this is from April 19th.
The total I just heard was 7 million or over 7 million.
Yeah.
So that's reported through CTV.
Yeah, and the number I heard too, which was at the 200,000, they may have gone up, right? I heard that.
Yeah.
That was just yes in the region.
Yeah, regionally. But I mean, I heard that a couple days ago, so it's probably gone up. I don't know when advance.
Record, according to CBC, the record is 7.3 million Canadians voted during the advance polls. That's up from 5.8 million who voted early in 2021.
So what do you think this early voting means? That level of early voting means? What do you think that's a sign of?
I think
I'll let
people
these
are
two go first,
engaged. I think people are engaged. People want to be a part of the political process. People are seeing what's happening in the States, and they want to make their voices heard.
Now, I have a little bit of a thing. So if I look at, I'm looking at your writing. You have a Conservative, a Liberal Party member, a Green Party, an NDP, and you have someone from the PPC. That's PP, but on with a particular level of stench added to it.
Super PP. Yeah.
So for the first poll that has come in is a Conservative one.
What was it before? Is that a pickup? Is that a win? Is that a...
What was it before? Man, I don't know.
Just looking to see what
It's just one seat so far, yeah.
Yeah, that's here.
This is in
No, Newfoundland,
Labrador.
Yeah.
Most
Or
of the time,
Poll close in 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. So your riding has a population of nearly 100,000, and the number of people that can register to vote is around 75, a little over 75,000. But it won't close for
20 minutes.
Yeah.
I think
So
that
I wish I could hear
the early
what's going on.
I think the early voting is indicative of people being motivated. So I absolutely agree. People being engaged and motivated because of sort of like the political tension. And I do think the other one is that I think that it's indicative of anytime historically, anytime the people vote, the authoritarian never wins.
Unless, of course, the authoritarian plays fancy footwork with the election returns. Robert Mugabe would typically win with nearly 100% of the votes, but he always wanted some votes to show there was an opposition. He didn't want to, because he would say, "This is not North Korea."
Yeah, I wouldn't call that legitimate.
Money into put votes in the opposition bag so that he wouldn't win outright. So again, conservatives are off to a commanding 100% of the writings lead, but that may change.
It's just the first one counted. This is gonna be a night. That's all. We gotta pace ourselves. We gotta relax.
We haven't started yet. I figure.
So what are people drinking?
Well, we have a tale of two nights. We've got nice Diablo wine in here.
Oh yes, that's a good play. That's a good wine.
Yeah. And in case we go the other way.
So tell me, I don't know if I know that brand. Or have I had it?
What's that?
Did you serve me that brand when I was in your neck of the woods?
No, that's just an Irish. The Diablo. Maybe we might have grabbed.
The Diablo. Yes, we went. Didn't we go there?
No, this one is the Diablo's not a local wine; it's Chilean wine. And wine is an Irish whiskey.
Okay.
No, this one's not a local, but it is nice. It's definitely not an American. We can't even buy American license. No, all American booze are still gone down here. People are bootlegging it on Facebook Marketplace.
South American there.
Bootlegged Kentucky bourbon.
Oh, it's a thing. It's a thing. As soon as it was taken off the shelves, there were bottles going for like $2.50.
Somebody made bank, but it wasn't Kentucky.
Right? So there's I got this bottle of Kentucky bourbon in the freezer from before the bad times.
Yeah.
Speaking of Newfoundland, I'm just gonna tune in and listen to a bit of what David Cochran, who's the senior political. Oh, and there's Jason Kenney. Oh God, I guess they have to have balance.
And a guy I've known since university was knocking on doors out there, and people were saying, "Oh, I'm voting for conservatives. I'm going to get rid of Trudeau and get rid of the carbon tax." And they'd say, "Well, that's federal, we're provincial." And then by the fourth or fifth year, it's like, forget it. Yes, get rid of Trudeau.
Yeah, and there's no carbon tax now, so you would have to wonder whether that has affected anything as well. And of course, the Atlantic provinces and home heating oil had been taken out entirely by Justin Trudeau. Randall Garrison, I feel like I should bring you in, even though we don't expect any any orange to show up on that part of the map.
Oh, well, I'm not so sure about that.
Okay. Tell me more.
No, we've got a strong candidate in Halifax who was a former provincial member of the legislature.
Oh, yes, out in the Maritimes generally, yes.
Yeah,
right.
And even in Newfoundland, Mary Chardal, who's the president of the NDP and a former president of the Newfoundland Federation of Labor, is running in St. John East. So we'll see what happens over the evening. But if I can just go back to David's numbers and say how much I like them as a New Democrat, because I think what's happening at the end here is that New Democrat voters who may have been worried about a Tory government are starting to see they might be able to go home and vote for their New Democrat incumbents as the possibility of a Conservative win recedes. And also those who are worried about who's going to face Trump are becoming more and more confident it's probably going to be Carney. And so therefore, who's going to keep the banker in check in the House of Commons if you don't re-elect some New Democrats?
Well, that was Jagmeet Singh's closing argument. Jason Kenney, quickly, then I got
one other point about Newfoundland that we sometimes forget about. We think about Newfoundland as
Liberals got a
fishery,
seat,
which is historic and important, but increasingly it's an oil economy, and so
I
the
think
emphasis of
Newfoundland will
Poilievre
go
and conservatives on the oil and gas sector,
Yeah.
on energy development, responsible
Where's the
resource
liberal
development, exporting Canadian oil. And a lot of Newfoundlanders have worked in the Alberta oil patch as well. So I think that there's been a gradual shift focused around those energy issues.
Yep, that's an awfully good point. Got another result there, David.
Yeah, and Jason Kenney's not wrong. My dad was one of them. That's why I lived in the same neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are out in the eastern side there. You guys think that Newfoundland is going to go liberal?
I don't know. It's funny they bring this up because it was just a Son of a Critch episode the other night where it goes back to Mark Critch, who, if you don't know, Mark Critch is one of the preeminent members of this hour's 22 Minutes satirical comedy show here in Canada. It's been on for like 30 plus years. And in the episode, it went back, it's his early life, right? So it was in 1990 when the cod moratorium came in Newfoundland. And they said the fishermen were saying how we're all going to have to go out west, and that's what happened. That's what's been happening for the past 30 years, 40 years. So to David Cochran's point and to Jason Kenney's point, yes, I think a lot of people from Newfoundland who have migrated out to Alberta, to the patch, and Saskatchewan even to BC, they have possibly moved more right on the spectrum. I know I have friends who where am I on camera? I know I have friends who have gone conservative since moving out to Alberta.
I've seen like a handful of people also like who are like pretty staunch conservatives just think that Poilievre and his extremists are just that bad. Like his plan is just that bad, and Carney is right enough for them.
Yeah.
Well, I think Carney is what a conservative used to be. Carney's a blue liberal, really. Carney is Brian Mulroney light, in my.
Yeah. And
he's certainly not a socialist. Yeah.
Well, I heard in the writing.
He is the central banker after.
In writing near to my house, one of the comments that people were upset at was the fact that the sort of heavy-handed way that Poilievre managed the writing, where there was a preferential polling, they selected a candidate, and then the PP's Ottawa group said, no, this is your candidate, and forced upon him. This autocratic sort of way that he put in there has turned off a lot of people. And the person who was most likely had the strongest in their preferential polling was running as an independent. Again, and part of his thing and the commentary was that, well, aren't you running as a spoiler? And his answer is, yes, I am. We need to teach Ottawa a lesson to stay out of our business. And if that's what happens, that's what happens. Now, I will see how well this writing actually
I reviewed
goes.
a poll not too long ago that separated Alberta from the Saskatchewan and Manitoba. So Manitoba and Saskatchewan were in the poll, but they separated Alberta out. And the numbers balanced out way closer than I think anybody actually thinks of stereotypically when you think of like the Alberta, you think of the prairies. And you think of the prairies, you tend to think very conservative. They're not nearly as conservative as if people think they are.
Well, let's remember that Edmonton has.
We have two conservative writings now and one liberal.
See that off screen here too, Lynn. Yeah, let's just remember that Nanjeeb, prominent NDP provincial and, well, I guess municipal leader. He's NDP. You see a lot of NDP stronghold in Edmonton, so
Yeah, there's a
not
lot of
unheard of.
NDP.
Not
and-
unheard of. Like
Yeah.
Tommy Douglas
So
and the start of Medicare started in the West.
Yep.
So
No, you're absolutely
So
right.
I was thinking, I'm
now
looking at-
I don't think that means that NDP goes an undecided voter would go towards
Oh, keep doing
conservative.
that.
I've only seen that happen once. I have
Mhm.
a friend who actually used to vote NDP, and now he's decided to vote conservative because he feels like the NDP has let him down.
Oh, so he's like spite voting.
Yeah, but he's
So I
spite voting to the right, and
Yeah.
that's kind of odd to me. I'm like, okay,
That's extra spite.
sure, I guess. That's
So
just
I see in your writing, you've had a Liberal MP since since like 2000, right, for almost quarter of a century. But prior to that, you had NDP. So but I guess you're a member of Parliament running as an incumbent. Is there a anti-incumbent feeling in your area, or is that considered?
Yeah, I think there's always. See, I don't necessarily prescribe to that because I think it really depends, and this overall culture of backlash towards political figures and government in general. But is there an anti-incumbent mentality? No, not specifically. I don't think. But I think it really depends riding by riding. Like one could argue that Sean Fraser in Central Nova, because he changed his mind, he originally thought that he was going to, retire and go back to his family. And then he decided, Mark Carney called me and I've
Yeah.
decided, I'm going to come back. And there's been a lot of, that's been very, so.
This election has been, at least, I'll give it, we've had a lot, I think, in my opinion, at least in my lifetime, a handful of elections at this point that are, quote unquote, the most important election of our lifetime. Right? But
I think that's always how it's going to be. The next election will be the most important election of our lifetime, I'm sure.
I
Because
think
it seems like the stakes only get higher.
Yeah, it's been an upward climb. However, I think that there's a lot more motivation behind this one than there has been during when the Conservatives were trying to overturn Trudeau. Right? So there was a really big, people being motivated when Harper was kicked out for all intents and purposes.
100% agree. I think
And
the
then-
2021 election could have been phoned in.
Yeah,
was
absolutely.
needless.
And
It
then
was
this
pointless.
time, now this time I'm seeing the same kind of, or this near or higher level of motivation. And then you have back when Jean Chrétien won. When Jean Chrétien won, and again, the Conservatives got kicked to the curb, because that's what seems to happen. It seems to happen where we go an amount of time, then we're like, all right, fine, let's give the Conservatives another chance, and then they fuck up a bunch of shit, and then they get booted out. But when the Liberals lose, they don't get booted out, they just lose, kind of. It's just not the same.
Yeah. So I was asking about this
Yeah.
anti-incumbent thing, because there was when Trudeau Justin Trudeau was remaining on the ticket, there was this thing about we're tired of that we need a change, right? And that actually worked. And then of course Trudeau did bowed out like Biden. The question is, can Carney come in and try to say, re-elect my members because I'm different? Is that going to resonate with people? I'm asking, I'm not saying.
From what I've heard from interviews, people who have interviewed Liberal, people who are saying that they're voting Liberal, including Conservatives who have flipped to voting Liberal, just from interviews that I've heard on the news, they are saying that this Liberal Party, they don't feel like is the same as Trudeau's Liberal Party. Now, I don't know how true that is.
I would 100% agree with that.
Yeah, that's simply what people are saying.
I think that there's a lot of MPs that haven't reoffered. There are a lot of MPs that have strong standing with their constituents, that they're not really worried. And there's this whole other Trump thing at play too. So even if there was this anti-Trudeau, anti-liberal sentiment before,
Yeah.
there's still undecided voters and voters on the left side of the right paradigm
Yeah.
that they would.
It seems like the bloc, people that would in Quebec that might have gone bloc out of tradition, are choosing not to go NDP, but are shifting over to potentially the Liberal Party.
I think there's also something to be said. Like, if you were to remove Trump from the equation, I think you would see way less motivation.
It would be completely different.
Yeah, you see way less motivation, but I do think removing Trudeau would have drugged the Liberals up further. I don't know if it would have been enough, but it certainly, like, if you were, it would have definitely been a closer race for sure.
I can't say it enough. 6 months ago, this was a much different election.
Yes. Yes.
Like, the fact that we're here right now and we're under these set of circumstances, if you would have said to me back in November of 2024 that this is what's going on, I would have laughed.
Oh, absolutely. The what is happening in America is very, very influential because we're literally next door. And the problem seems to be that what Trump has done is he is lit. Everybody's like, we don't like living in this house. Can we change the decor? Can we change our house? And Trump goes, oh, okay, and then lights the house on fire. And it's like, but you said you didn't want this house anymore anyway. And the Democrats are like, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean we wanted you to burn it down while we were in it.
Both figuratively and literally. Look what he did to the Kennedy Rose Garden, saying that he was going to pave it over. I mean, the guys, yeah. It's sad.
So
the whole thing.
Focusing on Canada, I think one of the things that's going to be interesting is whether or not Canadians will go towards their traditional or see the current events and try to vote strategic. I'm curious to see what the level of strategic voting is. I can see there seems to be a lot more chatter about voting strategically. And some of it may be because of what Trump has been doing.
Part of it is that nobody wants right now the Conservatives to win because Polyev is so bad, right? And I'm not saying that. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. You go ahead.
This isn't a new. No. I was just going to say this isn't a new story, right? ABC has been around for a while. There's been scavenging of votes by the left since the NDP has come into existence. This is nothing new. It's just a set of circumstances to which it's under, the time we're in.
It's extreme right now, yeah.
It is very extreme. I think that's why we're seeing like the NDP possibly losing official party status. The fact that there is this such crazy polarization that your undecided or your middle voter is now, and your NDP voter is now switching over to liberals.
There is something
mostly
in my
other than my friend.
Yeah, no, I think I mean I think you're right. I would also add in that if you look at the last, let's call it, since Pierre Poilievre took over as leader of the Conservative Party for like the last 2 or so years at least, you're seeing not that the people don't like him. Like, there's lots of people who don't like him, and the more they see him, the less they like him, right? So like the more campaigning he does, the more of an asshole he looks like. But if you just look at how he was received in Parliament, the Liberals didn't like him, the NDP didn't like him, the Green doesn't like him, the Bloc doesn't like him, half of the Conservatives don't fucking like him. Nobody wants this guy to fucking have power.
My comment to that is look how far they've come from Aaron O'Toole. Like, I kind of feel bad for poor Aaron O'Toole.
Oh,
At least
yeah,
he wasn't an attack dog, right?
Yeah. Well, I think there's something to be said also. The shift in like the way politics is being done, particularly when it comes to foreign interference, particularly in regards to like Trumpian styled, right? So like you have this whole massive shift, and part of this, in my opinion, actually comes from before, like it's been kind of building up for a little while, but what I'm really just hoping to see at the end of the day is I'm hoping that the NDP makes a really strong bounce back after this election, particularly in provincial polling. so that way we can see the NDP come back
Yeah.
with actually a really strong, actually left position to actually give some opposition to the more central ideas that Carney has, and to any center right that springs up out of what is likely you're going to see the breaking up of the conservative coalition.
Yeah. For American voters, Mark Carney would be like a Democrat claiming themselves to be a fiscally conservative Democrat, using that term to try to draw on the political part and trying to say I'm not a Tory.
I would agree.
I think it's a big challenge.
I would agree, but I think that doesn't do enough justice to how far right the American political system has been.
I'm trying to translate it. That's probably the best equivalent of there. And so, one of the challenges if Carney becomes, elected, gets elected and then selected as prime minister, is he's going to have a liberal block of MPs, some of which may not be so keen on some of his more conservative ideas. And so one of the things in particular is, the question is going to be well, if the Liberals form a government, what's the margin of victory? That's going to be really important. Okay, so we have, but if I see again,
this is just that they're just explaining the layout of the seats, and I figured I'd show it on screen for you guys.
Depends
Go ahead.
On how he juggles his ministers, or if he makes a ministerial change post-election, and how much of the Trudeau government is left, right?
Yeah.
After tonight.
Yeah, I would agree. I would probably, if I had to be like nitpicky about it, I would say that in my opinion, I think that Trudeau was more left than Carney is. However,
100%.
I also do not think that Mark Carney is going to keep probably most of the ministers. I think the main reason why he didn't change the ministers over is because he knew he was going to only be prime minister in the interim. Yeah. So there's no point in changing them.
It was a major risk. He had to. I was having this conversation with a conservative friend in Calgary a few weeks back, way back before he said he was running, and he had already ran. And he was the Liberal leader, but he hadn't called the election yet.
Yeah.
And I said, "You wait. He will call the election right away."
Yeah.
Because my friend was afraid that he would just hold on and we wouldn't have an election till what? October, September. Yeah. And I said, "No, there's no way. Strategically, it was in the Liberals' best interest to call an election right away."
It was so smart because they get the momentum from taking advantage. Because, okay, so here's part of it, right? And again, this isn't just my strategic brain going, right? This isn't my thinking what's best for anything. The strategic brain in my running the hamster spinning the wheel back there is saying that it's important to keep that momentum, and to me, it's important when a leader knows when to take an opportunity when it's presented. So when Trump does what Trump does, I want a leader of my country to see that and be like, hey, that's a crack. That's something I can take advantage of. That's something we can use. So I view that as a positive.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think the interesting thing will be to find out, if we can find out, how much of the strategy, how much of this is Mark Carney, how much of this is the PMO, how much of this is his strategist.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably some kind of mix of all of the above, but at what percentages? I think this is something what we're watching right now is going to be analyzed for years.
Oh, yeah. It's if they win, which they are projected to win, I'm saying a minority government. Yeah.
And really the point of if Carney has to govern a Liberal majority, if he's got a thin Liberal majority, he's going to be pushed, hard by some of the more extreme Liberal Party members.
I think that even if he gets a minority, he's still going to have an easier time dealing with the government because literally nobody likes Polyev. Nobody likes these.
I agree with Chesh.
Yeah, nobody likes the extremists.
100% agree.
So he's gonna
Yeah,
even
right.
if he has a minority, he's gonna have an easier time than Pierre Trudeau or not Pierre Justin Trudeau had.
Justin Trudeau. I was going
Yeah.
to say Elliot Trudeau. And also to answer that question, Land, and to answer that question, I don't think that there's this backlash that still exists. I don't think there's these liberal backbenchers or liberal. There's not the liberal dissension is evaporated.
Oh yeah,
And
no,
I think
Carney was voted in with
Carney,
like 85, 90% of the vote of the party.
Yeah. So when you say there's these hardline liberals or right liberals, fiscal liberals, I don't think we're going to see the same progression towards social programs that we did under Trudeau, obviously, for better or for worse. But I don't think that means we're going to lose. We're not going to lose dental care. We're not. Primary care is still
they're
on
not
the
going to
table.
go anywhere.
You know.
Even if Pierre Poilievre was to
liberals, 3 conservative right now.
Yep, 5-3 right now. If the Conservative Party were to win this election, even they're only going to win it by a small margin, right? So we're talking about.
I don't think they're going to.
I don't think they're going to win either. But if they were to win, they're winning by a small margin, which means they're going to have a minority government. There's no way they're getting a majority, not in this climate. So even if they were to win, they're going to get a minority, and then everyone fucking hates Poilievre. So they're never going to be able to actually pass anything, because not only are the Liberals going to be voting against them with a large number of seats, but also the NDP are going to keep voting against them, the Green Party, the Bloc fucking hates them, and his own party.
The far right people just don't gas them. No, they're no right kind of talk. That was like all like rah for the truckers, kind of right winger and all that.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, nah, Carney. They described him as the lesser of two cunts. they just did not like at all. Did not like Poilievre. They were liar. They were from the UK.
And like I said, with the writing, I've sort of adopted the writing nearest my home. The fact that Poilievre pushed his own candidate onto the writing and said, "No, you'll pick this person," ticked off a bunch of people. This heavy-handedness of his autocratic rule is something that seems to be resided in a number of places. The question will be, if he loses, will he have the graces to step down as leader, or will he just say, I'm going to do it anyway? And will he? And then
it's a really good question
for leadership.
Yeah, I think the NDP should be asking themselves the same question, really, at this point. There's been no lack of controversy with candidates and with candidates who it's all sides. So, I did not hear specifically that story about him placing a candidate. But
there's been a lot of
it
issues.
Happens. It's been a lot of that.
There's been a lot of
the candidate
internal issues in the Conservative Party with Poilievre, if I put it that way. You don't see that with Carney, at least not yet. He's too new.
Oh, it's all media control, right? Media control.
So,
yes.
So what happened in the writing I'm particularly talking about? They actually had a preferential polling. They did actually ranked choice voting for party members as who they like. And there's this gentleman who has been active at the provincial level, who also, on the other hand, has been known to cross the floor and vote against his party on things that of conscience. And I think it's the fact that Poilievre looked and said, this person can't be trusted. They're not a loyal MAGA sycophant. And so, no, we're not going to let this person.
One second. Why does Tom Osborne look like Amanda Bynes on the All That show?
She looks like a man baby. He's like if the Boss Baby was a Boss Baby.
He's got such a pretty face. Huh?
His head is so smooth, though.
He's so smooth.
The best bald head ever.
So,
he was born that way. Never had hair.
Do they, when they announce the results, do they do it like they do in Britain, where they force the candidates to all line up and announces blah 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 blah?
I think each region does it differently.
East to west? I mean, what?
Say
that again, Landon.
In England, they will have things that the person will come and basically announce about. They force all the candidates. They tell all the candidates ahead of time. Here's the numbers, and then they force them to go up on stage and announce it. And there was a particular thing where, like Liz Truss, who lost her seat in Parliament, didn't even want to go up there. Basically, they pushed and say, "You got to be up there to stand." Of course, they also have people like Lord Buckethead and Montalembert Loon Party as well.
We have
the Rhinoceros Party.
Yeah, there's a Rhinoceros Party. There's also the Animal Protection Party. There's the Communist Party, the Conservatives, the Green Party, the Independent, the Liberal, the NDP, and the People's Party, the PPC. And that is just that's just in Newfoundland. If I go to everybody, we have the Animal, the Bloc, the Centrist, the FCP, Christian Heritage Party, Communist, Conservative, Green, Independent, Liberal, Libertarian, Marijuana Party, Marxist-Leninist Party, the NDP, no affiliation, the Rhinoceros Party, the People's Party, and the United Party of Canada.
So Rhinoceros Party is sort of joke party?
I mean, they got 4. So...
I mean, I'm talking about the joke party. I mean...
look, in
England,
they can't be a joke party. They want to make very fucking serious changes, Landon. They want to repeal the law of gravity.
Yeah, their website only makes it look like I'm about to get a virus. I don't know what you mean. If this is a WordPress site, it may be under attack by a swarm of locusts trying to post spam comments or brute force its login. 503 service unavailable.
Wow. Jason Kenney's talking.
That's their official .ca party, by the way. That's their website.
Oh,
but here's
God.
the Rhinoceros one for Canada.
Is it actually down right now? Because normally they have more of a website.
No, apparently it's just down right now. Which is kind of really funny. People are like, who are these guys?
Sorry to interrupt, just to answer Landon's question. Were you asking about how it's announced?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, what's the
so
procedure?
To answer your question, so the procedure is once a benchmark is hit, Elections Canada will call that riding or that polling station, and then that filters to a hub, and then eventually news media like the CBC, CTV, they will make a call, and then when there's a clear winner, then the winner will take the stage.
He took a stand on abortion, promising if elected to never have an abortion.
Very simplified.
Apparently they have, to strengthen Canada's military, sharp plan to tow Antarctica north to the Arctic Circle. Once we have Antarctica, we'll have control of the world's cold. If another Cold War starts, we'll be unbeatable.
Wow.
Times. If anybody wants to read more about the Rhinoceros Party, by all means, I'll put a link in the live chat for you. Hey, welcome. We're vibing. We're just taking our time. We chilling. One more for the Liberals just came in. Oh, those damn libs, man.
Those damn libs.
So it's interesting that the history of how the Liberal Party came up with red. There was actually a red party and a blue party, and the red party merged with what became the Liberals, and that's why they got assigned the color red. Way back in the first Prime Minister of Canada.
Oh, 8 for the libs now.
I thought it was People's Magazine. And they gave the little girl the blue, and they put the little boy in the red because it was or pink because it was derivative red. But
I'm gonna let this guy talk
Yes.
for a second for us.
Incumbents for the NDP 20 this time around, so that's interesting. But as you all have rightly pointed out, maybe because this election has been so different and unusual, maybe none of those same rules apply. So we will see. I'm going to go over to Ian now because he's got some results.
Here we go.
No results yet
no
in
results,
New Brunswick,
sorry.
which is interesting. But I want to talk a little bit about one of the ridings where voters have shown propensity to switch from election to election. So in Fredericton or Oromocto, they
That's
had
New
a
Brunswick.
Conservative MP back in 2011, a Liberal in 2015, a Green MP in the next election, 2019, and then a Liberal in 2021. So, as I say, if there's a place in New Brunswick where voters seem willing to, vote for other parties, it is in Fredericton or Oromocto. So let's go to the provincial affairs reporter for the CBC, Jacques Poitras, who is in St. John, Canada cases. But Jacques, tell us a little bit about the race in Fredericton or Oromocto.
It's a very interesting race, Ian. As you said, Jenica Atwin captured that riding for the Greens in 2019, then crossed the floor to the Liberals and was re-elected in 2021 as a Liberal. But it was the closest race in the province. It took the decision desk days to call that race.
So we're now at 9 Liberals, and we have moved from just New Brunswick, Newfoundland to New Brunswick as well. So these are the New Brunswick results so far right now.
Wow.
Kevin and David, you're writing
love
it,
how
not
the-
coming, watching it, but they're close.
Just to make a slight point, I love how both you and Landon pronounce Newfoundland.
Newfoundland?
No, it is so wrong though. I don't know what it is, but
I don't think I said Newfoundland.
No.
I thought I said
you don't say
Newfoundland.
Lund. It's not Lund or Lind.
Land.
It's land. It's still land. Land.
Newfoundland.
Land. Newfoundland. I don't say Newfoundland. David and Lund. David and I.
Oh my god, the Libs are pulling ahead. They are now 9-3. Oh boy.
Now, I will point out that the Conservatives have beat their previous hiding because they didn't have in that one election. They only had 2, so they've bested their worst.
The best of the worst?
Yeah, the Conservatives have bested their worst.
You saw your Oompa Loompas attempt to enter our election this morning, did you, Landon?
Tell us.
Oh, would you like to see it? I'll pull it up. I'll grab it. Hold on.
Oh yes, by all means. Oh god, we're gonna go here.
I got you.
Oh.
Let me just open this up real quick. Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half. Increase your minimum profit. To the highest level of the world, you have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all other businesses quadruple in size. With 0 tariffs or taxes. If Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America, no more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this land will be. Free access with no border. All positives with no negatives. It was meant to be. America can no longer subsidize Canada with hundreds of billions of dollars a year that we have been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state.
I feel like Trump's arms should always be doing that crazy thing that Stans does from Monkey Island.
Instead of the accordion.
Instead of the accordion, it's just like, you know what I'm talking about from the Monkey Island games, right? The
Yeah.
card salesman, his arms everywhere. Just imagine that. Whenever he's talking. Your impression is a great cross between Trump and South Park.
Thank you. I've been working on it. I feel like my Trump impression has just been devolving at the same rate his brain has been turning to mush.
It's like if Cartman was trying to imitate Trump.
Thanks,
Yes.
I'll take it. So we're now at 11-4. Let me just refresh these results here. And show also Labrador and such. So good God, man. It's so one for the cons, a few for the libs.
Oh.
I mean, we'll see. I'm sure this is gonna catch back up.
Oh yes. Now, are these locked in, or are they still being counted? They're still being counted, and it's showing like who's in the lead
Yeah.
for Newfoundland.
Yeah, these aren't solid
Still,
yet.
they're not okay.
Yeah. These aren't totalities
But it looks
yet.
but it looks like it's going to go that way, which is not a huge surprise. It's like everything. You have St. John's that just voted pretty red before. Or it has, but St. John's is definitely going to go red. So that's the Avalon there that David Cochrane is talking about currently, who is actually a Newfoundlander. And yeah, can we tune in to David Cochrane?
Yeah, let him talk.
Grown significantly, and because he has some tough competition in his Conservative competitor, Alan McMaster, former Deputy Premier, former Finance Minister, and didn't you want another fiddle fact? He is also the son of famed fiddler Buddy McMaster. So some early results there. Central Nova, another interesting riding.
Here we
As
go.
we were discussing earlier, Sean Fraser ultimately decided to come back to politics thanks to a phone call from Mark Carney. We know that the Conservatives were really
this guy's
hoping to get their hands
hilarious
on this riding. Bryce Jenkins had been trying to give the Liberals a run for their money, but a strong early start, although just with one poll for Sean Fraser. Braden Clark ahead in Sackville. The Liberal incumbent did not run again, but this is a riding that was held by the Liberals. And finally, and let's see if these numbers are still, yes, a tie in South Shore St. Margaret's. Yes, it is just one poll.
Wow, yeah, that's going to be a very tight
too early
riding.
for a recount, David Cochrane. A couple of things interesting here, Rosie. This riding expected to be a real tough fight. And also, you'll notice the third place there. The NDP did not run an official candidate in this riding. Rick Perkins is the incumbent. He took the riding in 2021. But this question about whether or not the fact that there is not an official NDP candidate in the riding is going to make things tougher for him. Because
these numbers are only some of them. They're like down in here. These ones are the ones that are like actually more solidified. These ones that they're showing here are fluctuating. Sean is hilarious. I don't know if you've ever watched, if anybody's ever watched Sean on Parliament Hill talking. That man is so funny. I'd vote for him.
When he rips into Pierre Poilievre about how Pierre Poilievre at one of his rallies was saying that electricians take electricity from the sky and plumbers pump sea ocean or something. I don't know. He has a way with words. Oh, Pierre Poilievre has said some ridiculous stuff I'm sure in metaphor at some of his rallies, but Sean Fraser took him to task with it, and it was quite entertaining. And I very much like Sean Fraser.
I watched Poilievre from yesterday, like most recent, and this man actually said out loud that when there's this one guy and he commits crime, and when he commits crime, the crime rate goes up in this whole town. And I'm like, yes, when numbers go up, numbers go up. And he's like, can you believe that? I'm like, yes, when numbers go up, numbers go up.
Amazing.
What are you talking about? You insane person. I don't get it. I don't know how you could possibly, I would rather vote for Count Chocula.
What was it? What you said today, Dave? American product. The housing plan over the next 4 years? Is it 4 or 5 years? Tell that story.
It's 5.
Carney is saying we're going to build 500,000 new homes every year. And then the Conservatives come out and say, oh, yeah, well, we're going to build 2.5 million homes over the next 5 years.
So during the leadership debate, Singh was claiming that that BP only built 6 houses, and he was trying to say that he built 200,000. So 6 and 200,000 seem to be a gap.
It's a big difference. Yes.
Yeah. So,
I think it's a stretch to say Poilievre's ever built anything.
So what is it? How are the party leader coming up with that number? What's the behind it?
From what I understand, technically Poilievre was never the housing minister, for one. Not that I'm defending him. But from what I understand, the 6 houses that Jagmeet Singh claims that he only built 6 houses. That's a pretty low number. I think I've built more houses. I think that was just at a certain level, affordable houses maybe, whereas the 250,000, those are tax incentives vis-a-vis developers through the Harper government built when he was in that role. That's what got built. But realistically, housing stock that the government added was 6.
Okay.
So
I also saw Polyev recently
Here's the floor, by the way.
remaking a claim that was debunked in 2023 about those 40 people being arrested 6,000 times or something like that, and whatever the number was. Like, that's a complete nonsense. Like, that never happened. Completely made up. In the same way when he says, oh, the liberals are gonna take away your hunting rifles, like, that's also just fake news. That's like also just not happening.
it's sort of akin to, I feel like that's like fake news designed for the Americans.
Yeah, it is. It's
Yeah,
designed
what
for
I
that
was just
American
gonna say
mindset.
is it's akin to dead Americans drawing Social Security,
Yeah.
right? And how Doge was going to clean up all these
Waste.
fraudsters, this waste. They cleaned up the suicide hotline. So
Yeah. Yeah, cutting the suicide hotline is pretty fucking cringe, bro. Putting a bunch of
pretty crazy.
It's very crazy, but I gotta say, there's Trump has upped himself by at least one thing, and it is by putting in the driveway to the White House a bunch of signs of illegal immigrants on the, like, what are you doing? What are you talking about, you insane person? And so having Timbit Trump over here his name is Jeff, by the way. For anybody who cares, his name is fucking Jeff. Jeff Polyev. Fucking actually, like, just copying him is just not, it's not gonna fly.
Especially when he's doing these crazy things, coming in like, we don't like suicides. No, we don't need anybody calling for suicides in America. We would have stopped the suicides. That's why I got rid of the suicide hotline.
I don't know, man.
Oh, it's so bad.
13-5 sitting now. A little bit more of New Brunswick
I wonder.
coming in.
So they're still getting. I don't think anything's they're closed, but still counting.
There's not a whole ton of Green Party going on yet that I'm seeing.
Oh well. I don't think remember the Green Party pulled all those candidates, and that's why they were uninvited to the federal election.
But you mean the debate? Yeah.
It's fine. Oh yeah, sorry, the debate. Yes, the federal election, the debate. They've been uninvited to the federal election.
Yeah, let's take a look at PEI. I'll pull PEI up real quick. PEI. Yeah, PEI is definitely hard-leaning liberal right now.
Well, PEI only has what? 3 seats? 2 seats? 3, 4?
8. Polls reporting are 8 out of 293.
That is no. That's 8 of 293. Those are the polls, but how many actual
polls reporting?
I still don't understand how
misreading
PEI
this?
ranks as a province.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
are. So the polls are the.
Oh yeah,
that
doesn't make any sense.
That's the total. That's the polling stations and how many polls are reporting out of all. But
not the number of seats.
They'd be divided. The number of seats in PEI. I
Let me
believe
grab the seats.
So, we have Cody Blois, he's leading in King's Hants. He's the lead of 13. Good. My boy Cody, who's the Minister of Agriculture, actually.
That's not what I want. You want me to put this guy on?
My feed's a little off from yours, but go ahead. Yes.
I'll take what I can get.
Right
Okay,
now.
that's fine. Fair enough.
I just want to reflect on, we had a little panel shot of Yves-François Blanchet, and I think if there's one thing we'd probably, the three of us, agree on, it's that Donald Trump's gift to Canada has been dampened Quebec's sovereignty interest. I mean, I remember the Four Nations face-off. I was at a Habs game in Montreal actually just about 10 days ago, and the amount of patriotic blue, red and white Canadian nationalism happening in that province right now is an amazing thing for people who want to see this country unified. Obviously, there's been some tensions out west. I think it's an open challenge, and people should be asking themselves about how Mr. Poilievre in particular responded to Danielle Smith and Preston Manning. But I think with respect to people that want to keep this country united and dampen Quebec separatism, that has been a phenomenal achievement that has been presented by an external threat. And I think that's why people are gravitating towards a different message, and that seems to be Mark Carney's message.
Sure. I mean, I would say, as someone that covered Quebec politics for a decade, that you would never count the Bloc Québécois out, and the Parti Québécois continues to be strong. So, yes, there's certainly a rallying around the flag effect right now. I don't know how. I don't know whether that's something more to read into, I guess, is my point. And certainly, Mr. Blanchet at the end was saying, come back to us, because we're only we can defend the Quebec interests. I want to talk about the Western piece of that, but first, David Cochrane has a result.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right, Rosie. We have some news. We have the first projected elected of the night, and it comes from the big land. It comes from the riding of Labrador, where the decision desk has seen enough. Philip Earle, well-known and successful businessman in Labrador, involved with companies such as Air Labrador, succeeding Yvonne Jones as the Liberal candidate in the riding of Labrador, and succeeding Yvonne Jones as the Member of Parliament for Labrador, as Philip Earle is the first declared elected of the night, and he will be making his way to Ottawa as soon as Parliament is recalled.
Oh, there you go. Our first elected seat is Liberal.
Yeah, if that doesn't tell you anything.
You're muted, Landon.
You're muted, Landon.
I think that when they talk about the thing that the number is 15 Liberal, 5 Conservative, we're talking about that they're a projection. This is a case where they officially call the lead is substantive that
100%.
Yeah, the lead that is showing right now on screen is simply just counting in areas as they're coming in. So polling stations are being counted, and as those polling stations are coming in, they're telling who, like, the people who are doing the counting are letting us know who currently has the lead in that area and who is now projected to win that area based on the polling stations coming in. So that's going to fluctuate as we go, but this was the first official, like, no, this seat has been called, and the first seat called is for the Liberals in Labrador specifically.
Boom.
So yeah, good job.
We know that the Liberals will most likely take Atlantic Canada. So that is what we're seeing reflected in that 16-5 while it's still being counted.
Yeah.
But as we move west, that 5 will get closer, I believe.
I agree with you. I think we're also going to see, like, a spike back. Will it be enough? I don't know, but you're definitely going to see a larger conservative. The Conservatives will slowly start to catch up as we move westward, in my opinion. Will it be enough? That's the real question. Because there's one thing that the Conservatives have been struggling with throughout this election is that, like, they do have really strong strongholds in Canada, but they're not seat heavy. But alas.
Somebody said in an email, Ian, the real expression is you could put a pair of pants on a cat, call him a Tory, and he'd be elected.
Right.
I hadn't heard that expression before.
What a time to
might fit
tune
in St. John, St. Croix. We have very few results in New Brunswick right now, but this is one of them. John Williamson playing the role of the cat. He has been a multiple-term Conservative MP for what was New Brunswick Southwest, now called St. John, St. Croix. But look at the small numbers, and we have so few results from New Brunswick at this point. Beausejour is a riding, used to be Westmoreland, Kent, and Dominic LeBlanc, first one here in the year 2000. He has been an MP and, of course, a cabinet minister, but an MP for 25 years. He's got a solid lead there.
People
and
like
we would
him.
expect him to just grow that lead
very much
through
so.
the night. Rosemary?
He is beloved.
I don't get those kinds of emails. I got one about my hair and one asking where
the
we
hair!
are. We are in the atrium of the Canadian Broadcasting
Listen,
Corporation.
girl, I hear you. I get messages about my hair all the fucking time. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know.
Public service announcement warnings on your show.
Yeah.
So
Let's take a look at the first numbers from there. Now,
Oh,
yes, it's
this is
true.
my
The
home
Liberals are
riding.
in the lead,
This
and
is
this
where-
is a surprise, but you'll note that that is a
This is a big surprise. This is my home riding where I grew up.
Yeah. Well, why is it? Why do you call it a surprise?
Well, Chris Dodgemont is the incumbent. He is extremely well liked. Southwest Nova has been embroiled in a fishery dispute between indigenous fisheries and the colonial fishery, for lack of a better term. Um, so yeah, Ronnie LeBlanc is a fisherman himself. He is very well liked. But again, Chris Dochmont is the incumbent, and he's also projected to win. So right now, seeing Ronnie LeBlanc at 24 against Chris Dochmont at 21 is a bit surprising, but that's probably because we're getting in those first initial smalling polling stations in very rural areas down in the Acadian shore, French shore of Acadie, Annapolis, where David grew up too. Through that.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so that's where we grew up. Right.
With leading in 7 seats, the Conservatives would actually get photocopier privileges now. Unlike the famous drubbing where they only got 2. So we're not in that level.
Sorry, was that towards me or?
We're in that level. We're not even in that level for the NDP. The NDP right now is doing so poorly that they might not even get photocopier privileges.
Who are the NDP? I've never heard of them before.
It's really sad, but to me at least, I'm giving them a little bit of charity to be like, I think they might be a little bit doing this on purpose.
It almost seems like a self-inflicted wound.
It seems like it's a little bit intentional, that it's like, we don't want to split the left vote because everyone hates Poilievre.
Like I said before, it's in time immemorial in Canadian politics. It's been ABC on the left, anything but conservative choice. Why exactly?
Yeah.
Exactly why Trudeau didn't do it at the time. And 6 months ago, if you would have asked Trudeau if he would have liked ranked choice voting, I bet he would have said yes.
Yeah. Oh well. As far as I understood, and maybe I'm wrong about this, so please correct me. From my understanding, Trudeau put a what's the word I'm looking for? Not conference, not a cabinet, like he put a group
committee.
together, a special task force. Yes, committee. Thank you. Yes.
Committee.
Yes. He put a committee together to try to do it and failed. And then COVID happened.
They even fleshed out all of it and mixed. Mixed member proportional representation.
Interesting.
And so it's how they do it in a lot of EU jurisdictions. And so he basically just said, "Oh, we're not going to do it."
So that wasn't what I had understood. I had understood that they had done the work to figure it out, but then it just got like shat on as soon as it was brought forward.
If it's anything like what I've experienced here in the States, if you go to elected officials and say, let's change the election system, they're almost universally, no. The election system got me elected, I don't want to mess with it. And that's difficult, because I think Canada would benefit from ranked choice voting of some sort.
Immensely.
Yeah.
That would give the NDP a chance. Yeah.
It would give a lot more left leaning. Right now, the game does feel a little bit rigged towards the right. Like, maybe that's just my view, but it does feel a little bit rigged.
I think it's more nuanced than that. Far more nuanced than that.
It is.
It depends on who you ask.
I just more mean the vibe, right?
Go ahead.
That was it.
I think also that it would actually do a lot of damage to the bloc. I think that in many places in Quebec, bloc happens to get first past the post, but is not people's first choice.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the bloc has. I don't think the bloc that I'm looking at right now is the same as the bloc from even 5 years ago. Maybe you can push it to 10 years ago. The strength in the separatist part of the bloc, which is the part like I'm not super duper keen on, has not been nearly as strong of a pull for the bloc. And I think that there's like way more middle ground that I think people can agree on that are at least on the left. I don't know about how the Conservatives feel about this because I'm not a conservative, but I don't think it's a left-right issue.
I think that's because I think that's because of Donald Trump.
Oh yeah.
I think that's a direct result of Donald Trump.
Even Donald Trump back in 2016.
Yeah, he took Quebec sovereignty, the wind right out of their sails. So
yeah,
17 liberal, 7 conservative.
I think that there's also like a degree of like when it comes to. I think that if we want to truly be, and maybe this is just me again, this is just maybe I'm a little bit extreme about this. I think if we want to be truly a bilingual country, we need more French literally everywhere. Like literally everywhere. All public signs need to be in French and English across the country. And we should probably switch our French immersion schools, which they exist. There are French immersion schools, but that's kind of like you're going to the specialty school. And we need to switch that with English only schools. Schools should by default be French immersion, in my opinion. Now, and I also think that at the same time that everybody should be learning sign language, but hey, maybe I'm just an extremist.
Okay, so
5 seconds. I just really hope the NDP makes a really good bounce back after this.
16 conservative.
We are in the
16
next.
liberal, 8 conservative.
We are going into the next time zone. Yep. So we're going to start getting numbers from Quebec and Ontario fairly shortly.
So, Devin, David, your writing has still not produced results yet. I've been watching the feed. We're all
wonder if they have a lot of people or something.
I think we're not going to see real numbers until about 10:30.
I'm actually
probably
also curious if we're seeing because I think this election is going to have a higher turnout than definitely last federal election. I don't know. Do you guys think? Okay, out of curiosity, do you guys think that Carney's gonna break Chrétien's record?
Say that again. It's gonna break who?
Chrétien. Jean Chrétien. When Jean Chrétien won.
Jean Chrétien's record.
Yeah, record.
No. I don't think.
I don't think so either.
But it's no. I'm just thinking of my poor mom, who's working at a polling station in her local riding right now. So she's been there since 7 o'clock this morning, and she's probably just about to go home.
I'm telling you, look, this is because she's been just whispering as everybody goes in, right? And now the home riding swung liberal, which you'd think would be conservative. What did you say? Yeah.
I'm just gonna pull up real quick. I'm gonna pull up what Chrétien's record actually is. Chat, let me know. Do you think that Mark Carney is gonna beat Chrétien's record?
A whole bunch of conservatives came in. Right now it's 14-11. There's a whole bunch of conservatives who are being called. 2 liberal has been actually declared, but it's 14 liberal, 11 conservative. So where did all these conservative ones come in?
On October...
Nova Scotia.
Yeah, Nova Scotia. October 25th, the Liberals were elected to a majority government, winning 177 seats. The third best performance in Liberals' history for the most impressive win since their record of 190 seats in 1949.
Under, what, Diefenbaker? Or no, not third most.
1949, yeah.
Who was the first most?
I don't know.
God, why am I not remembering?
So, like, one of the things is I've seen Atlantic Canada. One of Trudeau's runs, Atlantic Canada was a clean sweep of red, right across the map.
Yeah.
So the fact that we're seeing really mixed results and not a decisive clean sweep, as we have in some other areas where they did really well and got a majority. Well, maybe he underperforms a little bit in some of these ridings. We'll see.
Yeah, so Carney would have to beat 177 seats. Mikey!
Hey, Mikey!
Hey! There he is. Immune.
What's up?
We got you. What's going on, man?
Is it over?
Not yet. We're just getting started.
No,
we've only officially called 1 seat so far.
We've called 2 seats.
That's
we called 2?
But it's 14 liberal, 12 conservative at this stage.
Sitting right now, yeah.
I think David Cochran is just talking about the overall count now.
Yeah. Do you want me to pull him up? He just stopped on my end, but he might keep
he
going.
just stopped.
For Sean Fraser.
Exactly.
So again, we are not sure how this is all going to shake out. But
And Rosie, just to go back to what I was told by both Conservative and Liberal campaigns, the Liberals banked a lot of vote very heavily in the advanced polls, and those come in at inconsistent times. Day of tends to come first, and that could be why you're seeing the trends we're seeing early.
And we're reminding you all of that, of course, because here 13 to 13 is something significant, and it's moving around a lot, and that's why. It's because the votes
the fucking captions are moving around a lot.
Adrian.
Yeah, you bet, Rosie. Because I think
Stop it!
Talk about another problem.
I'll kill
we'll be
you.
Waiting for soon, and that is Ontario.
It's fine.
Because the pressure certainly will
Don't
be
mind
on
me.
Ontario for the Liberals.
You're in danger. You're in danger.
Don't mind me. Mikey, how you doing? How you feeling? It's been a while. You've never been on this show. Tell us about yourself. Who are you? Where can people find you? And he's gone. Never mind.
I can't look at the green. I gotta fix that. Just give me 2 seconds here.
We should know.
It just bothers me.
Break.
Conservative.
13.
14 Liberal, 12 Conservative. 3 confirmed.
Camera work. But I'm an invisible, ethereal voice. And I'm from the Bin Podcast Network. You can find us over on YouTube and Twitch and I'm calling it Twitter until he stops dead naming people. I'll stop dead naming his app. All those fun places. And we cover news and politics for the masses.
Mikey, did you see what Agent Orange said about Canada today? It was rather pathetic, even for Agent Orange.
He might be doing his quick fix. Give him a minute. Are you talking about the thing that I read out, or are you talking about like the disgusting display of ostensibly wanted posters on the on the White House grass?
We have the first result coming in from your writing. And Liberals are leading at 72%.
I'm seeing in chat, Hawkskull is calling that we have 3 Liberals called, 0 for any other party so far.
That is true. It's a little called, but leaning there. So yes, we've got the first votes being counted coming in regarding your writing, but their couch is empty. So
they're all gone. Everybody ran away. What the fuck? It's fine. Let me play this for a second.
The incumbent right now, the Conservative, Bryce Jenkins in the lead. And I will tell you, Conservatives I've spoken to have said Bryce Jenkins really hustling, but Sean Fraser is certainly a well-known name in this country. So
I hope Sean wins just because I want to see him in politics again because he's funny.
Cumberland Colchester.
I think he's cute.
The Conservative incumbent, Stephen Ellis, in second place. Liberal challenger, Alana Hurdle, in first. And coming up next, Annapolis. Earlier we showed you Ronnie LeBlanc. First results, he was in the lead. Chris D'Entremont now moving into the lead. And we have first results from Halifax West, so not a flip, but the first results of the night. Lena Medeledge-Diab, she is up against the former Conservative Party president, Federal Conservative Party president, Rob Batherson.
Okay, and some people are asking me about that little star there that you see on the screen. That means that person is the incumbent. That person has already won that riding before, so we give them a little star, a little gold star. Just keep that in mind, because as we were talking about earlier, incumbency can be a factor here, but that means that they are up running for re-election another time. Let's go over to Ian now.
I hate you.
Results.
Yeah, I want to take a look at 3 ridings, and they have these things in common. First of all, the parties that are in the lead are the parties you would expect to be in the lead, given the trends in New Brunswick over the last few elections, and also that the shares for the party in the lead are actually a little higher than they were back in 2021. So let's start with Fundy Royal, longtime Conservative riding, except for Justin Trudeau's first year, 2015, and Jean Chrétien's first year in 1993. But no surprise to see Rob Moore in the lead there. Not a huge lead, and still early in Fundy Royal. Tobic Mactaquac, also a riding that the Conservatives have done well in. Richard Bragdon has won
I love that Canada has places called Tobic Mactaquac.
At this point,
there we go.
And this will certainly come as no surprise from the largest city
presentable.
in New Brunswick, Moncton. And this riding also includes Dieppe, not Riverview any longer, though it used to, but Riverview through redistribution is no longer part of this riding. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor has been the MP here since 2015. She is the president of the Treasury Board, one of a handful of cabinet posts that she's had.
David, the results are coming. You're writing first results coming in. Liberal is leading at 70%, Conservative at 21%, NDP at 7%, and it looks like
they're
about.
getting
But this is just like with only like 1,600 votes counted so far.
Yeah.
But
yeah, because and again,
ratios.
something that the ratios, but also like keep in mind again, we still have early voting that needs to get counted, and that gets counted like wacky.
I don't know which way that's gonna. Yeah, I don't know when they come in. I don't know when they get added.
Nobody does. They just get added, and they come in whenever they do.
Yeah, some magical.
Well, like I said,
I don't know which way they're gonna go.
I have no idea. They could go one way or the other, but I don't think they're gonna go conservative, specifically because the Conservatives do not have the momentum to drive that, in my opinion.
Yeah. So like I've heard some people say though that you have like a lot of the young displaced men that have bought into like Jordan Peterson and stuff don't get pulled much, and they're because they're a younger generation, they're more prone to do stuff online and whatnot, and that there may be a significant.
But that's not true because like there's a lot of online polls. There's a lot of online polls.
And it seems like a stupid argument, but I hear it out of some of the conservative pundits, and I'm like, well, that the early voting numbers favor you. I'm not sure, but I don't think that it's quite as favorable.
Unfortunately,
in Canada as it is in the States.
I don't know if the demographics work out the same, but is it even a lot of people? Like they could be like, oh, the Conservatives are up, double with young people. It's like, okay, what is that? Is that 8 to 16? Because if that's all it is,
okay,
good for you. You found the chuds. Yeah, you knew they were there.
Good for you.
I mean,
but if chuds.
Heat-seeking chud missile. Like, cool, nice graph.
I have a 12-pack of mics, and I'm gonna drink all of it.
That's called the Ted Cruz missile.
Yeah.
Oh God! This is a Ted Cruz red rocket.
It's colloquially we just call it the Raphael.
This is why me and David aren't allowed to hang out on streams anymore. Mikey instigates us, and then we run.
So, Mike, it's not required. Are you like drinking something?
Yeah,
I could. I think I got just the thing.
Oh,
it better be Canadian.
It's been so long. It's been so long since I've been on a stream with Dave. It's been so long since I talked to Devin, and it's been so long since I've been on a stream with Mikey. I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, that was a really interesting fellow. You should tell us about him sometime. But yeah, he's got an interesting background.
Oh yeah, he is tuned into the news correspondence desk right now. So
he's allegedly built more houses than Polyev.
He understands the local history of the area. He understands a lot of the local politics, so he's a great resource.
Resource savvy.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. A lot of like historic stuff as well.
Yeah, listen, we bring on the people who know what they're talking about, and then me and David just shitpost.
I know, truthfully, I probably follow what's going on in the States more than I do what's going on locally, because locally I kind of expect people to get it right, and I can get my answer from him, and he can ask me what's going on in the States. Between the two of us, we usually know what's going on.
So while we're sort of waiting for stuff coming in, does somebody want to explain to the folks downstairs in the U.S. The Canadian election system, what we're seeing, what does this 10 and 21 mean, and so forth?
Oh yeah, Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. So what we're seeing right now is the Conservative Party. They're getting their asses beat down. They're getting thwomped.
Thwomped.
Taking it for a ride.
Big screen me.
Maple.
Yo, I do have some mango. I do have some mango in the fridge.
Is it made in Canada? What's up?
It?
I don't know.
Oh.
At first, I thought it was maple shots. You're like, I have just the thing for the Canadian election. See, I'm thinking, like, oh, okay.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows that if they've ever found out that they could distill hard liquor from maple syrup, that the Canadians would be finished.
Have you ever heard of maple moonshine?
Reserve.
What?
By the way, we have our first confirmed Conservative win, and the numbers are now 21 Liberal, 10 Conservative. So some of those Conservative leaning have been pulled back. Again, that's because what you're seeing those numbers there are sort of the trends and projections. But some of the things that are a projection, obviously they had 14 and now we're back down to 10.
And yes, Hawkskull is right. You would be more likely to be able to make mead out of maple syrup, not distilled.
This I call this Trump tears.
Wait, can we get another view of it real quick as you take the?
Yeah. Oh, don't look at the label.
So, Mikey, see that we got this
orange essence. I drink his essence. It's his life force.
We've got the Diablo here, Mikey.
So,
so
for your
in case the numbers are going the wrong way, that is the Nora. And then this is for if the numbers start going the wrong way.
David and Devin with, again, 3% of the votes. Liberal is at 70%, Conservative at 21%, NDP at 7%.
It's because they're smart down here in the Maritimes, eh? Yeah, all them universities.
Listen, if the Maritimes are gonna carry me, if the Maritimes are gonna carry me through this, I'm not gonna complain. I'm here for it.
We got you.
Please carry me. I don't need this.
You should head over to Nova Scotia. They've got some really great wine.
I've never been to Nova Scotia. I don't know what you're talking about.
My heart's bursting.
All right, we got a call coming in.
Most worried about just because of the loss of incumbency, weak ground game they believed in this particular riding. Clifford Small elected, and one more Liberal in Newfoundland and Labrador to tell you about who's been elected, and that is Paul Connors, who holds the riding of Avalon. He now has a 2,100 vote lead over Steve Kent, the former Deputy Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, and one of those ridings where there was a nomination controversy where the party nominated Steve Kent, displacing people who had been gearing up for months, if not more than a year, to seek the nomination for the party there. But Central Party headquarters came in and made Steve Kent the candidate there at the last minute. And Rosie, there's some other controversies. Mr. Kent, an old selfie of him surfaced wearing a Make America Great Again hat. You don't know how any of those things play out, but when you
fuck, bud. What do you mean? Wait, hold on. What do you mean you don't know how any of those things play out? We know exactly how that shit plays out. Get fucked, bud.
Yeah.
I also, Hawkskull was kind enough to share with me what they were looking at for the polls reported. We're at 1,034 out of 75,931. The Liberals are 4 elected and 1 Conservative, so we'll be able to keep an eye on this, utilizing this as well. Yeah,
them Newfoundlanders, they're looking at
5 now. It literally just changed as I was highlighting it.
Yeah. You stay where you're at. We're not even coming where you're to.
Yeah, look at how much the NDP and percentage votes has dropped, 12%, and the Conservatives are up. Oh, yeah. So interesting, very interesting.
And that's the way the map's looking right now. You can see like this will like highlight the ridings. This is Labrador, a magical place named after a dog.
What is that a map of that you have there? Is that
the upstairs
I've never
neighbor?
seen it. I've never seen it without that annoying neighbor all over it. It's just
the third story, folks.
I'm not gonna lie, one of the things that is like kind of crazy to me as a Canadian, the map that we would see is this. They almost never show us all this shit when I was in school. So like, I'm glad like 30 years have gone by and we are getting better at that.
There's a whole bunch of stuff up there.
No,
it's not.
You don't understand, Mikey.
Zoom out a
what
little
we
bit.
did, in fact, is America still there? America's still there. Did we just fade into all the places where women don't have rights?
Well, let's see. They have like a bump that Minnesota.
Minnesota.
I don't know. There was a lot of talk when Trump started his war speak. What do you? There are currently two. It's okay. Don't apologize. There are two Americans. There are two Americans here, and I'd be curious to know what you think about becoming a province.
Where do we sign?
Oh, where'd we sign?
Do you need all of us to sign or just the governor to sign?
Quite frankly, if there was like a coalition, if there was a big enough coalition, I think Canada would probably take on another.
We will dip potato chip out of here. Bye. Illinois is out.
I would say
all the great
territory.
I think all the Great Lakes states should go to Canada.
Okay, so all right, hear me out. I think the Great Lakes state need to get cut in half and give us the northern half and America keeping the southern half. So anybody in America that wants to move out and away from America, barring coastal, like we're not talking coastal shit, just like in the center there. So anybody who wants to move and become part of Canada can move up to the northern part of that like one strip of states. And I honestly think, and I don't know if it's permanently a good idea, but I think for the foreseeable future, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong for people who know better than I do, like you guys are smarter than I am.
I don't know what it is.
I think Canada needs to be put in charge of maintaining and like restoring the Great Lakes because I think America sucks at it.
Oh yeah.
They're doing a bad job. I mean, here's the problem with all of that is that we would actually get saddled with like Leadwater Flint. We'd get Detroit. We'd have to start calling it Detroit.
Detroit! The biggest problem with Detroit is we'd have to start pronouncing it Detroit.
What's that drink? What's the sparkling water? Like La Croix. Be like La Croix and Detroit. Like, no. This is a dark future. This is a dark future that I want.
And the reason I'm saying this is because it's just literally about conservation. America is notoriously bad at conservation, so I really do think that it doesn't mean that America shouldn't get some kind of say about what's going on, but I really do think Canada should be in charge. Yeah, go ahead, Landon.
Yeah, go ahead, Landon. Polls closing now on David and your writing. Liberal is 62% and conservative 25% with 3% of the votes counted.
Still sounds like they're getting hosed.
So far, the Maritimes do seem to be hosing the Conservatives. That does seem to be the situation. Let me refresh this one real quick. Yeah, 5 and 2, so one more for the Conservatives. Liberals are also pulling ahead in New Brunswick.
And again, for those that are watching, when we talk about 2210, we mean these are ones that are projected.
Yeah.
But the actual election is 5-2.
Yeah.
And you need 172 to win. But you need more than 172 to actually have an effective government. Or a minority government.
That's where I don't know which way it swings. Because I expect that there's enough variables and enough weird behavior that I would expect maybe that the polling's margins are going to be a bit more off. But I don't know in which direction. I have no idea. It favors the Conservatives or the Liberals.
I have a tendency to think that it's going to be favoring the Liberals, but and I don't mean that as like a cope. Like it would be nice if it favored the Liberals, but I honestly just do not see the Conservatives mobilizing their base in any way that encourages not only early voting, but also in a thing that motivates more people to vote early. That just does not seem to be the case. One thing that I think I'm seeing, I'm not sure about this, all right? So this is just like this is a little bit of speculation on my part and a little bit of a vibe on my part. I'm not 100% sure. It seems to me that there are actually a lot of people who are classically voting, like classically conservative voters, who are doing the "I'm not going to vote" protest, where they're like, "Listen, I don't want to vote for the Liberals, but I hate fucking Poilievre." So it seems
some of them
to
are
me
just,
that that's
some of them are
happening.
even voting.
Yeah.
Some of them are even voting for Carney because they don't. They're like, well, he's, you know, he knows the banking. He knows he's the person for the job right now, and
He knows the economics. Yeah.
Yeah, Aliyev just isn't that person, and so some of them, you know, even conservatives I know, are voting for him because of his credentials, not really because of his party. They're sort of looking at him as a bit of an outsider in a way. Some people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think they're entirely wrong because, like, he is not a politician. That is not his shtick. But we're doing the same things the Americans did. We're picking the same fucking thing. The Americans picked the guy they thought was going to be good for the economy, who was a businessman. We're picking the guy we think is good for the economy, who's a fucking economist. We just have a better choice, in my opinion.
An actual choice.
You mean one that actually had went to school and has accomplishments and hasn't bankrupted casinos? That kind of a.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference between a con artist and
a casino. A casino is a bucket. And then what you do is you set up the bucket with pretty women and drinking and cards. And the whole point of the bucket is to get idiots to pour their money into the bucket. He managed to bankrupt the bucket. It is a bucket of money that preys on the desperations of the underserved. And you somehow bungle that.
It's pretty impressive, actually, in my humble opinion. I think it's pretty impressive.
I think it's pretty
in like 2 years. He did 2 in 2 years. Like, how do you
I've been
actively be trying to break that?
Well, it's hard. So there's two things about it, right? There's two things about it that I think are insane to me. So I've been covering this for about a month, right? Like, and I mean like heftily covering it, not like, oh, I've been peeking in. No, I've been heftily covering it. And I have every single time, I've had like 20 plus conservatives come into my side chat and try to tell me what for. And not a single one of them have been able to explain to me why anybody should vote for Poilievre. They're full of reasons why people shouldn't vote for the Liberals. And I'm like, okay, fine, that's a great reason not to vote for Carney. Sure, I agree with you. But tell me why I should vote for the fucking Timbit fucking...
And both Chess has asked multiple times. We try to get through and say, don't tell me liberal bad. Tell me why I should vote conservative.
Right,
just
because
give me one reason. Give me, and they go
right, and they go. Their answer is, oh, the economy, and I'm like,
0.5 million homes.
Yeah, well, the economy is not an answer. What about the economy? Yes, the economy is important, but what about the economy means I should be voting for the conservatives. And on top of that, you have this other fucking problem is that not one of them, one singular one, was even close to being remotely able to do the actual math around the fucking Conservative Party's platform. So if the Conservative Party's whole platform is, we're going to give you a 15% tax cut on your taxes for your income tax, what is that number? And the answer is between 2 and 3%. They couldn't figure out what 15% of 20% was. And I'm like, you're telling me that your main voting thing, the thing you care about the most, is the economy, and you can't tell me what 15% of 20% is, and I'm supposed to take you seriously? Absolutely fucking not.
I'd say it's my strongest feature, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
I think that's the thing that really distinguishes me from everybody else. Yeah, I think that's it.
PP's, big revelation is that 1 + 1 is greater than 1. That was
yeah, I could not believe it. I could not believe that I had to listen to this man where conservatives were like, yeah, we gotta vote for this guy because of the economy, said it's unbelievable that one number going upwards means the total number goes upwards when you put it in the pool. And I'm like, wow, you mean that the total amount of water in a pool goes up if you add a bucket of water? I'm shocked. Absolutely.
Do you remember
insane.
when he thought he had the election in the bag still, and he was just noshing on an apple, doing his.
Oh my god, the
tactics.
eating the apple thing. Like, just so you know I'm an asshole.
Right.
The block is coming in with a 1. We're getting into Quebec now. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. 1 block. 22 Lib, 10 Conservative, 1 block. For those that are, by the way, some people are listening, not watching, which is why I'm announcing verbally.
Yeah, no, please do, by all means. Nova Scotia is sitting at, let me refresh this real quick. Nova Scotia's Conservative Party is sitting at a 27.3%. Liberals is sitting at a 72.7%. The Libertarian is at 0%, but is also, for a number of votes, is showing 0.1. And the New Democrats are showing as 0 seats, so this is like the seats, the district they're actually getting. And a 4.5 and a 1.3 respectively between the NDP and the PPC, with the electoral districts being a 3 to an 8, and this is in Nova Scotia currently so far. We've also got Prince Edward Island, which is sitting at 100% liberal, so I guess get fucked. Yes. New Brunswick is currently showing 40 to 60. We have Newfoundland sitting at 42.9. and 57.1.
It's pronounced Newfoundland.
Newfoundland, which is a 3 to 4. However, if we go to the election seats, let me refresh this real quick. We're sitting at an 8 to 3 with one leading for the block, but that has not come in yet. The map looks like this right now. Ta-da!
Oh, Newfoundland, what are you doing? Why are you painting your shores blue? You look so sad.
They're crying.
It's a crying shame.
Never mind. I won't make fun of them tonight. I'll let it go tonight. I don't have
Tom
to.
Riddle asked me, today. And you know what? Let's let these guys answer, right? They asked me. Tom asked, "How do you think conservatives even found my stream? Were they trolling for YouTube live streams, or has Chesh pissed off a corner of Canadian conservative YouTube?"
That's good.
I could dream.
Well, I mean,
my guess is that some people who may like or dislike you for other reasons
it's the hair.
saw that you were talking Canadian politics and identified as Canadian.
I identify as Canadian. Is that a thing?
You know, it's not. You understand? It's not your biological Canadian. It's whether you identify as Canadian or not.
Biologically Canadian sounds actually insane to me. It sounds crazy. Alex says, "I'm guessing there are bots." I think a couple bots were there. Sorry, go ahead, Mikey.
I said, "You've tasted the maple yourself. You had it firsthand. You know the feeling."
Oh my god! Please.
I mean, we did an episode and we just mentioned China, and then the comments of the video is like, China has done good things for economies of all countries around. I'm like, oh Lord, here they come. Here come the bots. I was like no, brother.
If I'm gonna say anything positive, I have not been like a pro-China person, like particularly. I mean, like the CCP, but like in politics at least anyway. However, I would like to point out that they have done a fantastic job trolling the shit out of out of Trump's administration or regime. Very, very funny, and I'm here for that.
You can't intimidate actual rich people when you're a fake rich person. They know you're not rich.
Trump is not rich. A handful of years ago, I did a whole video going through Trump's whole ass tax records and returns and his money and whether or not he has money or not, and nobody listened to me.
I've been saying that since day uno.
Right?
The whole thing was a grift, to run for president and lose. And then he gets to keep all of his campaign money.
All his campaign money.
You're not wrong.
Dumbass one has no idea what to do with this fight he started.
Leaning 21 liberal, 11 conservative, 1 block. Confirmed 9 Liberal, 3 Conservative. Again, I'm reminded I've got a message for those people. There's some people that are listening and not watching.
No worries. No worries.
So other things on that notion, it's in Nova Scotia. Does the voting for the national members of parliament mirror the provincial, or they tend to be different?
I believe they're different. Like when you're voting on just like provincial stuff, some of the districts are divided up more or whatever, depending on.
I mean, I call it voter trend, right? Can you take the voting of provincial members and project it to national writings, or is that?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure there's overlap, right? But I don't think it's 100% determinative. Like there's certain times where like, I think NDP people will do better at like the local level sometimes, and then the Liberals will do better in like in a national election in the same area. Just different people turning up for different things with different values.
Yeah, right now it's 9-3 for anybody looking, with a total of 22, 10, and 1, with a 50%, a 43.1%, and a 0.1%, respectively.
Yeah, and then you're writing, David, on the other 211 polling stations have tallied.
The trends are double. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Double libs. So the liberals are doubling the cons numbers as of right now, but those are the projected numbers, not the literal numbers. But alas, we shall see.
It's interesting that the percentage of vote, the Conservatives are actually getting a higher percentage than they did last election.
Yeah,
almost the same amount that the NDP has dropped. Just
yeah. A lot of people who would vote NDP are voting Liberal this year because Liberals were the one with the momentum. It's ostensibly, for all intents and purposes, it's strategic voting.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I know a ton of people that are like locals here that would normally vote NDP who were even posting online. Oh, yeah, I totally have to vote for the Liberals this time. There's no chance I can risk getting a Conservative in right now.
Like, I would have voted NDP this year if it wasn't for how bad fucking Polyev is.
So 19 people in your riding have voted for the PPC. PPC is the really stinky PP party.
Wow.
Worse than the Conservatives.
Yeah. Only 9 people?
19.
Wow. 1-9.
19.
Oh,
wow.
Yes. Green was 21.
Still a house party with assholes.
Green is 21 though, so that's.
You know what? I appreciate when the shittiest of the shitty people get outnumbered by the socialist party that has like literally nothing to stand on.
You mean the Marxist-Leninist party that we have?
They were on my ballot. I had the Marxist-Leninist party on my ballot, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Because I like sat down and I actually read my whole ballot. I didn't just go in there and be like, "Where's the liberal?" No, I actually looked at the whole thing. But like, I don't know. I'm not sold on like the doomer conservative, because that really, I think that's how it's gonna be remembered. Because that's all it really is, right? It's just doomer conservatives.
Yep.
Everything sucks, everything's broken, I hate my fucking life. I mean, realistically, at the end of the day, when somebody tells me they're conservative and they want to vote for these people, all I can think is that, so you just hate your life.
Just hate your life. Yeah. Oh, you're an incel.
Yeah, you're an incel, you hate your life, and you think it's everybody else's problem except your own because you have literally no control and no, like, self-efficiency whatsoever, nor do you have any, actual social experience.
For the long-term planning skills to understand what would be a good decision to make.
Right?
So for those listening, you need 172 to win, or to have a majority, and Liberals have 21, Conservative 11, Bloc 1. And in the particular writing of David, there are now 21 people that have voted for the PPC.
Somebody in the chat said Keffel's the fart queen used to be in the Canadian Communist Party. And like I don't know why people care about like quote unquote celebrities or micro celebrities. Like I am sure Osmond Gold is probably like one of the most incel conservatives piece of shit you could ever fucking see. Are you basing your vote off of what some dipshit on the internet told you that doesn't know anything about the fucking like about anything? Because I have an answer for you that I can pull up real quick. Let me pull this up for you real quick. Hold on. Hold. Please hold. Everybody hold. Everybody stop everything you're doing right now. Let me pull this up. I have a meme for this. I'm not gonna let this meme go by. Get in there, meme!
Fuck that guy and his fucking YouTube videos. Stop listening to a man who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, you idiots!
Fuck that guy and his fucking YouTube channel. Stop listening to somebody who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Okay, so
I was that green screened onto the screen.
For David's writing, we now have 15 polls out of 211. Conservatives are still at 25%, Liberal at 67%, and there's 31 people that have voted for the PPC.
Oh.
Ooh.
They may go from a house party of assholes to a whole shindig here soon if they keep going up like that.
You're gonna have to break out the barbecue, Sorry, don't mind John Oliver. I'm just gonna move him. I'm just moving him around. He needs to be allowed. Yeah, he needs to be allowed to be here.
We're leaning Liberal 22, Conservative 10, Bloc 1.
There he is. There he is. Look at our boy. Let's put him on. Let's see if it works.
Fuck that guy and his fucking YouTube videos. Stop listening to a man who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, you idiots!
Perfect.
No notes.
I wonder if he'll do a last week tonight about the Canadian election.
We have two Canadians here. We have three Canadians here, and we have two Americans here, if I include myself. So I am curious about the idea or the vibe that you guys have about how viewed this election is. Like, if I scroll down right here, there's 145,777 people watching. If I refresh it, let me just to be sure that the number is accurate. Yeah, 145,850 people are watching just online, just the YouTube channel. So do you think that this election is being viewed around the world more or less than prior elections?
Well, almost certainly more. I don't know by how much, but I mean, just the nature of all the conflict going on and the back and forth between everything is going to have people tuning in. I know people right now that are in the UK that are watching. So, like, definitely, probably I would say at least a little bit more. I don't know how big a factor, though.
Landon, what are you thinking?
So I can tell you that for people that are involved or interested in trade, either be an American company has supply lines or people internationally looking at supply lines, they are very interested in what is going to happen with the Canadian election because they're very interested in the impact that has on trade. Because there is a process outside the United States of how can we route around the trade damage that is the United States and establish trade alliances, and who is in the Canadian government, and there are things that they think are going to be very impactful for the ability to trade with Canada. And so I can tell you that there's a lot of business interest in understanding what the Canadian government will look like. Okay, so maybe it's
just me, but like I get the vibe that the there are other people in the world that are paying a lot of attention to what Canada is doing right now for a handful of reasons. One is direction, two is for like that we can beat this, because I think America is in the dumps right now. Like they're not feeling so great. So they're like, we don't know what we could have done to not have what's happened to us happen to us. And so they're watching Canada deal with the almost identical scenario, but completely flipped backwards. And then you have like the international stage. And the international stage, if America goes full fucking crazy, which it is teetering on the edge of, I think that depending on where Canada lands is going to be a very big deal to a lot of people. In one direction, it's either going to be frontlining or it's going to be co-signing. Those are the two real main options that are being argued over right now. So if Canada co-signs Trump, that's going to mean a lot of things for France, for example. So go ahead, Landon, yeah. Sorry, Mikey wants. Mikey, do you have thoughts about this, and then we'll jump back to Landon, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry.
Spend your question again.
So my question was ostensibly, do you think that the Canadian election is being observed more and like maybe taken more seriously, both around the world and in America specifically?
100%. At least everybody on the left is 100% clued into what happens up there in Canada, because we need somebody sane to be the anvil to the hammer. You know what I mean? Like somebody who's tough and intelligent and who can dismantle the BS as it comes in hot and heavy, as opposed to someone who's going to, I don't know, completely roll over and say, Trump, rub my belly, Trump. Ooh, please rub my belly. It feels good. You know,
I really do get the vibe, and maybe I'm wrong, but I do get the vibe that America is looking for an adult. I'm gonna hit play on CBC right now because it looks like there's a couple more seats coming in.
That has closed. All right, I'm going to bring in at issue again. People, messaging people, writing columns, all the things that they do most of the time. Althea, you traveled a little bit and you talked to lots of people. Is there anything that stands out to you in terms of what we're seeing here?
Well, the NDP is third in every single contest that we have looked at, that we have data for. And one of the things we heard both from the Conservatives and the Liberals was that they don't actually have a model that can predict an election like this, because we haven't had a two-party race in a very, very, very long time. And so while they think that they're doing well, or they think that they are hoping that they would be doing better, they're not sure how things might break down. There is also questions about, not so much in Atlantic Canada, but in Ontario and British Columbia, how three-way splits might work, because the Progressives have been galvanized by the Liberals to vote for Mark Carney. But in some ridings where there are NDP incumbents, or where the NDP has done typically better than the Liberal candidate, the Progressives are not sure who to vote for. And so there's the potential that the Conservatives are elected in those ridings. So there's a lot of different things happening. The parties have been doing IVRs in addition to their modeling, trying to figure out what the support might look like. But it's clear, I think, that this is not what any camp actually, if this plays out the way that it is, this is not what they expected.
But that speaks to really the story that we've been trying to talk about through the election, that if it's a two-party race and the NDP doesn't perform, and we'll see whether that continues, that becomes very difficult for us to know where that support's going to go and how that's going to shake down, because there are blue-orange races just as there are orange-red races.
Yeah, you're going to see that in the West,
point about the difficulty of modeling
in the prairies.
We may emerge from tonight with both the Liberals and the Conservatives over 40% of the vote. You know the last time that happened?
Hit me.
1930.
Okay.
Okay, so this is...
None of us were alive then.
Exactly, so I hasten to add. So that makes these things, I think, very difficult to model. There's the usual difficulties in even just polling, let alone modeling. Which we may find,
our models are all thrown off.
Nothing going on in the 30s.
I think it's also
I wonder what was going on in the 1930s. I can't imagine. Let's refresh this over here. We've got 15.
We have here.
Yeah. Go for it, Landon.
For David's writing, the projection is that it is a liberal hold, with 12% of the voter turnout tallied. Liberal at 62.5, conservative at 28.4, and 76 people voting for PPC. Next one is 96. So it looked like a liberal hold on your writing, David. Overall, of course, it's still running at, as I say, at 22 liberal, 10 conservative, 1 block leaning. Elected 15 liberal, 5 conservative. No NDP.
Yeah, we're sitting at a 5 with a 7 lead and a 5 and a 5 and a 1 and a 1. The map looks like this right now. But, far be it from conservatives in America that may or may not be watching that think land votes. That's bad. That's real bad.
Can you zoom in on the Nova Scotia and New Brunswick area just to give us a little bit more detail there? Okay.
Look at how big my county is compared to your tiny Cook County where Chicago is. My county is ginormous.
Have you seen the size of my county?
Does your county even?
I don't know. New Brunswick, is the hold of on Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is that dangly bit, if we use polite language, of Canada.
It's the Florida, the dangly bit, the bit that's dangling. All right, okay, guys. I need to know this. Do you guys think Poilievre is going to lose his riding or not?
Yeah.
You think he's going to lose it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe he will lose. And he will blame the fact that there are 91 people running.
Rigged elections. David, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking so. Yeah, it doesn't look good for, like, a lot of those early polls didn't look good for him. We'll see though. I think it'll be close, even in his riding. But yeah, there's a lot of people running.
Yeah, well, that's a so for anybody who doesn't know, in Poilievre's riding, there's a protest going on about ranked choice voting. Basically, is basically just about like the way our elections take place. And that protest has resulted in, like, what did you say, 91 names on the ballot for people that can be registered to vote in that, or that people that can be on the riding for that area. So it's like, it's a protest, it's annoying. Protests are supposed to be annoying. That's the point of a protest. But it's kind of funny. I think it's kind of funny.
So what we might, can you pull up the actual PB's writing so we can see the list?
Yeah, I can pull that up. Also, Becca is asking, can he still be the head of his party if he loses his riding? Yes. So you can be the leader of a party and you can be prime minister without actually holding a parliamentary seat. It's just very difficult, and nobody really does it because you have to, like, jump through some extra hoops. But
you have to sit in the gallery too, in Congress.
You're not able to participate
in
the same way, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you be prime minister and not have a security clearance?
Yes, technically you can. Unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah, there's
Fine, I'll do it.
There's literally no legal thing that says that you can't, but you literally cannot do half of your job. Let's see if I can find it. No, we don't like the National Post here. We don't trust the National Post.
I think the latest BS with tourists from Canada and Germany and a few other countries, like getting waylaid at customs and getting just terrorized. I think that puts America as like a serious threat, and anybody that is showing Americans, well, not Americans, America, the American government, anybody showing us any kind of like smile and good cheer, I think is going to be looked at as a villain. Like, I don't think he's going to be able to spin that with enough people over there that think that Trump is not a threat. Right? Like, I don't think that everybody's laughing like he is.
Yeah, I agree.
They're furious, if not terrified, or both.
There's a degree of like absurdity that comes with what Trump is doing, but when you're literally I can understand, like, if you're in the UK, if you're in France, if you're somewhere else, if you're in Australia, you might not need to concern yourself as much as to take Trump as literally as Canada is currently taking him. And that's one of the reasons why I tend to I tend to think that the other countries and the other individuals within those countries that are watching these elections as separate groups are watching what Canada is doing because Canada is the front line in dealing with Trump. What did I not say earlier? Did I not say that the Trump regime shut down the suicide hotline? And in response, Canada's like, yeah, here's our applicable for America's for American no fee suicide hotline. So if you're an American that is in crisis, you can just call up a friendly neighborhood pocket Canadian. Have a happy support Canadian. Good luck.
I by the way, Trish, I put a link in our chat which shows the actual official thing for the writing.
This thing?
Yes.
God damn!
It's so funny. The ballot is huge. Names 91 candidates.
We only got one planet.
Yeah, the name of 91 candidates and arranged in 2 columns with an indication of their political affiliation, if there is one. If a candidate is not endorsed by a registered party, the word independent will appear. If the candidate has requested it. In other cases, no political affiliation is given. The font size of the ballot is the same as a regular ballot. There are 46 candidates from the left column and 45 on the right. The names are in alphabetical order.
Yeah. So if you look at that link, it shows you also the party affiliation too. It's easier to read.
Yo, you know what that is?
Hawkskull is also giving me a specification to say that it's not just the entire suicide hotline, it is specifically the LGBTQ plus specific option that was removed. So hey, listen, if you're an LGBTQ person, or even if you are just a person in crisis, regardless, you can just call Canada. We'll help you out.
This is a perfect example that the world is ending, because this is how Canada falls with the most organized graphic, the longest piece of paper, which probably took several people with college degrees to figure out in a pinch. You know what I mean? Like the experts of the paper world. He's a master printer. We have to call him in. He's on vacation. He'll do it. Epic.
If you look at the link that's in the chat.
Yeah, I'll put the. Give me 1 second.
You can see the names of the parties.
It's loading. If this loads into porn land, I'm gonna be so mad at you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have to go.
No, those liberal numbers are pretty appetizing, I must say.
We're at a 16 and a 7 and a 5
Consider
and a 5
me
now.
a lord.
The block lost their projected seat. Oh no.
Oh dear. You have to type in Carlton, I guess, because of the.
Oh, Carlton. Okay, yeah, I'll go there.
Yeah.
Oops, Landon, sorry, you might have to reconnect. I think I clicked the wrong button. I think I kicked Landon out of the call. My bad.
Rude.
Yeah, he'll figure it out. It's fine.
Frickin' rude.
Carlton, search by electoral district name.
I can't believe Landon's being treated this way. We'd never treat him this way on the Bin Podcast Network. Just go to youtube.com/the Bin Podcast Network.
I'm not gonna lie, I would and will and do in fact bully Landon, and I'm not sorry, and I would do it again.
He's He's everyone's favorite.
Everyone's
and you have to
favorite.
let him know that you really like him, so you have to treat him badly. We're all broken inside, and that's how we show affection.
Why am I not seeing Carlton? Am I blind? I'll show you guys so like you guys can see what I'm doing. But like, what? Should Carlton not be in here?
I thought that you were literally going to pull up just the Carlton dancing name like you did with John Oliver.
That would have been.
Unusual
to be loved by anyone.
Tom Jones gonna take the whole stream, dog. Don't do it. Tom Jones waiting. His hands was rubbing together. He's like, yes, Carlton, yes. That's a good idea.
I don't see Carlton in here. I see Caledon. Maybe it's in Quebec, technically. Let's try that.
I guess we're back.
Hello, welcome back. Sorry, Landon, I kicked you out by accident. That was my bad. I was loading your link and I accidentally like booted you.
Our incumbent won.
So I'm curious as to who's. Oh, there is actually a couple of interesting party candidates for there. So you have to search for Carlton. Do search. See number 1. Switch to. Click on that and get district name and put Carlton in number 2. And display results. Oh, you did.
Eagle Creek.
No, Carleton. But you have to have it. You have to be number 1 has to be search option. So you have to do search option.
Okay.
Hey, there we go.
Dang, he just did it right in your face. He said, right.
We have a United Party of Canada. We have a Rhinoceros Party.
Independent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
shit,
6,
Leonardo's
7, 8.
back.
Hello. Oh boy.
We have a no affiliation sets. Rhinoceros. We have a Liberal. We have let's go down there. See what else we're going down there. What else we have? Scroll down there. There's Liberal. Keep going. Scroll more. Marijuana Party.
1 Liberal, 1 Marijuana Party, 1 CFP, 1 Conservative. It's Pierre Polyev. NDP. So there's 1 for every classic party, and then a shitload of independents and a handful of no affiliates. Yeah, the Green Party's down here. His name is Watson.
So your Rhinoceros Party is sort of the. And if you look at the name of the Rhinoceros Party candidate,
Sebastian Co-Rhino.
Yes.
Why would the Marijuana Party need to run now? For funsies? I don't know.
It's also a protest for this.
The Liberals are coming out with a 51% lead right now. 19-6. Good God. 274,329 for Liberal votes. 217,641 for the Conservatives. 1,493 for the Bloc. 23,898 for the New Democrats. And 5,357 votes for the Green Party. This is gonna get close. I'm not happy about it, but it is. I'm not out here being fucking delusional like the conservatives out there and the fucking Trump dick suckers with their fucking orange tinted lips.
Speaking of which, I need some more Trump tears.
Yeah! Do we need to bigify Mikey again?
The actual Trump tears is Mango Shata. It's a mango jalapeno tequila.
Is it Shata or Chata? That looks so good.
It
looks like orange Fanta.
Yeah, it's like Fanta and hot sauce.
Oh, but it's tequila. So it's like a prairie, so it's like a mango flavored, like a mango hot sauce. So it makes it like a mango flavored, like prairie fire.
So,
What? Prairie fire? We don't have those in Illinois. We have rain.
I should be clear. A prairie fire is an alcoholic beverage. It is a mixed drink.
What does it consist of? Precious?
It consists of a shot of tequila and a couple of dashes of hot sauce, Tabasco specifically.
That's pretty much this. And then like, if you put all of that in a mango, like you soaked a mango in that, blended it, and then added a little water, and then put it into a thing.
I think if you just used, instead of Tabasco, you just used a mango hot sauce, you'd probably get pretty close.
Or one whole mango and one whole jalapeno in a bottle of tequila for about a year.
Let's go.
That's about what this is.
Well, it's been confirmed, I guess, and I still and also mentioned it, that there's been one vote that's been flipped in terms of writing, and that was a liberal to a conservative.
Yeah. Yes. There's one vote that's been flipped. So far, everything is exactly on track as it was last year. And Ontario is starting to come in now. So that's what that 2310 is looking like. We've got like 2,241 to 787. We've got 10,000 to 500. Both of those are liberals to conservatives in specific riding areas. So the liberals, like, there's a 6,000 for the conservatives to a 3,000. So it looks like what we're getting is where conservatives are winning, they're not winning by a whole lot, and where liberals are winning, they're winning by a shitload. So far. Again, we don't know yet. We're still not done. We're gonna be here for a while. Speaking of which,
you have Nee Brinky Poo. So while she's there, again, for those that are listening, the Liberal Party has 19 confirmed. There's 23 leaning. Conservative has 6 confirmed, 10 leaning, and 0 for everyone else. And there appears to have been one change from the previous election, and that is a Liberal to a conservative writing. Hello, Manya.
Oh, she's here? Hi, Manya. I meant to ask you the other day, this is very Canadian elections related. Did you see the Colossal Squid Baby video?
Colossal Squid Baby video? No.
They got one of those rovers, you know, there's like maybe 3 or 4 different teams now that are mapping the seafloor. And one of them, their rover just sees this little half translucent guy. And then they kind of like, oh my God, hey, he's got the 2 tentacle. Oh, hey, it's the guy. And it's like I think it's the only footage of a live adolescent colossal squid.
That's pretty cool. I'm sticking with Mikey's lead here and going for a mango. Mango's not usually my jam, but you know what? I'm here for it tonight.
I have some mango juice, but I can put into it some tequila.
You know, that's not.
We're all together here.
Not bad. I got a 12-pack of 3 variety flavors. So I got strawberry lemonade and I got regular lemonade and mango, but unfortunately does not have my favorite, which is black cherry, because I'm a saucy bitch.
Oh, you are such a child of the 90s.
Yeah, I know.
You are a black cherry Coke drinking son of a.
I never drank black cherry Coke.
Never drank black cherry Coke.
Oh, the 90s. What are you talking?
The best black cherry. Oh man!
So I'm going to put it into my.
You missed the rail of your existence.
This tequila is from Mexico. The mango juice was obtained from Canada. I don't think that mangoes grow in Canada.
So you're putting tequila in the mango juice, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Landon's gonna start screaming about Elon Musk, and I'm here for this.
Yo, I'm ready to have my viral moment. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready for like my curse-laden rant. I'm ready for my curse-laden rant that like gets me banned and then gets everybody behind me, that gets me reinstated. Like I'm ready to like go at Elon for his fake video game play.
Listen, if
Like,
you're gonna do it anywhere,
I will
this
not
is the place.
tolerate. I will not tolerate a fucking booster, dude. I will not suffer a booster in our midst. Boosters are the worst of the worst. No one respects it. No one respects a booster.
It's true.
You never should,
Or
especially Nazi
weird
boosters.
looking swastika.
The thing that looks like it came... Okay, so I made fun of this way back in the day. I saw the Cybertruck, and I'm like, why does it look like it came out of the 8-bit portion of Saints Row 4? Like, tell me I'm wrong.
I was gonna say, like, that really very first 3D racing game where it was all polygons.
You remember Saints Row 4,
F-Zero and
right?
shit.
Where they, like, he becomes president, you go to, like, the aliens come down and abduct you as president, and then you, like, at one point you go to, like, an 8-bit version. Like, it looks like it's like, pseudo-Tron. Yeah, and you get to bring some of the stuff out of the game. So you have, like, a gun that looks like a Mega Man gun, and you have, like, it's like, that's what that car looks like it came from.
Remember when he made the flamethrower that looks like the Mega Man arm cannon? Yo, dude is just a straight up embodiment of plagiarism. Can we just call it what it is? Dude is just living well. It's like, I am become meme. No, bro. You're literally a copyright strike that breathes.
He's ripping off the all your bases are belonging to us, which is old at this point.
I give it a year and he'll say he came up with it.
Yeah. What's going on there?
It was on my stream.
Some hot sauce in my mango drink. So
you're gonna put hot sauce in the mango drink? So you're gonna wait, okay, hold on, let me get this straight. David, are you there? Are you paying attention?
Paying attention.
Alright, you're seeing that shit. Okay. So we've got Landon making a mixed drink that is consisting of mango juice. You're putting in how much tequila?
A fair generous amount.
You're gonna put in like a shot, and maybe a double.
Like an ounce there. I have more mango.
A shot, so you've got like a good amount of mango. You're putting in a shot of tequila, and you're putting how much spice in that shit?
I put in a spoonful.
So like 3 dashes, like if you were to.
Landon.
No, I'm talking about like maybe a quarter ounce pour.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about right.
I was about to say, but I have self-worth issues. Like, I don't want you to punish yourself. Like, you're great. Don't drink what I'm drinking.
It's just that the chat is.
Oh, so it's fine if I do it, but if Landon does it, it's like, no, Landon's better than us.
No. Right. Landon needs to be preserved. Me and you, Chesh, dispensable. All right.
We're doomed.
We knew that.
It's too late.
It's too late for us. We knew when we signed up that we were in a support role. All right. And let's not pretend that we didn't know that we were in a support role. We tried to tell ourselves that we'd be main characters, but that was a lie.
We all know that Landon's the main character, and we're just here to make him make bad decisions, like putting tequila and hot sauce in his mango drink.
What if it's like flame though, and it's like amazing?
That's the kind of thing that like boosts your attack in Monster Hunter.
Or and you can sharpen faster.
Faster.
Hit it with the one.
How deep are you, David?
Oh, not very.
Okay, so we have new data: 22 liberal, 10 conservative, 2 bloc.
Yeah.
Quebecois.
Yeah, the bloc is projected to win at least 2 seats right now. Nothing has come in yet, but the Liberals have almost broken 20 seats so far.
Lovely cocoa mints, THC vape.
I stopped at the LC today to pick these up, right? I went voting, I went and got lunch,
LC?
drank some beers, went to the LCBO, which is the Liquor Board of Canada and Ontario specifically. Yeah. So I went and picked up my mics there, and I saw, so this is the worst. If it's winter time, do you have any idea how difficult it is to find peppermint schnapps or peppermint liqueur? So hard. It's so hard. And even finding cocoa is kind of difficult. Finding chocolate liqueur.
I got you.
I was there.
Go to a dorm room.
Right? While I was there
They stole
today,
that from
there
the
was
mom's
just
liquor
like
cabinet.
so much, and I'm like, motherfucker, I gotta buy this for wintertime right the fuck now. But then I'm like, yeah, but if I buy it now, I'm gonna be doing nothing but drinking fucking polar bears all night. And if I'm drinking polar bears all night, I'm gonna have a really good time.
What question? What is a
Good.
polar bear?
A polar bear is a shot that is split in half. It is generally what you would do is you would chill it. So whether you were taking your alcohol and putting it in the freezer, or whether or not you're putting the glass in the freezer, you can pick one or the other depending on how you like it. And you take a shot and you fill half of it with chocolate and half of it with peppermint. And so it's liqueur or it's schnapps, one or the other, and it tastes like an after 8 mint. It's so good. It's so good. It's like, you ever seen those commercials where it's just like, this is what it feels like to chew 5 gum? That's the type of shot it is.
That's the type of shot it is.
Like, just grind up some Wrigley's gum and huff it, you weirdos. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, but I don't get drunk off of that.
And liquor. The dairy and liquor, I can't get it. It just
dairy.
It's gonna curl. It's gonna curl.
No, there's no milk in it.
No,
there's no milk in it.
Well, also the
You could
dairy,
put it in milk.
but like the creamy kind of like if like on the edge of chocolate all the way to like eggnog. I'm saying
not this shot. Not this shot. This shot is pure clear. It is. There is no cream in it. The cocoa is distilled. It is not like hot chocolate.
Oh,
it is not like no. It is.
You had like a chocolate liqueur in the bottom, and then it says
no.
Can
The
y'all
whole
stop
thing is
drinking baking ingredients. Like it's bad.
In 6 minutes. And as far as David's writing goes, the Liberals are leading 2-1. For the first time, more than 100 people in his writing have voted for PPC.
Yeah, Ontario polls are closing in 7 minutes. I would like to remind...
They are now officially a clusterfuck of PPC members. That's the threshold.
I would like to point out...
When you get more than 100 of them, that's one clusterfuck of PPC members.
I would like to point out real quick, for anybody who doesn't know how, and isn't familiar with Canadian elections, even if the polls are closed, if you're in line, you still go through. So they just don't add people to the line after a certain amount of time. It's just, so if you're already in line and the polls are closed, as long as you're in line, you're still able to vote. So those polls can still be open for another 30 minutes to an hour. So the polls themselves are closed, but the votes can still be coming in for that length of time. The shots are perfectly clear.
So what about in your writing? Did you vote in person or did you vote early? And if you voted in person, what was the low?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, David. Say what you were gonna say.
I voted in person. Me and Nevin both did today earlier. They said it was quite slow during the day. I think I was there around like 2 o'clock or something. It was very efficient. No hassle over IDs. Didn't have to worry about being thrown off the rolls or anything.
Leave us alone, please. Oh. Please stay over there, please.
Stop
Your
bullying
lane is
Mikey.
over there, sir. We know we suck. Thank you.
I was very polite.
That's nice.
So question, again, question in your writing, Josh, is it a liberal, conservative NDP? What's the?
In my writing, so my writing is, from my vibe, from my take, seems to be more liberal, and I'm also seeing more conservatives just either doing that thing where they're like, I'm either voting for liberal or I'm not voting at all. I'm seeing like a little bit more of that I'm protest voting by not voting. Because I think a lot of the people who are legitimate conservatives, and I don't mean to do the no Scotsman fallacy, but I mean like the conservatives who aren't authoritarians, the conservatives who aren't right-wing extremists, right? Those conservatives seem to be struggling, I guess, with their identity as a conservative and their vote and what that vote actually means when it comes to like how it actually plays out when it comes to like fiscal conservatism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, I voted in person today. I went through like the extra process because I don't have a driver's license. So because I don't have a driver's license and my passport does not have my address on it, I brought an extra piece of mail and did the whole extra thing. So I went through the longer process than just the showing up process. And it was relatively fast. One of the ladies wrote a little bit slow, but other than that, it was fine. Apparently, though, I got in a pocket because apparently they were super busy before I got there. And then they started getting busy again after I left. So I got myself lucky in like this nice little pocket. And it was also like just before a lot of people were going to go for lunch. I got there about 11:45, 11:50-ish in the afternoon. So it was just before everybody went on lunch break and who was going to vote on lunch break. And well before anybody who was like going to get off work and then go and vote at like 5 p.m. type thing. So my line was relatively short, but it does... The vibe I get, at least from this city, seems... I mean, Mark Carney stopped in my city. And it seemed to go well, and it seems that at least it's, like, my area is leaning that direction.
Yeah. And by the way, so that's sort of the report from the Goblin vote in Canada. By the way, Dr. Kip Davis, very interesting fellow. You should check out some of his shows he's done with Deborah Dino. He says he's actually supervising a polling place and saying that it's been steady but not nearly as busy as it was for advanced voting.
That's really interesting. I am very curious. But yeah, Kip, we're going to be here for a while, at least until a little bit after the polls close out west. So if you do want to call in, after BC, feel free to, let me know. Just hit me up. You've got me on Discord. I'm more than happy to set up an extra link for you.
Please. So we have 1 minute before Toyo closes. We've had 2 gain on the Liberal and 2 gain on the Conservative in terms of riding changes. So it's still balanced from what it was before. But within a minute, we're going to be closing now. Of course, I will be watching PP's writing to see if he gets P'd.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna laugh my ass off if after all the conservatives I had come into my goddamn stream and tell me what to do and tell me what to think without any single goddamn reason why I should think that way. If their fucking guy loses his own riding, I am going to piss myself laughing, and I'm not sorry.
Not sorry.
I will chug a shot of tequila.
Does it count as chugging if it's just a shot?
I'll take the shot, and normally I sip it, but I'll take the shot and
do a proper shot. Alright guys, Landon's gonna do a shot if Polyev loses his riding, and now I want it more. Bend my rubber arm, Landon.
So Lotram's Canada is having...
We have about 15 seconds to the next poll closes.
Yep.
It's less.
Countdown, 15. You want to let these guys talk?
Now.
Yeah, let's let them talk.
2, 1.
Is leading, and that's in Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. But you can see there, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted the evening to start. It's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives, but remember, it was just 3 months ago that the Liberals thought that they were kind of hopeless, not only in forming government, but certainly in losing a lot of seats in Atlantic Canada. So that is part of the story as well, the recovery of the Liberals that we've seen after Mark Carney took over. Ian Hannamansik.
There are 2 ridings in New Brunswick right now where our decision desk is not in a position where it can project a win, and one of them is Miramichi-Grand Lake. We told you at the beginning of the evening that this could be close. It is the one riding that 4 years ago flipped, in that case from the Liberals to the Conservatives. The lead has gone back and forth, and as you can see, just 472 is the lead for Mike Dawson over
this
Lisa
guy,
Harris.
this
and
Josh
the other one
Floyd
I want to
guy.
show you, which is still in play, is Madawaska
Bro.
from Restigouche, still lead here for the Liberals, but the One of the interesting things when you look at the numbers here from Madawaska Restigouche is that the Liberal candidate, who's not the incumbent, is performing at about the same level that René Arsenault did the last 3 times. It is the Conservative vote that has really surged compared to last time. And so relatively closer, I think, Rosemary, than a lot of people expected.
We're still looking at a double
these are the
for the
2
Libs
ridings
right now.
in New Brunswick, which are still, at this point in the evening, in play.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Polls now closed in an additional 266 ridings, meaning that we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in at issue, if I can, just for a moment, to get a sense, Chantal, of what you're going to watch for now, as so many more polls have now closed.
Well, obviously, what happens to the Bloc Québécois vote, whether it's going to be down, as was predicted, or whether the Bloc will hold its ground. The only riding that we actually have numbers for, Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, and I'm not even sure that we're getting the entire numbers, because
the Bloc's like, we don't give a shit.
The riding is actually
I love
on
it.
the same time zone, in the same time zone as the rest of Quebec.
Oh, I see.
So, but this riding, which we will get a more definitive result early, is significant. It's actually 2 ridings because of redistribution.
Right.
A former Bloc riding and a Liberal-held riding. So someone is going to lose a seat here. And if the Bloc keeps the seat, as opposed to the Liberals, it may be that they'll have a better night than they would have otherwise. But the big area to watch, obviously, for the Liberals is in and around Montreal.
Okay.
And that is also true of the Bloc, with some battles in Quebec City.
Yeah, she's right.
Mostly against Conservatives.
Okay, I'm going to come back to
Mostly
you, Andrew, in
against
just a minute. But Ian's got
conservatives.
some results because you can see the numbers on your screen moving there.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Counting super quickly in Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. We already have a few of the votes counted, and there are a couple of things that are notable
I like this guy's
about
hair.
the results to this point. First of all, this is
That's
a
a big
riding where
lead.
you'd expect Rosemary Falk to win. She has already, and her vote share in 2019 was 78%, in 2021 69%, and it's even greater at this point. It's in the 80% range.
Why does the
and one of the
CFP
reasons
not have
for
any
that
pictures?
may be that Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is now part of
Nobody
this
sent
riding.
them
A lot
the
of
email.
conservative supporters. And I mentioned Meadow Lake because it used to be part of the
get CC'd.
Desnepe Churchill River riding. The fact that it's now moved in redistribution, Rosemary, is good news potentially for the Liberals. It makes that more likely a place where the Liberals could pick up. And the Liberals have not won a seat in Saskatchewan since 2015.
That's this
The
one.
Conservatives have won all of the
That's
Saskatchewan
Saskatchewan here.
ridings in 2019 and 2021.
By the way, election
Helen, I believe, has the
in
results.
our Election Canada website had crashed, but it's back up again.
Where you can see, Rosemary, this is an area, now, again, only 2 polls
It's
reporting,
Quebec.
but based on redistribution, this is an area we'd expect to go Bloc, but the Liberals have a candidate, a local mayor in the riding, who is going to have a little bit of name recognition. Let's move on to Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Some of these pictures
This
are
is a
killing
Bloc
me.
conservative fight, so interesting to see the Liberals in the middle of that mix, but again, only 1 poll.
Close.
No
We
NDP, get a
will move on to
photographer.
Terrebonne,
What the
where
hell,
the Bloc
man?
incumbent, Natalie Sinclair-Gagné, is in the lead.
This guy's
and
all right. No, hold on.
LinkedIn
I know
pictures.
this is a live stream, but I am pausing it for a second. This dude, his arm is up. He took this picture with his phone in front of him. Brother.
Are you saying selfies ain't pictures? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you're gonna be a professional and you're gonna be in politics, you gotta send a selfie in as your
Somebody else take your own picture? Wow.
brother. All right, sorry,
Another
I'll drop
really
this forward.
Maybe his Sig
happen here.
Highland
And to be
mirrored.
fair,
I
it is a
don't know.
riding that I have visited several times covering federal elections. Always a little bit hard to read. Andrew, what are you watching
Don't
for
assume
now?
I'm
as
not a
more
Nazi. How
polls are
dare you.
reporting? What are the things that you're going to keep an eye on?
Well, there's been 2 things happening. We've been focusing on how the race has been tightening
so glad
between
you're
the
here.
Conservatives and Liberals. There's also been a bit of a bump up in the Bloc support in Quebec in the last couple of weeks of the campaign. And
Hi,
why that's
Devin.
important, in a first past the post system, everything's on such a knife edge. Small little differences in the popular vote can lead to major changes in the seats. What was really working for the Liberals when they were projecting 45 seats in Quebec was the Bloc and the Conservative vote was almost perfectly equally divided. And that's an ideal thing for a front runner. If the bloc starts getting ahead of the Conservatives, then that, a lot of seats can move on that. Similarly,
this is why I said, like, at the end of the day, I would like to see the Liberals win. However, if the Conservatives win, I'm not terribly concerned. There's a handful of issues that I am concerned about, but at having read the entire Conservative manifesto, which has some things in it that I would be very, very much against, I am not that worried that they would actually be able to get any of those things fucking passed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna be disappointed, but I'm not gonna be that fucking upset about it. However, you know what I mean? Like, because I really, like, everybody fucking hates Polyev. And it's fucking hilarious.
Yep.
It's weird. It's like the people don't want a dictator or something.
Yeah, weird, crazy. It's almost like Canada is notoriously anti-authoritarian.
Immediately always looks for flips. You're not seeing a lot, though, in the early results. Let's look at Haldeman, Norfolk, Leslie Lewis
lead.
there. That's a sizable lead already, 737 with only 5 of 266 polls reporting.
I'm also trying to get a vibe while
there.
I'm listening to
One
this
more
if
to look
CBC
at,
is
if we
leaning
can.
one way or the other,
Dalton,
and I'm like...
David McGinty, one poll, but already...
Well, yeah, and Tom puts out a really good point. Tom makes a really good point that says, keep in mind that the Conservatives were up 20 points before the beginning of this year, ostensibly, before Carney got in, which was March, technically, I think is when he started. Carney technically took office in March. So Carney's only really had 1 month of actually being a person in power. And so, like, this is regardless of where this ends up, this is an incredible swing.
Use the mustard barracuda as the threat that he is.
Well, okay,
Do not
Mikey, you
waste
give
this
me...
opportunity.
Can you give me the vibe on, like, do you think that Americans want the Liberal Party to win in Canada?
America's kind of fractured. So the Trump people have no idea what's going on.
Okay, they don't care.
And they won't for weeks. You know what I mean? It'll be weeks before they figure out what happened.
Sure.
We'll tell them later. But the pro-democracy people, the people who actually value Canada as a well-respected ally and neighbor and friend, and all the like our relationship is older than the Republic,
right?
And for douchebag McGillicuddy to just kind of just throw all that away because he's feeling himself that day, like the Republicans in America have a lot to answer for because they sold everything for these magic beans, and they put it in the ground and watered it, and 145% tariffs to China came out. Not exactly what they were anticipating.
You know my theory, Mikey. My theory is that when Trudeau went down to Mar-a-Lago, after that look that Melania gave them all steamy and whatnot,
I'll pull those up.
I think he straight up cut Trump in front of him on a Mar-a-Lago serving table. It's probably why he even broke up with Lady Trudeau. But Trump has been furious ever since.
But here's the thing. It wasn't just Melania either. That's one of the crazy things. Let me open these pictures real quick. Hold on, because like I am convinced that the whole fucking 21st state thing and Trump's big fucking I'm really mad
51st.
At fucking Canada came from literally these two things. Hold on, let me pull these up. Hold on, let me switch this.
Can I guess it?
Yeah, guess before.
I guess that it's everybody laughing at him at the G8 whenever that was, like 20.
There was that. There was also
everybody laughed at him and he never got over it.
There was also the Paris Accords.
I'm gonna push in front of this picture. Like he was so shitty after that.
Oh, there was also the Paris Accords. He did not do well at the Paris Accords. And let me open a couple of these images in new tabs because there's like a few of them. And like it's really fucking funny. So like check this out.
It's feeling picked on.
Right there. That is look at his face. He's
She's
like,
smelling.
oh man, this is
smelling him.
just like on the table at Mar-a-Lago.
This is okay. If I needed to
That's a neck
use
smell.
if I needed to use like fucking like internet lingo, fucking cucked beta ass Trump over here.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
But I don't want to like kink shame people and like what their stuff is, you know what I'm saying? But
the daughter too.
You know how
she
he
shouldn't
feels
be
about
looking
his
at
daughter.
Justin that way because Trump wants to sleep with her.
Yeah, you know how he felt about that. He was like, I understand my wife wanting to fuck you, but my daughter.
Well, keep in mind this is Trump.
Plans.
Well, yeah, but this is Trump we're talking about. Who said if Ivanka wasn't his daughter, he'd be dating her, right?
Yep.
Brother.
We know what he means and we know what he means by dating. Dude's a fucking nasty ass.
All I'm
like
saying
I can never
is,
understand. Like that was the only shit. Like whenever people would like argue with me that they think Trump is gonna do something good, or then I'm like, bro said he wanted to sleep with his kid.
Oh,
I don't know why you're even talking to me. Like that is the nastiest shit I could ever think of.
Yeah,
like, you're fucking nasty.
Mikey, 98% of the tariffs on Canada are for that photo.
Oh, 100. Yeah, the other percenter for this one. Like it's
right.
The thing is like Donald Trump just looks like such an absolute abject fucking loser, and like you cannot tell me he doesn't want to be Donald, or Donald doesn't want to be Trudeau.
Right? He's like, oh, fuck this Canadian and his charm and his good hair.
Well, and here's the thing: he's got charm. He's got charm. He's got good hair. He's popular, and people literally said out loud. People like Canadian people literally said out loud that they voted for Trudeau because they thought he was attractive. He is hot. They started calling him fucking Prime Minister Centerfold.
It's true.
That's what they
was a thing.
That's what they were saying about me.
He was doing all the boxing matches.
Except I was more like a magazine selling train compartments, and I was one of the extra wide ones, and you had to open the magazine to the
Trudeau is younger. He's more popular. He's more attractive. He's got more money. He's more educated.
They used to call me Mr. Centerfold because all my folds are in my center.
But that's a lie from the fake news media.
I have the best.
I have many folds. Ben Folds 5 was named after me.
I was checked by my doctor, and my doctor said I had the heart
Oh my god, dude! I'm so glad his doctor showed up and was like, he's 6'5", 193 pounds, and his dick is to the floor. That is my health report. Have a good day.
The man is a tripod, and we definitely believe that.
We definitely broke several rulers trying to measure him.
In the East leaning right now, Liberal 47, Conservative 39, Bloc 12, and NDP 1. So,
yeah,
again,
just to fill Landon in real quick, we were showing off the photos of why Trump definitely hates Canada right now, and it has absolutely nothing to do with his wife and his daughter thinking that Justin Trudeau is hot.
I call him Governor Trudeau.
Does Trudeau have more money than God? I doubt it. God should have a lot of money. People have been giving money to God for a really long time.
Just like all those bands should be getting.
Yeah, unless you had it all in Tesla stock and Bitcoin, then you should have more money than Trudeau. What's up, Landon? What do you got?
It's the convenience fees, though. You know what I mean? That's where all the profits made.
People have been cycling up money going to God for a while, so God may not endeavor as much after people.
How's your
they're
drink?
not cycling anything, man. They just have it on.
I like it. I had some other mango things where they actually added some other items into it, sort of more creamy stuff. I'm going to try to do a mango thing, perhaps with mezcal.
I have a question for everybody in the chat right now, as well as on the panel. Guys, if you were to do a popular vote, like not seats, not electoral college, just a popular vote, if the question was, would you become a province, do you think more or less states would be, do you think there would be full-on states that would want to be part of Canada?
Yeah.
With a popular vote? Do you think more states would want to become Canada or less states?
No, probably less.
You think less?
Less than the majority, but especially like Maine, Minnesota, maybe North Dakota. I could totally see them wanting to be provinces. Illinois, we would love to leave because we do just fine all by our damn self, and we don't ask for a whole bunch of help. We give a lot of help. So
the problem is that Illinois, you've got conservative Democrats in Chicago and so-called not so conservative, so like liberal Republicans down south that are very much invested in their own state. Like it's like Indiana, they want to be their own.
This is what I mean by like a popular election. So you'd have to be like, all right, so if you were to instead remove the states from the equation, and you were to say, hey, listen,
some land.
would a substantial number of Americans, popular vote wise, would you have a majority, or like if you were to 50-50 it?
No,
I think it has a substantial minority.
Substantial minority? Yeah, fair. What do you think it might be?
Maybe
Same
like
thing?
I'd say like 35%. For
the
whole country, I'd say like 30. Yeah, I'm trying to be like, I know it'd be less than half.
You're trying to be conservative.
Maybe a third, maybe a little more than a third. I'm like guessing, but the only reason I say that is because like all of these red states, they don't have a ton of people in them.
Yeah.
But so you know what I mean. So like New York, California, Chicago, if they say those things, and then like Miami or some shit, like you're that's a lot of people.
It seems like if you go state by state, California does seem like one of the states that would see.
So check right now, Liberal plus 13, Conservative down 1, Bloc down 12. So it means the Liberal have gained 13 seats beyond what they had last.
Cons being down -1 is kind of huge.
Yeah, and then Bloc, of course. So there's a bunch of Bloc. What you're seeing is Bloc shifting to Liberal.
And Becca makes a good point, and I think that's fair. They say it would depend on the campaign right now. Not enough of Americans know what Canada is like. And I was on board with hey, listen, if there's a bunch of states that want to cede, totally join Canada. But the longer I thought about it, the more I'm like, I don't like you. And it's not like, and I don't mean that in like a derogatory way. I mean that in that would be a really, really...
the other way.
I mean that in that it would be a really, really, really big change for a lot of people really, really, really fast. Yeah. And a lot of those people would drag us in a direction rather than us pulling them into the direction, which is the intention of seeding and moving to another place.
You guys don't have a lot of people.
We don't have a lot of people. It's true.
Americans really understand Canadian politics or Canadian values. And so there would be, the campaign would have all this sort of introduction of stuff. And I don't know, those people that might be, oh, Canada sounds interesting, might, if they find out about Canada, because Canada has some negative things too. They're people, right? It may be, the shine may be a little less interesting.
It's the grass is always greener thing, right? So I think that there's a lot of like, so if you take California for example, because I think California is a really good example because like it's comparative like on its kind of ideology as well as it being comparative in like population size. I do not think that a lot of Californians actually understand the differences between California and Californians' mentality and ideology, and the differences is if they were to become Canadian. Because I'm like, if you're gonna become Canadian, it's like, we're not gonna force you to be Canadian, quote unquote, but we don't want your one state to completely fuck our entire government. And I don't trust Californians to do that. I don't think that there's like a strong enough Californian pull to not like screw us over.
Oh, they would totally.
72 liberal.
I'd take
51
Minnesota. I could work with Minnesota. Minnesota would be fine.
Take Illinois.
We could maybe take Vermont. We could take Vermont. Maybe.
We could take Vermont. Vermont would probably be
Vermont's
fine.
probably the most like Maine.
If you take Maine, Vermont, Illinois, and Minnesota, and you make it a 5 to 10 year rollover, you'd be fine, I think.
Yeah, and then maybe once that sort of, we'll do a test period, and then we can let California in sections.
3-year trial.
I think that Illinois is too much of itself, and I think its trends are outside of the normal range of Canada. I think Illinois would not be a good match.
Yeah, I think
really?
it'd be.
Come on, Landon.
This is why I don't.
Out, man.
Well, okay, so this is why I think.
I'm not Illinois as it is, right?
I think Americans. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally out of it. Maybe I'm out of the loop here. But I personally do not think that if you were going to look at this, I don't think it's a good idea to look at it as a state-to-state basis. I think a lot of states would get split in half, where you would have like a very close 1-to-1, and you would have a good portion of individuals within the state that wanted to cede, and a portions that didn't, to the point where it's, like I said, along that fucking borderline. Just give us like 1/3 of the states all along the border, and let the people who want to be there be there.
Look, we can take one. Yeah, but then you get to Montana and Idaho and North Dakota, and it doesn't quite work out. So
that's why it's a slow roll. It's a slow roll.
Yeah, but I don't think it's
state of Washington itself.
I think it's a ridiculous idea.
The split is across the
Portland,
Cascades.
right?
And so the part of the state of Washington, split across the Cascades, the part that's to the east of the Cascades going over to Idaho, is actually quite radical in their approach. They're sort of Ted Bundy land.
They're white nationalists, yeah.
The plot that's on the west side of the Cascade is considered more classical.
There's one.
But you don't understand that, Landon. You don't understand. We will accept the state into Canada, but they just have to realize that once it turns out that they're living in Canada, if they try that racist shit, they're gonna get like a whooping.
So yeah, that is actually a legitimate thing, though. So like one of the things that I think that America does not understand when it comes to Canada is not only is our freedom of speech more potent, but it's also more aggressive. Right? Your protections to free speech and harassment laws in Canada are far more aggressive than they are in the States. If you're harassing someone in Canada, whether it be online or offline, you're gonna get your fucking ass beat. It's really that simple. So it's bizarre to me that America has it in their brain that we have the most freedom of speech. Meanwhile, you're the ones being curtailed. You're the ones with your journalists getting persecuted. You're the one with people getting, with the justices being deported or arrested, or like people who somebody who wrote an op-ed for their fucking university getting fucking pulled off the street by ICE.
I remember what Harper did on freedom of press.
Oh yeah, no, Harper was a fucking problem.
Yes.
Same with Polyev. Polyev's doing the fucking same shit. This is why I don't think... So normally the way we look at... I don't know if Americans do this, because I don't think Americans think of Canada very much. It's only recently that some Americans have started thinking about Canada. And I think that kind of applies actually kind of around the world. Like, people don't really think about us very much. And you know what? Good. I'm okay with that. Don't think about us. Don't refer to me. Thank you. But one of the things that I've noticed is that a lot of the times in the way it's presented in Canada is that Canada follows what America's doing, or Canada follows what Britain's doing. But motherfucker, have you seen Harper? Harper is Boris Johnson. Harper is Trump term 1, Trump term 2. I really am at the point where I'm pretty sure we did this first, dealt with it for 10 years, kicked it the fuck out, and nobody noticed.
Yeah. And so the amount of bigotry, racism, sexism, and attacks on speech that Harper did. And the worst thing is Canadians allowed him to stay in for several terms. He did not.
Yeah. There was a big swath, there was a big long period of time, if you like look at it retrospectively, where people didn't trust the media, people didn't trust the government, people didn't blah 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 blah. It's all the same fucking shit. And when Harper got kicked out, he got kicked the fuck out hard. But the reason he was in so long was complicity. It was all just Canadians being complacent.
People just not paying attention.
100%.
That's another thing. Conservatives and liberals did not argue as much then because neither of them were paying attention to each other's politics. It wasn't a thing. Like there has been more polarization and people have taken harder lines on certain issues, and so now everybody's like, right? But neither side is paying attention.
Harper was really anti, just French, come back to French culture, right? And he promoted this "speak white" thing, and that's by the way, Frank, that's code word for essentially the don't be French speaking, don't have anything to do with First Nations.
To be clear, just for context, I just want to put this into context. Harper was voted in before I was legally allowed to vote. So just for context for anybody watching this, Harper was in government, then Trudeau was in government. So we've got 10 years of Harper, we got 10 years of Trudeau, and now we're going to the next election. Harper was voted in before I was legally allowed to vote.
I am the only person here that actually was of voting age when Harper was elected. But I did not vote for Harper.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Harper
and his creepy smile. He smiles it with evil people not knowing how to smile.
Oh, he's so weird. You guys want to? I'll pull up a picture. Hold on. Go on.
Oh, please don't. Oh God. No, I'm on my big screen. Oh no.
I get the feeling that people are not understanding how much of a weirdo this man is until
he looks like he's wearing a skin suit.
I can finish the thought I was trying to make. So Harper really attacked the
You're breaking up, Landon.
And the French.
It's fine on my end.
And yet, what happened was that the Bloc ended up working with the Conservatives to give the majority, right? The Bloc itself, I'm talking about the party Bloc, sided with a person who was disrespecting them outside of the Bloc. He would go into Quebec and say no nice things. Outside Quebec, he would basically say, vote Conservative Party so your children can speak white. Is his thing. He is a disgusting individual, and yet the Bloc sided with him in order to gain power. It's one of the reasons why that Bloc party, and I hold high contempt for them politically.
Yeah, no, Harper's government was trash. Sorry, go
on. He looks like if John Delancey and Schmiegal did the fusion dance.
and what was Poilievre's relationship with Harper? How about that?
Besides the fact that he worked for him, or the fact that Harper and one of
he groomed him. He groomed him. He brought him up through. Yeah, so they're very. I heard the other day that a story about how when Poilievre made those comments.
Your closing now.
Yeah. Well, let him finish, and then we'll look at the polls. We're not gonna miss anything. Go ahead.
Well, when Poilievre made those comments about First Nations, apparently Harper gave him quite a dressing down to the point where he was in the PMO and the MPs could hear Harper yelling at Poilievre outside of the doors. And ever since then, Poilievre has been his lapdog, so his puppet.
There's a couple of things. There was one other person that was quote unquote Harper's mentor, and he's a conservative right wing extremist think tank.
You're talking about Preston Manning.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Reform Party and
yeah.
And Stockwell Day showing up on his jet ski.
Yeah, and it's like, it's one of those things. Sorry, I'm gonna let this play for a second so we can listen in.
Whether we can get to a majority government is for the Liberals to gain 18 seats. They are one away right now in our projections, not everything confirmed.
If nothing else
but
changes,
they are tracking towards that at this hour,
only.
and a lot of it coming at the expense of the Bloc Québécois. Let's go now to
Oh, we're going to talk about the expense of the Bloc and not the expense of the NDP? Jesus.
Well, let's start with looking a bit at the big picture in the province of Quebec. The seat change, the Liberals up 14 seats, the Bloc down 11, the Conservatives losing 3 seats in Quebec. But again, these are still relatively early numbers. Let's dig into some of what we're seeing in the province.
A negative 11
is
is huge.
that folks are going to remember the name of La Salle, Emard, Verdun.
That's a big
consequential by-election in the fall.
I'm wondering if
this,
what
it's on
Francois
the island of
Legault
Montreal.
said.
This is part.
Sorry, go ahead.
Blanchette said. I was just going to say, I wonder what Francois Blanchette said. Sort of, they were celebrating apparently during when the rest of the country has been under this dark cloud from what's happened in Vancouver. It wasn't a good look. It wasn't a good look for the Bloc to not give their due respects to what had happened in Vancouver over this weekend with the Filipino community.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that was
I wonder if on election, it's very short notice, but I wonder if on election day, if there's some Bloc voters that might have said, you know what, maybe I don't like this guy. Maybe I don't like.
I wonder if there's like a handful of people because Mark Carney canceled or was moving where he was going to show up in Vancouver at the last minute, but
Jagmeet Singh was there.
Yeah, Jagmeet Singh was there. He had just left. And Polyev went ahead and made sure to change his route to make sure he hit some Filipino communities to try to like take advantage of the scenario. And they didn't. Votes. From my understanding, the Filipino community did not buy it. They were not happy. Landon, were you going to say something before I hit play on this?
Yeah. I think in the case again, I hit on Harper's "Speak White" thing, but let me talk to that piece of shit called Bouchard. Right, that man is petty stuff. He's this guy who sort of sits there and says, "Oh, I am sorry, I speak English in Montreal in his leadership debate," and then goes and pretends like he doesn't know certain English words and does this stuff. That kind of petty thing is just as bad as Harper saying to people in the prairie, "Speak white." And understand, your party aided and abetted and enabled Harper to remain in power for the long. Shame on you, shame on your pettiness, and shame on your party, you pieces of Mr. Hickey.
Can I actually add on to that? If you're voting for somebody who refuses to get their security clearance, why? How do you?
But he already had his security clearance, Jess. He already had his security clearance.
He got his.
Well, it doesn't go away. He gets it. He gets it forever. It always counts.
Stop. Okay, but also, you have to jump that hurdle as a conservative. But you also have to then jump the hurdle disregarding his inexperience. But you have to jump the hurdle of how do you parse that Carney's government in 9 days has done more, as somebody who has not been in politics up until this point, has done more in 9 days than Polyev has done in 2 decades. How do you parse that? You don't.
Look, well, he doesn't. He thinks that security clearance is like herpes.
It never goes away.
Come on.
It's sure re-emerges period.
He has security clearance. He has a valid security clearance from Putin.
Is he been added to the Signal chat, Landon?
I downloaded Signal. They didn't add me to one group. That website is bullshit.
That's
they
racist.
Don't add you to shit. It is me, but they be picking and choosing who they add to shit.
All right, now let this guy's
classified nothing.
All right, let them talk for a second. We got a closing poll.
Are facing off in Winnipeg West. So another one we're going to be looking at very closely. And in Winnipeg North, no surprise to see Kevin Lamoureux, the incumbent, in the lead. But I'll tell you what is interesting is that if you look at the percentages last time around, the NDP was in second place with 28% of the vote, their support right now has plummeted to 8%, and almost all of that has been picked up, and this is early, I know, not by the Liberals, but by the Conservatives.
Right.
So just kind of interesting. That's we would expect Kevin Lamoureux to prevail in that riding. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yes.
But it's fascinating to me to see the change in support between the NDP and the Conservatives.
Yeah, Kevin Lamoureux hugely popular in that riding, so we'll see whether that continues. Just want to tell you that the Liberals continue to do well here tonight, but also want to tell you that there are 85 ridings where it is very close still, and so we might well be in for a long night as we get through all of these results and track towards being able to project a government. Catherine Cullen.
We're going to go back to Nova Scotia for just one riding, Rosie, one that we knew was going to be a real scrap tonight, but we've got a projected elected in South Shore, St. Margaret's. Let's take a look. The Liberal, Jessica Fancy Landry, projected elected in that riding. Rick Perkins took this riding from the Liberals in the last election.
Decent lead,
but
yeah.
It was not to be for him this time out. He had an additional challenge.
That's a flip.
Of course, the NDP
That's a
did
plus one
not
flip.
run an official candidate in this riding, so there will be questions, I think, about what happened to that vote. Although when you look at the NDP vote across the board, it hasn't been all that substantial across the country, Rosemary, so perhaps that won't have been that much of a factor. But nonetheless, Jessica Fancy Landry projected elected in South Shore St. Margaret's.
That's
Wonder
a
about
significant
Sean.
flip. Yeah. Okay.
Sean
Thank you
Fraser.
for that. I'm going to show you a board right now.
Yeah, I want to
try
know
and
about
explain
Sean.
where we're at
I
and
want
what
Sean's
you can watch.
hilarious.
Where's
Continue to
Sean?
tick in.
Give
I think
Sean,
Sean lost.
please.
Sean's losing.
No. All right.
No,
Side note.
Sean was way behind.
Oh, that's very sad.
Sean.
Can we just
I'm
move him
very
around
sad.
so he can still be in Parliament because he's really fun to watch?
Well, he's going to get his original wish to go back to his family. So
You didn't answer my question because you were away, by the way. My question was,
Okay.
as this election is kind of rolling out, do you think that as Canadians, we're kind of ignored on the world? Like, people don't pay that much attention to us. They don't really know what we're doing. They don't really know what we're up to. They're not too worried about it because America's so boisterous.
I think that's almost like our perception of what we think they think.
Sure, yeah,
And I
yeah,
think
yeah.
that's also through a North American lens and through a very Americanized lens.
I think we
I
know
think
that
that
America
if you go-
ignores us. Yes.
Yeah, well, American ignores everyone, and America
Yes.
even is very insular. I've lived in the States. I lived in Texas. We didn't learn American history in Texas. We learned Texan history. So I think that
So, do you think that this election?
I think if you go to Europe,
yeah.
go ahead. Yeah.
I was wondering if you think that this election is and what's going on between Canada and America is a little bit more predominant for this election than prior elections.
I think that's obvious. That's a pretty obvious. Yes, of course.
And do you have like a why or why not?
We would.
Yeah.
We would not see the Liberals projected at 130 against 89 if that were the case. The Conservatives would sweep the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually, there would be a Conservative minority at the very least. Usually, the Americans only pay attention to Canada, when they're under 12, and they think that Santa's bringing them presents from the North Pole.
Is Santa Canadian? He wears red and white.
Well,
that's a
might be
reasonable
Russian.
question.
He might be Russian.
Might be Russian.
Canada, he might be Russian.
He's Russian if he's played by Alec Baldwin.
No, Scandinavian. I've never seen his married look. He's very clearly a cheerful fellow. He
might be from Norway.
enslaved the native elves. Also Greek, which we definitely did that to the natives when we came here for a while. So, he's got those tendencies. To answer your question, if he's Canadian, though, Canada Post actually has a fake specific postal code, HOVO H0H.
Yep.
See?
So a
and
child.
even if the kid
Yes.
consent, yes.
So for anybody who doesn't know this, if you are Canadian, you can as a child, you can literally send a letter to Santa and or an elf that will sign with their elf name will handwrite reply to you because Canada is a wonderful place with monopoly money. We're great. There's some things that we do that is wrong and shitty, but good goddamn do we do some great fucking shit. I'm not gonna lie.
We try to get it right. We try to get it right.
At least we do try to improve the shit we're getting wrong.
So
what are we seeing on screen right now? What's going on screen right now? Is that Mark Carney's coming out?
Yeah, you want me to hit the, let's get the audio.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I like that guy's wearing a Leafs jersey. That's
Okay,
stupid.
remarkable, as we said, reversal in political fortunes for the Liberal Party that was
yeah, that's the name of the hockey team.
Winning in his
has now made this incredible comeback, remarkable comeback, and is going to form government yet again with someone who has never been elected to public office before. We're waiting on results from his riding tonight. Mark Carney, the 24th Prime Minister, will now be the 25th Prime Minister as well.
Carney's riding.
Let me show you how it happened.
Are they doing a projection?
That we've been showing you through
that
the
look
night. The
was
Liberals
so
over
sad.
50%,
Let me show you how it happened.
Conservatives at
Well, it's Rosemary
38.6, which
Party.
again we've been saying in a regular
Let me
election
suck my
would have
chin
been a
into my neck real quick.
share of the vote for them. But the story really in what's happening
Mark
with
Carney
the other
is going to
parties
be
on
the
board
Prime
there,
Minister.
the Bloc and the NDP, not even reaching 5%.
That's
at
a
this
really
stage.
big
Let me show you the
disparity,
seat
though.
change that allows
It
us
is Rosemary.
to call
It is Rosemary.
for a Liberal government.
They did. Plus
23
23.
seats are leading and elected in. The Liberals are up. The Conservatives down 5. The Bloc down 12 at this stage, which, as Chantal was saying, was not out of the realm of possibility even for people inside the Bloc, but would be very disappointing for them.
As David
And the
Cochran
NDP
pointed
now
out,
down 6.
there's
The
still 82 very close contested fights right now.
Yes.
So
I'm going to go over to David.
This is an
to give us a
early
sense of
call.
how we got here.
She's
Well,
gonna
look, it's a bit of
go
what
to David.
at the risk of repeating myself, but that's going to happen a lot on election night.
He's going to say what I
There are
said.
32 seats in Atlantic Canada. We said the path to majority for the Liberals is
Don't
25.
underestimate
Right now
fear
they
as
sit
a
at
motivator.
23, and I can tell you, this riding in Terra Nova, my buddy Terry Roberts is at the watching party for the Conservative candidate. He says the air has gone out of the place because the advanced polls are coming in and the lead is shrinking.
advanced polls.
The Liberals might get to 24, not the 25. We said they need it for a majority, but that gets them a little bit closer. We go into Quebec, you see a lot of red in a lot of places, and you're going to see even more red
Montreal,
in
though.
the island of Montreal. Right now, we had said that the Liberals needed 40 seats in Quebec to be on a path to a majority. They're sitting at 42.
They got it.
And Montreal and the North
That's
Shore
the
and the
two.
South
That's-
Shore
so that's
haven't
one
populated
more than
down
they
to
needed
40,
if
I'm
they
told.
lose
It's
one
changing
out
in real time.
east.
But still, the areas where they're strong is still needs to come in. And that
I
is a
wanna
sign of
die.
hope for them. This is why you can see a minority
still going
government
the way
is
I thought
almost
it was
certain at
gonna
this
go.
point, or is certain at this
Yeah.
point, and a majority government is still very much in play. Let's go into Ontario, and let's go to that key fortress, one of the
Kill
four
me.
big pillars for
I'm
the
in
Liberal
Ontario.
governments that have been elected since 2015. You still see a tremendous amount of red.
Of course you do.
Ontario.
And in the areas around it,
Oh,
punctuated
we're
with
the
a little bit
worst.
of blue right now. The
Why are
latest
you so
numbers I had is
blue,
that the Liberals
Chad?
have 56
Because
seats in the-
Ontario
two
has a
seats in
northern
Ontario.
part that
They're
doesn't
now
get
at
any
60
fucking
seats
information.
in Ontario. We had said they needed to be at 80,
Rural.
so they're
Rural
trending
Ontario.
towards that because
Rural
a lot of these
Ontario
seats
needs
that
a
fill in over
fucking
the
real
course of the
internet
night.
connection.
History and polling tells
Have you
us
considered
that these
maybe
will go Liberal.
getting
Now,
a
let's go
megaphone
into
and just going out
Manitoba.
in public
The
and
Liberals
yelling
are
at people
currently
instead
I'm
of
gonna
using
do
the
it.
internet?
We had suggested they would want to get 6 here to build
I'm
up
already
to a
ready
total
to
of 10
throw
seats
hands at
to be
Thanksgiving.
at a majority level.
You
They
can-
have
you can
one, obviously, in the
live
north
stream
right
it.
now where they're leading in the NDP.
You want me to?
Riding of Churchill.
Yeah.
And they've got
Okay.
a couple of
Just go
three
around
seats
yelling
right
at
now.
There's
people.
How can I
Small
live
goblin
stream when there's
punching
no
you.
fucking internet?
Liberals will be competitive once we get more results throughout the night. So there is still
All the neat
upward potential for
passerbys
the
who were
Liberals as
conservative
they
just
try to
being
get to that magic
abused
number
by
of
little goblin chest, like,
172. And this
I'm gonna
helps
get arrested.
right here. This is Desmond in the Snippy Churchill River.
Yeah.
That's a Liberal leading in Saskatchewan. Do not adjust
What
your
is
set.
hitting
That's
me
a
in the
real thing.
shins?
It's not
Oh, God, a
officially
very
projected
angry
or
little
elected yet,
goblin.
but this is a chance for the Liberals to break through in
Interesting.
Saskatchewan for the
is
first
very
time
upset.
since
Look at
Ralph
it.
Goodale was a member of Parliament. And here in Alberta, you
Hello,
see a lot
goblin.
of
Why
blue.
are you
This is where a
upset?
lot of the Conservative seats are coming from. But you got to zoom in on Calgary, where the Liberals
Calgary's
are leading
kind
right
of-
now.
like,
in
look at
Calgary
this.
Center, and you got to zoom in
Oh.
on Edmonton. These
Look at
are going to
that.
be the areas where the
Yeah,
Liberals
Calgary and
and the New
Edmonton.
Democrats are going to
course.
be in a battle. Those two seats, that I just showed, those would be pickups right now for the Liberals if those results hold.
Oh
so
my
Rosie,
God, if
you
the
can
Liberals
see,
pick up 4 additional seats than they
roughly
needed.
even performance in the Atlantic with the potential of it to get back to where it was
Even
and
if
maybe
the
grow
Liberals
a little
win
bit.
a minority,
A
it's
good
still
early
a
start in
win.
Quebec, decent numbers in Ontario.
Because the
Presence in
Bloc will be
prairies.
willing to work with them,
Still
and the
too early
NDP
to
and the
say
Green will
exactly
all be
what's
willing
gonna
to work
happen
with
in
them.
British Columbia. But you know, BC often complains
I like
about
how you
being
said
the
the
empty net
Green.
goal on election night.
Yeah.
They might be the winner tonight when the results come in there.
Okay, and one of the reasons we have yet to call what kind of government Canada will have is because there are 100 ridings where the vote margin is about 100 votes. And that is simply too close to call for us and for the decision desk. And so we're going to wait
change
to
really
be sure
quick
before we get to that point. And that's partly why, as David said, British Columbia could be awfully important here tonight. You're always important, British Columbia, but even more important in terms of forming government for Mark Carney to become now, who is Prime Minister right now, but stays Prime Minister, the 24th Prime Minister, and now for sure won't have any problems beating Charles Tupper's record of being Prime Minister for only 68 days. He's going to hang in there a little bit longer, apparently.
All right, enough fapping here. Let's do a reload of this map. It's currently crashing because everybody's checking it.
Rose, I don't think you know Rosemary Barton, and she seems salty. I don't have a Canadian. She has her own air of superiority. Let's just put it that way. Is she
but she shouldn't be being made fun of for her hair.
There was a question she asked of Mark Carney on the campaign trail, and he responded with, "Rosemary, look into yourself. Look into your soul."
I saw that. That was her.
Somebody, that's her. Yeah. No wonder she made that thing. I think she's actually a fairly good journalist. I just think that sometimes she thinks so. Yeah, but that's just her. He's like, he's gonna be prime minister, and then she just turtled. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the map to load because it's crashed right now. But yeah, what do you got, Landon?
Liberal 133, Conservative 93, Bloc 17, NDP 3.
That's a big lead.
Liberal 133, Conservative 93, Bloc 17, NDP 3.
Becca's saying they want a map. Becca, I will love to give you a map, and I've been showing a map on and off. That's the link to the map that I just put in the live chat. It's loading right now because it is currently crashing into oblivion because right now the Ontario polls are closing, and Ontario's got a big population for Canada. So give it a minute. It'll load.
I'm betting there's more eyes on this too, because there's a lot of look at Midas Touch Network and whatnot, right? They have a pretty large American audience, and they've been shining a lot of highlight on Canadian politics. So we probably have more people tuning in and using the infrastructure for this stuff than is typical demand.
Yeah. Well, and like we said before, we all think that there's more people actually watching this election than are actually just Canadians. RSC asked, so Carney and the Liberals have won. Not yet. Our stuff is not that cut and dry. There is not. Yeah, there's not enough seats. So, okay, with a map layout, again, I don't have a map to show you right now because it's loading, and it's currently crashing. But with a map layout, the prairies matter. Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta matter. However, all of which are quote unquote strongholds for the Conservative Party with a decent NDP leaning, not a Liberal leaning. So, if I need to break it down, because there's a lot of Liberals that there's a lot of NDP, which are left, are voting Liberal strategically because literally everyone hates Poilievre. I don't know how to make this more clear. Everybody hates Poilievre. Nobody likes this fucking motherfucker, alright? Nobody likes this guy.
70+% hate Poilievre.
Yeah, 70+% of his own party.
Of the whole country, but maybe of his own party. I don't know. His own party is not a fan. I mean, I suspect that some of those people that jumped over to the PPC is just because they were like, yeah, Poilievre sucks. We need to go to something that's right-wing and not stupid. Not knowing Maxime Bernier.
Right.
I don't even think that the PPC is legitimate.
So, in my experience, in the entire
low information voters.
In my experience, where I have been covering this so far for a month, every conservative that has come into my side chat has been actually brain dead. So the number of votes that the conservatives are relying on are the number of people who don't know what's going on, have no self-awareness, and are actually brain dead. So that's all that's left. So that's their whole platform for people that check at least those 3 boxes.
You just described a Jordan Peterson fan, though, and that's why you're still doing okay.
No, I did, yeah.
100%.
Because which means that a Jordan Peterson fan would have heard Polyev on Jordan Peterson's podcast on YouTube say that he hasn't changed his mind about anything in politics since 1993.
Since 1993, I haven't changed my mind. I never will.
I will point out that Canada did export Peterson to the United States.
No, we did not do that. You guys, listen, you hear me out. We didn't export him. We tossed him in our garbage and you keep dumpster diving. You guys need to that's how you got Ted Cruz!
Did you lock the lid?
Yes!
Yeah, no, definitely not the secret Canadian Ted Cruz missile program.
We probably didn't lock the lid.
You didn't lock the lid on the garbage can.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You garbage them came down here.
Goddamn lid. All right, listen, fine. We'll lock the lid if you keep Usher under wraps. All right.
So no.
And what you gonna do about Diddy?
What you gonna do about?
Right. Yeah.
I've been watching already. Shit.
But no polls yet. Those
That's for Diddy. We put him in jail.
So plus 12, minus 11.
That's big. I think
this
was big. Tell me, guys, you guys have all been following this. Is a plus 12 a minus 1 for cons and a minus 11 for the block? Was that what was projected? Because that seems like it was more than what people thought it was going to be.
No. So I think that they're underperforming in Atlantic Canada slightly, and they're overperforming in Quebec.
Okay.
What the Liberals? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
100% agree with that. I think the plot just about on par with what I expected in Atlantic Canada, but they picked up maybe a couple more than I thought they would. We'll see, because they said that there's a bunch of early votes coming in late. So how ironic that Quebec separatists are now holding Canada together.
I'm going to answer RSC's question real quick. They're asking, what is the magic number to secure a majority? They need 172 seats. 172. So that is if the Liberals want a majority.
Round number.
I don't think that Liberals need a majority, but getting a majority would be probably in the best interest of sort of everybody involved with the way things are going. Because, again, I'm sitting here being like, I don't care if the Liberals get a majority. Because it doesn't matter. Because the NDP are willing to work with them. The half of the Conservative Party are still willing to work with them. Or 50+%, I should say, of the Conservative Party are willing to work with them. The Green, the Bloc, literally everybody is willing to work with this because literally everyone hates the right-wing extremists Polyev shit. And again, I don't mean that from a personal point. I don't mean that from an individual or how many seats. I mean, if you look at Parliament leading up, in the last year, leading up to this election, the people in Parliament fucking hate this guy.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
He's the worst!
That the last election, Liberals had 152, Conservatives 120.
And how many, Landon, do you know how many no confidence votes the Conservatives tried to bring forward?
Piles.
Vials! Numbers. I'll pull it up. You keep going.
So in that sense,
was there a whole cluster fuck up?
The thing I just said the 172 is important, but for Mark Carney to have an effective government, you need some margin of error because there will be members who aren't able to vote, don't want to vote for the government. So a slightly larger majority would give them a little bit more wiggle room to be able to
really
do
want
things
like
that might be slightly less popular.
I like 182. I think the really interesting thing that we're seeing out of tonight is the decimation of the NDP, and that the bloc is now holding the balance of power. And we're going back to a time. Now, this isn't anything particularly new, but man, the NDP have been on a roller coaster of a ride, and they're not even going to make official party status. So, yeah, 2-horse race.
I'm not happy about it, but it is a 2-horse race. Like I said at the beginning of this, and I'll say it again because we've been live for a while. I really hope we see the NDP taking the L here strategically, and we see them bounce back with some real socialist policies, actually left-leaning socialist policies, by the time the next election rolls around. And I really want to see the Conservative Party slipped into 2, and we see like a real, actual right center party, and the right-wing extremists can go jerk off in the corner where they belong and lick up their own cum on their own. Because fuck those people, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even kidding. I am not even kidding. If you want to lick fucking Putin cum out of Poilievre's asshole, you can go and do that, but you can go and do that with a dunce cap in the corner where you fucking belong.
Oh dear, the Greens won. Arlene won.
Yay!
I know Landon is not a fan of Elizabeth May, but it's really nice. I'm glad she won her seat, or will win her seat. I think she's much more tolerable. Let's put it this way: I think she had more of a right to be at the national debate than East Francois Blanchet. So
yes, I would agree too as well. But what can I say?
I understand your distaste for.
I don't dislike the party politics or platform. I just like the party as a mechanism. So
I just hate that one bitch he said.
That was the Queen. So BC polls have closed. So again, I don't interfere in other nations. But now that BC polls have closed, right?
You can say whatever you like, Landon.
Wait, hold on. Okay, go.
If I were voting in Canada, I'm not, but if I'm in Canada, I would register as an NDP. However, in the riding that would be closest to where I live, I would have strategically voted Liberal, in part because of the chance to flip a seat. Because I am hoping what happens tonight, for me, a victory will be that Singh gets up on stage and says, I apologize to the NDP party and I'm stepping down. I'm a person who was a very great fan of Jack Layton. Sadly, Jack Layton died.
The Orange Wave, yes.
And
we have Tom Riddle that actually.
Please go ahead.
It's funny you bring that up, Landon. It's great points, because Tom Riddle said, "Does the NDP need to replace Jagmeet Singh?" And I think the answer is yes. I think Jagmeet Singh is. I like him too, man. Well, I know him. Unfortunately, he's been the party leader for as long as Trudeau was in office. But he's not going to pull votes from, and I really hate to say this, but there's a lot of people in Canada that wouldn't vote for a man in turban.
What?
There is that.
So, okay, a couple of things. Yes, I think you're right. I think there is a lot of
I hate to
racism.
say it. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
And no, I think you're right. I'm just gonna elaborate a little bit. I think there's a little bit of nuance to it, because I think the particular. Well, I think that particular.
You never heard of that thing, man, Mikey? Oh, there's this crazy thing that people do.
I think the racism is eaten up a lot by Ontario, and Ontario being notoriously conservative.
I think you're talking about Brampton, but
well, Brampton and London specifically,
right.
both of them, absolutely. I also think you're talking about a little
Alberta.
bit of, well, Alberta, yes, but if you want to stick to Ontario, rural Ontario as well.
Rural
so you've
Ontario,
got,
like
yeah,
Barrie.
Yeah, Barrie.
All those places outside of Toronto, we saw go blue.
Yeah. Everything that's like northern.
Kitchener, I guess, would be up in that area.
Kitchener's not as bad. Kitchener,
No. They were
Guelph,
growing
Cambridge, the
when I was there
Tri-Cities.
last.
If you add the Tri-Cities and Guelph, it's not nearly as bad as London in particular. London's really bad for racism. But I do think there's a racist...
Kitchener's grown quite a bit in the last 10 years too, right? Like, 'cause it's been a while since I've been like in that area.
Yeah, it has.
It was, yeah.
I think that if you want to talk about like ridings, I do think it's the same reason that I think you're setting someone up for failure when you bring forward Kamala Harris. It's the same thing. It's the same issue.
Yeah, it's analogous for sure.
You're bringing a woman. You're bringing a woman of color. You're bringing a woman who is not a traditional mother, and you're bringing a woman who is a cop. And it's just like, how many of these negatives are you willing to tick? And it's not because those negatives are fair. It's the fact that they are considered negatives.
It's a handicap. It's a handicap with some people, right? And like,
with too many people, I think is the long and short of it.
I agree. Yeah, and I mean the other thing of it is like, as much as Singh has sort of held on to his position in the party and whatnot, it has consistently declined. And I think at a certain point, even if it's as shitty as the fact that it's declining because of like race stuff, at some point you have to separate like your personal fight against that
so
with, like,
Singh
the
has
interest
not
of the party,
in this most recent election. Singh hasn't. So if you were trying to isolate out the racism part, and we're not going to pretend the racism part isn't an issue, but if you're gonna remove the racism part as best as you can, and you're gonna untangle it out from the problem, Singh is not socialist and left wing enough in this election. I'm not talking about his personal politics, and I am not talking about his overall politics for the amount of time he's been in leadership. But I also think that Singh, being who he is, being in the position that he is willing to take the L this election, understanding that you do not want to split the fucking left-wing vote when the right-wing vote is being coalesced. Whether you like it or not, you have one option if you're right-wing. You have one. You don't get any other choice. If you're right, you are voting for the Conservative Party, and you have no real other options.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, you could vote PPC.
Yeah. And how's that going? Just like if you're left, you can vote for the Green Party. Like, there's no real.
It's always
Jill Stein.
If the right wants to split their vote, they are welcome. Maybe we could do some.
Well, okay,
trading
but
or
here's the
something,
problem.
right?
But here's the problem.
We're talking about trading states. Maybe we could just straight. But like, can we steal Yang, Mikey? Maybe.
No.
Damn, go ahead, shush. Go ahead, shush.
But listen. The Americans need as much help as they can. We can't steal anything from them.
No, Andrew Yang has turned out to be nothing but a crypto robber baron like the rest of them. You can have him.
I don't know if that's the case, but
he's all yours. You want him today or tomorrow? We'll send him overnight.
All right, I'm gonna stick on topic. Stick on topic. We can talk about Andrew Yang another time. We'll bring the two of you on to come on. But
we're gonna have a debate hub.
We'll have a debate hub. So if you want to talk about, there is a coalition, and this was the Harper government coalition. The whole goal was to win elections. And since the Harper government ended, they've consistently been not winning elections. So what we're going to see is an end to that coalition. So what we're going to see is which has slowly been overtaken by right-wing extremism. And so as that right-wing extremism proceeds to not fucking succeed, I'm hoping that what we see is a depression. Right, so right now, we've got a really, narrowed, we have two parties. There are parties over here, but they're very, very fucking small. And so, they're there, but we're currently dealing with a two-party election. But what I would like to see is a depression of both of these things. See the Liberal Party bounce back with actual, real, socialist, left-leaning options, and the Conservative Party having a proper center-right and have as they get more to the right-wing extremism, it tapers out, as it should be. Because I honestly think if you fucking care, and the conservatives fucking care, and the NDP and the liberals actually care about our fucking country, yes, in wartime you want a majority about how you're gonna deal with it because you need to make a really fucking hard decision. But, which, in our defense, America is being very wartimey talk. But
it is time. Do it. Don't
right,
wait.
which is why I think a liberal majority is important right now and might be important for the next election depending on how things go. But I think for the health of political discourse, for the health of the country overall, and for the health of politics and policy,
calling election for liberal government.
You need to have a healthy government that has multiple options, and that's what actual freedom is. If there is a party, it should be allowed to exist. So, for example, there is no reason to say that there can't be a communist party. That doesn't mean they should necessarily be in power, but they should be allowed to exist. And, like, as much as I hate that, to say that, oh, should there be a Nazi party? Like, I wouldn't fucking vote for them, and if I fucking found out you voted for the Communist Party, I would throw a brick at your head. But sure!
Well, to that point, what do you think about the Germans banning that far right wing? Was it not? And then you have the example. Yeah, thank you. And then you have the example of Marie Le Pen.
So, okay, France. No, I think this is a really good point, because I think there are laws and rules that ought to be followed. So if you're part of an extremist party, and your extremist party has been defined and legally, with due process, considered terrorists, then you're a terrorist and you can fuck off, because now you're outside of the realm of reasonable possibility. Right?
In the case of Le Pen, she was convicted of a crime.
The same reason I think Donald Trump ought not to be allowed to vote. I don't think he should be allowed to run. But I also think the same thing of Polyev. Because of the specific interference that has been demonstrated both on Russia and India, interfering with enabling him to become party leader in the first place. So I don't think we should give two shits about whether or not Polyev decides he wants to get his security clearance. All of the investigation that goes into a security clearance should be done for every fucking party leader, regardless. Fuck them. Because if you can't fucking do this, then why the fuck are you here? You don't care about the fucking country.
I don't even think everybody was like, hey, honestly, unless he has a security clearance, right? Like, you can't.
Sure.
Remember when everyone was like, yo, Trump's totally going to give out his tax returns. Just wait. He's being audited right now. God.
Yeah.
Keep waiting.
We're still here.
Nobody with a brain really believes it.
I don't let this guy talk for a second. I gotta get off my soapbox.
No, Landon had something he was gonna say just a second ago.
Yeah, go ahead, Landon. What was it?
What did he?
So the global news is it got called election for the liberals, a liberal government. It looks like the bloc has at 22 seats. They were in the last parliament 33, so it looks like the bloc is down 11. The Conservatives were at 120. And right now they're leaning in 133.
131. 133.
I'm seeing 52 to 4. Right? I'm seeing 52 to 46.
I have them at 8. Either way, it's unlikely they're gonna
had 24 seats before, so they're down from 24 to.
This map is looking really red.
The orange is running.
It's bleeding.
The orange is bleeding, and it's not off Donald Trump's face.
British Columbia in terms of the vote. And let's look at the vote change
I still like this
so
guy
far
here.
in the province
His hair is
of
great.
British Columbia. And
Wow.
you see both the Conservatives and the Liberals up. Liberals up by 15.
But what did I tell you? This number at the bottom was going to equalize.
The NDP, almost 16 percentage points. And in some of the ridings, you can see the impact of that. Let's take a look at Kelowna. Kelowna is really interesting because if you look at what happened to the NDP support there, at least as of right now, it was 18% in 2021. It's down to 2.7%. And it seems to be going to both the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals right now.
That's not a big lead.
The incumbent in second
39
place.
to
Let's take a
fucking
look
37.
at Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Oh, that's nothing.
There,
That's
the
BC coming
NDP
in.
support has gone from 18.9 percentage points to 5.5.
The star
Now,
again, to remind you
super
guys,
early,
is the incumbent.
But still interesting to note and to keep an eye on. And now Richmond East, Steveston. This is another riding that kind of shows what's happened to the NDP support. It's gone from 19% in 2021 to 3.7%. Both the Liberals and Conservatives up. It looks like the Conservatives in Richmond East, Steveston might be benefiting more from that drop in NDP support than the Liberals are. But throughout British Columbia, we said this hours ago. I mean, maybe it was yesterday, I'm not sure. But anyway, hours ago.
We haven't been here since yesterday, to be
Feels
fair.
that way,
Yeah,
though.
I know.
Anyway, what would happen to NDP support? Would it drop? It seems to be doing that in British Columbia and in a province where the Liberals and Conservatives are so competitive in so many ridings. Who will benefit the most from that? Still very much in flux, but they both seem to be benefiting.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's get another part of that story, and that's to look at whether a majority is still possible here as we wait to make a firm call on what kind of government.
Yeah,
Canada
that's a
chosen.
reasonable
so here you
question.
go again. This is
What do you
back to
need
the
for
House
a
of Commons.
majority?
All those red seats there, leading and elected. So that gets you up
Courage.
to 157. Now we're going to add incumbents to come. Those are the pink seats. That is 9. So they need to hold the 157 they have, gain 9, and they are still under 6, not quite reaching a majority.
So they gained 5 so
with
far.
those numbers. But let me give you another little piece of information that is relevant as we think about whether this is going to be a majority government, and that is that there are 44 ridings where the margin is 100 votes or less. And in 24 of those, the Liberals are in second place, meaning that there is still a possibility that they could flip some of those ridings and indeed get over that threshold of 172. And that also tells you why.
So anybody who
voted,
anybody like in chat who was talking about whether or not Carney was going to beat Crescen's record, the answer is no. Not at this point. He needed to do way better than this to be able to beat the record. The flip in the block is way bigger than I thought it was going to be, though.
Yeah. Block looks like they're 24 right now. They had 33.
Yep. Man, this fucking election, dude, is fucking cracked.
So Liberal 156, Conservative 133, Bloc 24, NDP 8 as far as leading. And Green still not leading on any. This is projected.
Yeah.
Again,
this is also like there's a lot of wiggle room in a lot of these things, so don't take the CBC too seriously. Like anything else.
I'm taking it so serious right now.
Are you so serious? Super
You're
serious?
so late.
You can't take the polls as they're coming in super seriously, because the way things are right now, you could literally kind of swing it either way if shit was to go crazy one side or the other. My mom says she's gotta go. She can't watch. It stresses her out too much.
Hi, Mom.
I think I'm gonna run too. I gotta go rejoin the other half of the channel. They're over there on the Politics Social channel.
Oh, hell yeah.
Having some fun with Graham over the UK. Ollie's over there holding it down solo. I was like, well, I'm going to go hang out with some other people and make some friends.
Do you have any last thoughts before you run about the Canadian election and what you want to see or what you're expecting or yada, yada, yada?
This is the line in the sand. You know what I mean? And I get that people might have domestic things that they're worried about, but Trump is an extinction level event. Like, he is not, like, no one knows what he's actually trying to do. He is bereft of good counsel and hell bent on trying to figure it out as he goes. It's not going well for us. Elect someone who will put him in his place, unfortunately, like Xi did. Like, that's what everybody needs to do right now, is to bring him to heel. He is a mad dog biting everyone in the neighborhood.
I have an opinion, and I just want to ask your opinion about my opinion before you go.
Yes.
And everybody should go subscribe to the Bin podcast if you want to see more Mikey. So my opinion right now is that Carney out of the world leaders that currently exist has handled Trump the best by saying, this is the line, this is the expectation, I'm not talking to you unless you meet these expectations. And he has held to that, and he has matched that, and then he has thrown shit back in his face on a level that I don't think Trump was ready for. That's my opinion, though. Do you think my opinion is accurate, or needs some more nuance, or what are you thinking?
He shut up about the 51st state shit until today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and for somebody who refuses to shut his horrible orange face, that shut him up for a good 2 weeks. You know what I mean? So, the only thing he seems to respond to is strength, like all cowards. So, yeah, you gotta punk them. Don't give them an
Before
inch.
you
Don't be polite about it. Just no. It is good fences make good neighbors. And he's pissed off just about every friend that we've had, probably in an effort to further isolate us so people can't abscond off in the night with their talents.
So yeah, everybody definitely should sign up to the Bin podcast because it's fantastic and funny, and Mikey's there with other people.
And probably going to be illegal soon. So.
Well, yeah, he's going to be broadcasting from an attic in Canada before long.
Yeah, be hiding.
It'll be my attic.
16 VPNs because Cash Patel's on me.
But you should do an Oompa Loompa watch to see if the fucking Orange Muppet has said anything about the election while it's in progress. I'm kind of curious if he has. And yeah, see as he commented. There's been some all caps about, no, this is how it's supposed to go.
In an effort of guerrilla journalism, we sent Tim undercover, if you will, onto Truth Social, and we forced him to get an account. And he reports in. He reports in from the front, and
he only follows Trump.
Yeah, he follows a couple of other people because if he only followed Trump, then people might get wise. So we've been trying to like make up this like counter theory, you know, so like he can stay in there for a while. And what we've largely noticed is that even when he says things that are completely insane, he gets likes. You know what I mean? Which is scary. Like, people enjoy, like, oh God, should we stop this? What are we saying? What are we doing?
He is reporting from the front of where everybody speaks from their behind.
Yeah, it's a cruel and scary place. So unfortunately, I don't have anything new to report other than they haven't banned him yet for saying obviously left-leaning things, but that might also be because there is not a lot of people on there.
I would like to think that the best thing you could ever respond to Trump on Truth Social with is WUT in all lowercase. What?
So I would like to announce that the first of 266.
Wait, hold on. Before you go, Landon, get out of here, Mikey. Wave and say goodbye to everybody. Bye. He's frozen here now. He can't go anywhere. He's stuck and he doesn't even know. Go ahead, Landon. What do you got for us?
So the first of 266 polls in PP's writing have reported in. And so there's one, that's like 0.4%. and the Liberal candidate is leading 57%, Conservative at 40%.
I also have the map back up for anybody who cares about the map.
So,
Wait, Mikey, no, hold on, Mikey, get out of here.
Now, in the case of my
this is my Mikey.
Yeah, I
Mikey
just
the
adopted
mime.
him. Yeah, I just adopted him. He's there now.
70,
52, and 12. The Democrats still haven't won one yet, total.
So with regard to my adopted writing, the Independent is leading. With this, of course, is on 5 out of their
What?
But then, of course, but now the Conservative is leading. So it's back and forth. It's pretty close.
Damn it, BC, why y'all orange? I mean, at the same time, like, the NDP needs some. Yeah, but that's just one massive riding. Yeah.
Yeah, in the case of like Nunavut as well, like it's orange up there.
Well, it's kind of not. It's not unsimilar if you look at like Ontario. Ontario has like the Kapuskasing Timmins area, and then you like kind of go down here where you get into Haliburton, you get into like Huron, and you get into Perth, and then you get into Cambridge and on Waterloo. That's Guelph area.
But if you scroll into the GTA, just see how many there are, right?
Yeah, that's Toronto. This is all Toronto.
Right.
This is Toronto, Pickering, fucking Oshawa, fucking Oakville, Mississauga, Brampton. It's all fucking anywhere there were like look at this. You see this? That's London. I used to live here. Because fucking this is all rural nobody. Nobody, like very little people live here. It's the same with like okay, if you look at like
driven
I zoom
through
this
London
out,
number of times.
Yeah, this is all fucking so Thunder Bay is fucking liberal. Wanna know why Thunder Bay is liberal? Because fucking Sault Ste. Marie is in Thunder Bay. That's why.
I think that maybe we could do the rural-urban divide. I think what you're commenting on is the rural-urban divide. And
that's a little bit of what I'm commenting on, but I do not think that it is the rural people. I think that there is a massive fucking issue between point A and point B over here, where these poor motherfuckers that live between point A and point B do not have reasonable access to information and infrastructure.
Yep, that's probably not incorrect. When the NDP try to make their eventual comeback, I hope that they do like make the Great Lakes great again.
Oh.
And we can like totally Lion King the U.S. and just be like any state the Great Lakes touches.
Okay, but hear me out. We can't do that. And we can't do that because the other side of the Great Lakes are fucking America.
Yes, I know that's not after that though.
America doesn't want to not stop fucking with our shit. Canada spends so much goddamn money, time, and resources just mitigating America problems. And that's not to say that Canada doesn't have problems, and that doesn't mean that America is wrong all of the time. It simply means that this is a one-way street. You do not see fucking America fixing Canadians' problems. That doesn't fucking happen. But who the fuck cut fucking suicide hotline? It wasn't us!
So, Tom Riddle says Landon PP is down. Does this mean that has he lost his writing?
No, it just got cold.
Let me explain what happened in there. In his thing, we now have 2 polling districts out of 266. We only have a fraction of 1%. And of that, Liberal is at 57 and PP's at 40%. So
where's PP's writing? He's in Carleton, Ottawa. Yeah, Carleton. What do you zoom in on?
He's currently behind, but that's only 2 out of 266. So they're now in the case of adopted writing, the Liberal now is ahead. That would be a pickup if they manage to hold on to it, and that's with 7 out of 215. So it's too early to call, but if the 2 polling areas are sample, PP is not running away with with stuff. I will point out that the marijuana party picked up 1 vote.
Okay, good.
But the Rhino party has not picked up any votes yet.
CTV is calling a liberal minority government.
That's okay. They're gonna.
Oh, they're
call
calling a
whatever they're gonna
minority.
call. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think that's pretty important if they're already. It'd be interesting to see what we have on screen there with CBC, what they do.
Yeah,
with
let's let their audio go for a bit.
Chantal, then Althea.
On the NDP, they went from no official party status in '93 to a decade or two later, I admit, but they still, at some point, they had presence across the country, from Atlantic Canada to BC, including Quebec. So that possibility is still there. Do not assume that a victory for the Liberals tonight is necessarily a Liberal reign for all times.
No.
At some point, the seeds of change will come back, and they might have a better chance to bloom.
Yeah, and Liberals probably shouldn't
Funny,
assume
we were
that
just
either.
talking
Andrew
about
and
that.
then Althea.
But one thing I think we should be looking for is not just, will they get over the majority, will BC put them over the top, but also how will the Liberals do in Western Canada? One of the things people have been very worried about, some people, is will another Liberal victory cause Westerners, and some Westerners anyway, to give up on Canada? I should note that the numbers coming in BC and Alberta are looking pretty close to what the polling numbers were suggesting, and the polling numbers are saying the Liberals are going to do better, at least in the popular vote in those provinces, better than they have since 1968. So that should hopefully dampen down some of the sort of attempts to portray this as the West being shut out yet again.
We'll see. Last word to you, Althea.
Just a few things. So on that is something that the Liberals were quite concerned about, which is why Mr. Carney spent the last day going to Saskatchewan, going to Alberta to make that case, hoping to grab seats that they otherwise did not have. I think it's not a thing about democracy if there are no parties, smaller parties in the House. I think it's just, if the balance of power is the Bloc Québécois, it is an opening for the Conservatives to say that it's an illegitimate coalition, much like they did in 2008, which basically means that we will have another election.
But it's not a coalition. It's just one party helps another, right?
Right. But they framed the last supply and confidence agreement as a coalition.
The Bloc isn't about to sign a supply and confidence agreement with anyone.
Of course not. They will do issue by issue as they always have, as they have always communicated. But that will not stop the Conservative Party from framing it in that way.
Right.
And I think it will make it very difficult, especially if Mr. Poilievre remains the Conservative leader, because I don't see areas where, although there actually are lots of policy areas where they could get together, I don't see the personalities leading to cooperation in the House of Commons, which basically just means that we will have an election, if it is a minority government and the Bloc has a balance of power, either later this year or next year.
But at that level, if the NDP doesn't even need official party status, it can have a share of the balance of power. Let's agree that we are not yet in those scenarios where the Bloc was going to become the official opposition, and then I was going to hold a knife to the throat of the government. That's not what's happening.
No, I got to get to David Cochrane here. He's got some stuff from the 905.
Well, look, this is part of the reason why we are where we are. You see the Liberal number actually retreating a little bit. Right now, they are only at 65 seats in Ontario. They are down 10, down 11. And I'm going to look at the Greater Toronto area, and this gives you a sense of where we are right now. So you can see here, Mississauga is blue, Brampton is blue, another Brampton is blue. So
of course Brampton is blue, those rich fucks.
Earlier, this is the gate that they need to break down and get closer to the downtown part of Toronto if they're going to make it more of a game at the top line numbers, but certainly in Ontario. And the Liberals are having a little bit of a struggle, at least at this hour of the night. Similar story. There we go. In Vaughan Woodbridge, this is a Conservative-held seat. Thornhill, that's Melissa Landsman. But York Centre, this is another Liberal seat that is blue at the moment. And in Richmond Hill, Aurora, Oak Ridge is a Newmarket, Aurora. York Region and Peel Region. The Liberals felt pretty good about Peel Region. There was some top-line polling suggesting that it was tightening up there as you got towards Election Day. And you are seeing that also up in the York Region, which is what the Liberals were the most worried about in their seats in Ontario, but an interesting thing developing as well here in southwestern Ontario, because look, the Conservative number is 144. Like, that's way up for Pierre Poilievre. Like, that is a big increase in the seats, at least at this point in the night. In the NDP from Hamilton to London to Windsor right now, those are blue. The conventional wisdom was the collapse of the NDP vote would elect Liberals. But if the Liberals and the NDP both are strong second and third, the Conservatives could come up the middle. That may be what is happening in those areas. And just going back to the GTA, I know this was a concern up in the York region here, was that the NDP vote dropping would help the Liberals run up the score in the downtown Toronto core, where they're going to win just by larger margins. But there were not really any NDP vote to be gained in a lot of these 905 outer areas. And that would just, you would have a false sense of how viable you were in those ridings, and you would see Conservatives flip those blue. So the Liberals, still early yet in Ontario, but vote inefficiency not playing in their favor as they are down double-digit seats in a province that pollsters from start to finish had them up double-digit points, right?
But that, again, speaks to what we're talking about around the popular vote and the seat efficiency. Nothing is working as it normally would in an election.
Yeah, seat efficiency is the whole thing.
You know, Donald Trump obviously disrupted this entire election. I mean, the U.S. president makes about $400,000 US a year. The Liberals should probably book that as a campaign expense, given the way that it's helped them throughout this thing. But, you know, until we get sort of the urban votes in mass number to know exactly how the cities of Canada are going to vote, and the suburbs of Canada are going to finally vote, and of course British Columbia.
And
it's
rural.
hard to know if they're going to get there. But the vote efficiency that has helped the Liberals
161 is really close
election and win the 2021 federal election, despite losing the popular vote. At this stage, we're not yet seeing that. Now they're starting to tick back up. They're in 161 right now. Them and the New Democrats and the Greens, Rosie.
Yeah.
That's a majority. You got a bingo right there, but you know that's a whole lot.
Well,
of
yeah,
work
if you
that
add
still
the
needs to be
NDP,
sorted
yeah,
out.
we are
Okay,
left.
thank you so much for
but
that.
our
David
left is
Cochrane.
split.
If
That's
you're
the
just
problem.
tuning in, we have in fact called a Liberal government with Mark Carney as the Canada's 24th Prime Minister. He also has been elected for the very first time in his life in the riding of Nepean. We are waiting to see whether it's a minority or a majority. So we're going to go to Adrian now, who's got some results, projected results, maybe that will help us get there.
Indeed. So we're looking at a projected elected, the only one that is a flip in Ontario so far. That is Toronto St. Paul's with Leslie Church. Again, the only projected elected flip for the Liberals so far in Ontario. Wouldn't it be interesting to talk to Leslie Church? Well, why don't we do that? Let's talk to Eli Glasner, who is in Toronto St. Paul's with Leslie Church. Hello,
interesting information about PP's thing. When watching the polling thing, we now have had, again, this is just 1.5%. But what's been happening is Liberals been holding at 57%, Conservative PP at 41%. That numbers have been holding as we've been getting more and more. Now, I don't know in terms of how the writing is distributed in terms of polling places, but and again, we're only dealing with 4 out of 266, but it's or 5 out of 2, excuse me. But still, the Liberal has been holding a majority at 50, around 57%, and the Conservative PP has been running at only 41%. So we'll have to see. Maybe there's some stronghold there within that writing. I don't know how it's played out. Again,
apparently the way that we do early voting is really weird too. Like it's literally region to region. Some places count it first. No, it's the station, the polling. Yeah, like so. There's gonna be like random spots that they get to the end and then they add a bunch of votes. Some add it before. It has to be 2 hours before, and some add it at the end of the night. So I feel like we should standardize that.
It's going to come in slow, but so far,
I feel like we should be like
to come in. It's been the case where PP should be a little bit concerned. I
feel like the moment the first poll closes, or they vote close. Yeah, but like, or maybe not. Maybe it would be the last poll closes. Like all of the numbers for the early vote should be released, and they should be like, put them up on the board. And
yeah, they don't count it that way, which is wacky. So what we've got is a scenario where you could see the early vote drastically swing the total vote, because the early vote is like cast and shown like completely arbitrarily, which fucking makes
stresses
us all out.
And Carlton, so that's the case. Now in my adopted writing, the Conservatives ahead, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's still early in a lot of these races, so.
I'm gonna take a minute to call horse shit inside chat right now. We've got low frame rate gaming out here trying to horseshit people into thinking that the literal spending cuts to the suicide hotline in America don't exist because they're trying to pretend that a cut is just lumping LGBTQ plus stuff into general isn't a cut when there is actually also a monetary cut. That it does not include a physical cut, as in a monetary cut is a physical cut, meaning the number of people available, meaning the number of experts when it comes to each individual specific thing, because guess what, when it comes to suicide, not everybody is an expert in every single reason why someone might be looking at that as an option. So first off, go fuck yourself. The fact that Canada had to go out of its way to provide an additional non-cost number for your fucking people and your fucking American flag tells me you can take the fucking Russia cum you have been sucking out of Trump's dick out of your fucking mouth and stop trying to sell it to me like it's fucking worth anything in text, you absolute fucking Nazi piece of fucking garbage. You can take your shit and shove it up your fucking ass because you know fucking what? Your fucking hotline number is absolutely useless to the people who fucking need it. The people who fucking need it are the LGBTQ plus people. Your fucking number means nothing. Your 988 is worth less than shit. I may as well be a woman fucking protesting the fact that I have a period in Russia so I can get sent to fucking jail. You absolute piece of complete fucking garbage. You can suck my goddamn lady balls and you can get the fuck out of my chat because you can go and fucking go buy an egg. I dare you, because it's gonna fucking mortgage you. It's gonna cost more than your house. You garbage person. Suck my dick and fucking go and call the actual line that's going to actually help you, because at this point, I would not believe that a fucking hotline for suicide for LGBTQ people for the United States isn't gonna put them on a fucking Auschwitz list. You piece of shit. Suck my absolute balls.
Yeah,
okay, I'm done.
Too, eh?
Yeah, that too.
Say sorry.
I'm not sorry, and I'd do it again.
So,
elbows
right now, Liberal Party has leading. Liberal Party's leading at 156, Conservative 147, Bloc 25, NDP 9, Green 2.
Green 2.
Bloc are gaining. Well, Peugeot probably got his seat as well.
Yeah.
Don't come back, you Nazi fuck! I'll hit you with a brick.
It is sad because it does take a different skill set too. Like, usually the people that are in specific divisions deal with LGBTQ issues actually have some additional understanding of like what those issues entail. But it's not.
Oh yeah, no. It's absurd to think that all people that have suicidal tendency are all the same. When it comes to LGBTQ plus people, especially, okay, so this is like also like a special case when it comes to America. Like, America has an actual like a very specific need when it comes to LGBTQ plus stuff. Specifically trans people, like gay people, bi people, and lesbians. Like, nobody really cares about bi people, and nobody really cares about lesbians nearly as much as they care about gay people and trans people when it comes to America, right? Because I'm not gonna split hairs here. I'm not gonna pretend that like all these things are treated equal, because ultimately they're not. They're all treated poorly, but they're not all treated equal, right? So there's definitely like people dislike man on man and dislike men, like especially if you want to talk about trans people, there's a very heavy lilt male to female. Yeah, absolutely. So when you're talking about suicide hotlines and you're talking about how aggressive and problematic America is when it comes to how they treat trans people overall, it is very much a very specific issue. So if you're pro-life and you're cutting
great here,
the fucking
like, we have, like,
suicide hotline, oh no, yeah, you're right. We have issues here with that. We have issues here with trans people. We have issues here with LGBTQ, and we have a very big problem with men's mental health. That's a massive issue.
We have more trans people per capita in
data for the election. Liberals are +9, conservatives are +1, Bloc is -10.
Nice.
So the gap between liberal and conservative is closing.
In Quebec.
Yeah, we're seeing a 90-69 right now so far.
+1 in terms of leading right now.
Yeah.
And the NDP is
So we have the highest number of trans people per capita here, and I know like quite a few people who are trans, like on both sides of that spectrum. And
yeah, male to female and female to male. You mean? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not great for them either, even here, and it's like fairly acceptable. Here,
and yeah,
right?
it also
They
depends on where you. Yeah, and it depends on where you are, right? So like, but there is a larger swath. Like, there is a larger, more populated area of America that hates you more in a more aggressive and more problematic way. And that doesn't mean that there aren't issues in Canada. There are absolutely issues in Canada that need to be addressed. But if you're going to come to me and you're going to lie to people to tell them that that they need to trust their 988 number, which again, like I said, I am not convinced that if you call 988 and say you're trans, that you're not going to get put on a fucking list, you're fucking kidding yourself. Like, you know, like absolutely fucking not.
There's some crazy shit going on. There's too much crazy shit going on.
So just call the Canadian number. If you're a country and you cut something so badly that another country is like, hey, here's a different number, you need to check yourself before you wreck yourself. That should be a wake-up call. That's a straight-up wake-up call. That another country is going out of their way to be like, hey, your people are disenfranchised, and we're going to help them with no benefit to ourselves.
So we do this all the time to the States.
We do this, right? We do this, okay, listen, I'm so mad. We do this all the time for the States. We help them when it comes to recreation. We help them when it comes to environmental stability. We help them when it comes to wildfires.
Floods, and hurricanes.
Any kind of emergency. We help them when it comes to their bald eagle going extinct.
Motherfucker! We have a lot of bald eagles up in here.
If it wasn't for Canada, the bald eagle would fucking be extinct right now. I have grown up carrying the burden of America, because there is a burden that Canada takes on. And that's not to say that America doesn't take on any burden of Canada. The thing is I don't know what the fuck it is at this fucking point. Is it military? Because fuck off. Because we made that deal for you on your behalf. We were running neck and neck after World War II. And you know what we did? We were like, yeah, we'll take the fucking side seat. It's fine. It's fine. So what the fuck are we doing?
Recently, Chesh, I joined up because we were
throw
doing
a brick.
some planning on a happy note, some planning for some charity stuff. So I joined up with the Satanic Temple.
Oh yeah.
Here in Atlantic Canada. Yeah. Are you a member?
Not yet. No, I'm thinking about it.
It's fun. But so I went to their first meeting or whatever, and the entire thing was a psychologist doing a little presentation on the importance of self-care, so that you don't like overdo stuff. so that you're not like too burned out to do good in your community.
Yeah.
You know, like very positive stuff. But then
Cool.
I met up with them down at the Arms, downtown. One of the guys is like a university prof that's the head of the Atlantic chapter. And we were sort of sitting having a couple of drinks, and I was like, so what do we do? Because I'm just sort of like here checking things out, but like,
yeah, you're new. I'm like, I'm the new guy. What do we do? What is it you say we do here? Yeah.
Right, and they're like, there's a lot of problems in the U.S.
Yeah, we know.
Like,
what do you say you do here?
Right, it's because I mean, I guess they do the thing to like raise money for, like, they do like a bleeding for Satan or something. I don't know.
Why the fuck are we raising money for America?
No. This isn't for America. This is for like women in places that don't have access to like menstrual pads and things. They do like a big fundraiser for that, for like Cuba and some of the other areas.
Cuba.
Some other stuff. Well, Cuba is one place. There's a place called Cloth Connection that does these like washable pads for places that don't have easy access.
The ones you can like rinse off and then throw in the fucking washing machine.
Yeah. But they're like, yeah, like legitimately, because like our women actually have rights here, and like, you know, the ways in which and
I know what you mean.
Much to the chagrin of certain people, right? Fucking some lobsters out there.
Like,
so an update again.
They're not super clear on exactly where the bigger problems are, because there are problems.
Yeah, because the Satanic Temple works in America and not in Canada. I'll hit play on this.
A lot of those orange votes.
Go ahead, Landon, and then I'll let this go.
So we see it for again on leading Liberal 155, Conservative 151. That's close. Bloc 25, PP 10, Green 1.
Yeah.
With regards to the PP's district, Polyev is still polling at 41.6%, Liberal at 55.2%, and the rest are between Green and NDP.
It got even closer.
But again, these are only a fraction of the polls from here.
Right.
So now it's 154, 152.
Right now. We're getting close to a tie. Rosie?
Okay, Althea, you want in there, and then Andrew, and then
fucking
more.
Yikes. One, I don't think
I've switched to the hard stuff, just so you know, Jess. I've switched to the hard stuff.
And there was such a huge turnout for the Liberals. So I don't know, but a lot of the ridings that Mark Carney went to in the last week, like Newmarket, Aurora, King Vaughan, those are all blue at the moment. And I think a lot of the major issues there are crime, and the Liberals really did not speak to a lot of people's anxieties on that. The other thing that you're seeing in Edmonton Centre, in Windsor West, in London Fanshawe, is that the Liberals decided to go after basically NDP incumbents to get to their majority, and progressives did not know who to vote for.
Well,
we talked
I might
about
as
this
well
at
go
the beginning of the show. And so these are not naturally conservative seats at all, but the Liberal and the NDP have split the vote, and the Conservative is coming in.
Yeah.
So this is the closest it's done.
Well, these are remarkable numbers at this point. Now, I know a lot can change. I know we've got the advanced poll. I know that there's probably more urban votes to come in. But a lot of seats are going to have to flip from where they are now to get the Liberals to a majority. And I would certainly only say, let's not equate minority government with instability or Parliament from hell. You know, this is there's, you know, even in a crisis, there's two ways in which you can have stability in a crisis. One is one party wins a majority of the vote and just rams everything through. Another is the parties figure out they have to work together.
I agree. But look at these two parties.
Put aside politics as usual.
Do you see Pierre Poilievre working with Mark Carney?
We'll have to see.
I mean, he believes that the role of the opposition is to oppose. Like, that is how he attacked the NDP in the last
But look, if things get really hairy with Trump, the electorate will be in an unforgiving mood for anybody who's seen to be just playing politics as usual. I think we've seen that the electorate has adjusted their metrics as to how they look at people when they're really scared about things.
Maybe. Quickly, a read for Ronnie, then I got to go to Catherine Cullen.
Well, I'll agree with a bit of what Althea said, but just politely push back. So on the point about the advanced polls coming out, that we still need to wait for that. There's no doubt. I think the conversation with respect to crime has absolutely happened by Mark Carney, by the platform that he put out. It talks about things like gun control. It talks about things like investments in officers. What it doesn't talk about is suspending charter rights and invoking the notwithstanding clause. I think that's a mature approach, a professional approach, and one that is required from somebody who aspires to the highest office.
Okay. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. That's what's got us all worked up here because things are moving around very quickly and things are very close. And so that's
it's
where
really
we are
close.
tonight. Yes, it'll be a Liberal government. What kind is anyone's guess, Catherine Cullen?
Yeah.
What do you guys think? You're muted, Landon.
Sorry, I think we were you're still looking at the Liberal minority government.
Yeah.
But things are going to be close. Again, projections are different than essentially actual. That the numbers continue to show that conservatives picked up on the block.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Go ahead. There shouldn't be an echo now.
The conservatives pick up on the block, and NDP has sort of gone towards a conservative or to
yeah, okay, so I'm gonna put this in like terms that I understand. Fuck you and I hate you. All this is going to do is make me more motivated, more upset, and more go fuck yourself. If you're an NDP who voted for conservative out of spite because the NDP didn't do what you wanted to, and you're gonna fuck over the entire left because of it, you can go fuck yourself. If you're somebody who is voting for the sake of trying to make a point, fuck you. We've already got somebody who is pro-Palestine. You don't have a leg to fucking stand on. And on top of that, there are far more conservatives and far more motivated conservatives in my country than I thought there were that are too comfortable with aligning with Nazis that I will come to your house. Like, I want you to be clear. If I find out who you are, I will be under your bed at nighttime and I will smother you with a pillow. Because I actually fucking hate you. Like, no, I'm not kidding. Like, I'm not joking. Like, this is just me. This is not David. This is not Landon. This is not Mikey. This is not anybody saying this. Me. I fucking hate you. And I think you need to die under a fucking bridge. If you voted for the Conservative Party and I find out that you voted for the Conservative Party and you are in my fucking physical vicinity, I am literally going to shit down your throat. I am going to suppress you. I am going to put you in a fucking headlock. I am going to pull my pants down and I am going to take a diarrhea fucking taco shit because I ate Taco Bell before I came to talk to you down your fucking throat. This is too close. This election is too fucking close for you to pretend you have fucking morals, you absolute amoral piece of absolute fucking garbage. This man danced with Nazis, and that wasn't enough for you? Go fuck yourself. Okay, I'm done. It's fine. I'm good.
Well said.
We can't hear the expletives.
Cunt!
So I would take comfort that
Hold on, I gotta switch headphones. I can't hear you.
I will literally throw hands. I am gonna find out who is bitching at my next family event, and I am going to be throwing hands. Like, I'm not even fucking kidding.
Bring up the map.
Polyev is still polling
there's the current standing of where everybody.
Only 41?
41.6%.
Well, it's still only like
Liberals are still at 55%. So again, I promise I will chug a really nice large shot of tequila at Polio.
I got another one. I'm about to pack
I gotta tell you
12.
guys. I gotta tell you guys. Landon, Josh, Evan is very sad. Not sad. He's very sad boy. Not sad. He's sad.
Why are you
Not
sad?
He's sad because it's very close right now with with the liberals and the conservatives. They've made up some gap, and it's uncomfortable when it's that
It
close.
is!
It's uncomfortable, and more
I feel like I have a dildo I didn't approve in my asshole.
Right. Hold on. Devin, very sad. So if things go the way they go, then really what it means is the bloc will hold the balance of power in Canada, because you see what I'm saying, right? If there isn't a margin greater than the size of the bloc, then the bloc, being that they now outrank the NDP, they are going to have an awful lot of influence on pretty much everything, every step of the way, if the government forms in this particular distribution. And it's very sad. It's making Devin very sad.
Okay, listen, you guys need to understand. I have an uncle. I have like a handful of and he's like an old British man.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, okay, no, hear me out. Hear me out. I have a handful.
Just throwing my name around.
Yeah, no, I have a handful.
Listening to the other stream.
I have an uncle, and he is an old British man, and he's gonna tell me this Thanksgiving that he fucking voted conservative, and then I'm gonna choke him the fuck out. That's what's gonna happen. Now, I'm not kidding. I am so ready to throw hands with every fucking goddamn jackass in this country that voted for a fucking conservative. Because I'm not fucking playing.
Reelected.
I'm gonna throw fucking hands, dude.
Was he even in at all last time? Yes. He was the former. No, but did he not lose his seat in the last one, and then now he's got it back? Or no? Oh no, he just lost leadership. He just lost leadership. Okay, to Aaron O'Toole. That Toole.
So, is there a history if the leader of a party loses a riding that some other person takes a dive and resigns?
Oh, they most likely will. Well, they will have to. There would be a party leadership race. Yep.
Do you think a leadership race is that unpopular?
No, I think that voting for conservatives is a fucking hate crime.
It's, less so in Canada. I don't know. Look, less so in Canada than the U.S. right now, to be fair.
But that's not, we're not grading on a curve, asshole.
No, but I think that one of the problems is, and this is still an issue, is that there is
Poor Mikey's getting roped into this.
I know, Mikey. Look, we need to switch him around so he's not looking away. Like, he needs to be. You guys need to swap sides.
Hold on, I've got one for you. Hold on. I got one for you. You go on. I'll fix this.
Yeah. So it's there's a lot of older conservatives that still aren't paying attention. They don't pay attention to U.S. politics. Some of them have started paying attention now. I know some of them have swapped sides and whatnot, but there's still an awful lot of people that just think, "Oh, Canada always works itself out. It'll be fine. The parties aren't that different." They don't look at the policies. They're not really.
Why would you look at the policies in fucking inside of politics? Why would anybody look at that? You must be a fucking liberal. You must know what the fuck is going on, because why would you otherwise look at that? That's insanity. Why? Imagine being able to read. Yes. I'm going to drop a fucking piece of dynamite like I'm a goddamn fucking Looney Tune character.
All right, Marnia. How are you? But ultimately, there is a chunk of voters
that
are more ignorant than they are hateful. Let's say that, right? And
I'm hateful. Does that count?
Look, we have to have our goblins.
I hate.
So some of us nice guys need the goblins.
Yes, no, every earnest, honest person needs a goblin in their pocket. Let's be real.
Yeah, you can be my pocket goblin, Chesh. But yeah, no, it sucks. And you know, there's another thing that's a problem too, and that's there is a disconnect between federal conservatives and provincial conservatives to some degree.
Yes,
they're
there
not
is.
exactly they're not exactly the same thing. Like the guy who's the conservative here in Halifax, not in Halifax, in Nova Scotia, or in Nova Scotia, Tim in Houston. He just did a video about how he's a blue noser and he's a real Nova Scotian, blah blah blah, and he's not actually a conservative with. Well, he's not a United Conservative Party of Alberta. Yeah, and he's still a progressive conservative. Right, but he was trying to like
80. I want to be clear
separate
here.
himself.
I want to be clear for a
You know?
second.
That confuses people.
Over 80. I don't. Fuck it. Over 80% of Canadians said they were not okay with this 51st state shit.
Yep.
And not 80% of Canadians actually voted against it. Because Poilievre is very much Jeff over here, because his name is fucking Jeff, is...
I've never met a Jeff I liked. I don't like...
I like
that's a
one
weird
Jeff.
thing,
His
but, like,
name is
your
Jeff
roommate's
Holiday.
name
That's
is
the
Jeff
only one I
Davis.
like.
Well, that's true.
Jeff Holiday's pretty
What are you talking about? Yeah, my roommate Jeff is actually pretty nice. But like outside of that...
All I'm saying is you have...
I've never met a Jeff.
80
No, there's a lot of
plus.
Jeffs I've met that I don't like.
Yeah,
Jeff,
his roommate's nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. God.
I have an JEFF. I have you have 80% of Canadians saying they're not cool with this 51st state shit. And then you
We call him
have
Jeff instead.
Yeah, no, well, I've been calling him Jeff since yesterday.
No, Jeff.
Jif? Like J-I?
Yeah.
I mean, sure. Fucking
Oh,
Jiffy popcorn over here.
I mean, people are always calling GIFs GIFs, so I figure we can call Jeff's GIFs.
80% of 80% of
Let's mix up the
Canadians.
consonants a bit.
80% of
Vowels,
Canadians. 80% of Canadians are saying they are not cool with what America is doing. And now we're sitting here being like, it's a 50-50 about whether or not it's okay to go along with the same fucking rhetoric as Trump. I'm gonna start a fight in a bar. I'm gonna be like, hey, who fucking voted conservative this year? And somebody's gonna be like, I voted for conservative. And before they finish their sentence, I'm gonna throw a fucking glass at their face. I'm not even kidding. I'm not talking about like, oh, I got a short glass. I'm gonna say I'm gonna order a beer that's got that heavy bottom. You know what I'm talking about? That's got that heftier bottom where you like a tall glass. And I'm gonna finish my drink. I'm gonna fucking throw it at their head. Like, I am not fucking kidding. I am fucking sick of these absolute morons that don't know how to have a conversation, that don't know how to do fucking math, and don't understand dick shit about any of the policies they actually care about. And that fact that these motherfuckers are sitting somewhere in the middle line? Are you fucking kidding me? Did you graduate junior high? Not even high school. Did you graduate junior high? Because will fight you. You are not smarter than a 6th grader.
So to give an idea about just how close things are.
Oh my god! It's on screen.
Yes. So
Pierre's losing his right.
Poilievre is not doing well, but that's only a small fraction of the votes out of precincts out of that area.
What happens if Poilievre loses his riding, but the Liberals get a minority government? I assume I can't imagine a world where Poilievre survives this, even if the Liberals don't get a majority.
He is Machiavellian enough to force someone to let him back in.
He is. I agree that he is.
So
but
right now,
I don't even think he's Machiavellian.
Right now, Liberals have won 60, I'm leading, Conservatives 147, Bloc 24, NDP 9, Green 2. So if you had the Liberal, NDP, and Green forming a coalition, that would be 171.
Wow, you mean if you did a consolidation of the left like the fucking right did just so they could fucking cheat and win shit regardless of their fucking policies? Wow! I'm amazed. Go figure.
It would be a 171, 171 split.
No, I'm mad.
If you had...
Can you make my
Greens
camera
are
big?
unreliable.
No.
They are the Greens are very happy to collapse the government just to full. So Greens are not a reliable part of the coalition. So it's really close right now.
The Greens can suck my nads.
Between who is able to do it and the ability of Carney, if he's assuming he's elected prime minister, which seems to be the case, of him being able to get policies through.
No, the Conservatives needs to go fucking die in a hole.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
So, Evan's very sad. I'm not very sad. It's still going to be a long night. He's very sad. He's very sad. So I don't know why Dave keeps saying I'm very sad. I'm not very sad. He's going to have to leave. He's going to have to go home. Well, I do have to do that. Because he's very sad.
Thank you very much for your commentary and for joining us. And
well, thank you for having me.
Sorry, Trademark Canada.
Landon, as always, it's great seeing you.
Pleasure.
Shush, thanks for having me.
I'm gonna throw hands. Don't thank me for shit.
Things you're working through. You
see you later, guys.
The things you're having to overcome.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Meanwhile,
I am going to throw fucking hands. Let's let the audio play for a second.
The popular vote is not quite showing up because they're winning these seats by bigger margins, and a lot of the NDP.
Oh wow, you mean the more educated places are fucking voting Liberal? Wow, you mean Conservatives are fucking brain dead? Go figure.
Why you kept on saying them?
Go back and look at what has happened in Terra Nova, what's happened in Central Nova, the Novas basically. On the
I
East
hate
Coast,
everything
you're
that's
seeing the
happening
power
right
of the
now.
advance vote coming
I
in.
knew I was
and
gonna
rocking
hate it
results
going
late.
in.
So, as we look at the tightening
just
back and
think that
forth,
we're gonna see
as
fluctuations
these results come in massive
next
numbers. Carlton, for instance.
The fact that we're seeing fluctuations for
Nothing
Nazis is a fucking problem.
So there's numbers like that in the tens of thousands right across the country.
And to that end, look at what's going on now at the bottom of your screen. Things have changed pretty dramatically again. Now the Liberals shooting back up to 163 and the Conservatives dropping down to 146. The NDP dropping there as well. So
this is exactly why people are like, maybe we don't. This is exactly why we're like, maybe we don't let polls exist for 3 days before a poll, like before an election.
Yeah.
Yes, we've said who's going to government because those numbers continue.
With the Carlton Poilievre seat, we now have 5% of the polls in, and the Liberal is holding at 59%, and Poilievre is down to 38.4%. With 5% of the vote going through. That's a significant gap. Poilievre, I think, is in trouble in his writing.
I'm gonna throw a brick. I need to invest in bricks. I need to spend more money on buying bricks. 14,000 to 5,053? Holy shit! That's a big ass number.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about where the Liberal Party is tonight? Yes, you're going to form government again. Not sure what kind of government, but what do you make of what has been a remarkable turnaround?
I think it's a remarkable turnaround, Rosie. I look back to where we were as recently as December.
No, fuck you. No, listen. Hear me out. I understand that Liberals are gonna present this as a remarkable turnaround, but the answer is the number of Nazis is too damn fucking high. Yes, I agree. The Liberal Party has done amazing to go from a 20-point loss, like a 20-point negative, to turn it around to even get a minority. In Canada, with Canada's tendency of voting, Canada is notoriously slow. for anybody out there who doesn't understand Canadian voting or doesn't know anything about Canadian voting, we are notoriously slow when it comes to actually changing our opinions and changing the direction of what we're doing. And even then, it's only like slight trajectory changes, right? So, not only has this been a historic swing regardless, and not only is this even the Liberals getting a minority government absolutely cracked from going from a net negative of 20 points. 20 points is huge. I don't know if maybe people outside of Canada don't understand what 20 points means. That means you're talking like massive majority, right? So it would have been insane for Canada to go from one party holding a majority to a complete other party holding a majority, right? That's like, regardless, even a minority is absolutely fucking crazy. The Liberal Party getting a minority is incredibly good. This is an incredibly positive thing. As aggressive as I am being, my aggression is not coming from what these numbers actually mean about whether or not it's a minority or a majority. We knew that even if the Conservative Party going in won anything, it would be a minority government and they wouldn't really be able to accomplish anything they wanted to do. My issue is that there are way too many fucking jackasses voting for people that are fine with people drawing the fucking swastika on the goddamn Canadian flag. Why are you okay with that? And I think every conservative and every single fucking person who voted for the Conservative Party needs to explain why drawing the fucking... Let me finish, Dave.
So I tried to.
Let me finish, Dave.
He's still here, Josh. He's still here, and he's still very sad. Apparently
He already said bye. Why do I need to? Why do I? Well, I'm sorry. He's a man. I apologize. Go on. What did you want to say, white man?
Have a good one. Sorry.
That's it? That's all you wanted? That's what you interrupted me for? He can wait 30 seconds?
Yep. Yeah, he went 30 seconds. He's very sad.
Are you gonna apologize to me?
Yeah, sorry.
For what? What are you sorry for?
He's so sad.
He's sorry for being
he was on his way
sad?
out the door. I couldn't hear you.
Motherfucker.
I didn't know you were in the middle.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. If you watch the replay, I put the headphones after. Yep.
Unbelievable. The fuck was I even saying? Landon, what was I saying?
Have a good one.
Landon, you're muted again.
Little straw.
You were talking about too many Nazis and Nazi symbols on Canadian flags.
Right, yeah, great. No, absolutely. If you're a fucking conservative and the line wasn't drawn at, I drew fucking swastikas and delivered donuts to people who drew fucking swastikas on the Canadian flag. You have any idea how swastikas do not belong on the fucking Canadian flag? You absolute group of abject morons who don't know how to fucking do math. Fucking 20% of 15. Blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna buy a house off of 2% of my fucking goddamn fucking percentage of the fucking tax I'm paying on my goddamn paycheck. Fucking, there is no fucking word, there is no slur that actually demonstrates how fucking stupid you are.
So, I want to join on this rage train.
Yeah, do it. Add to me. Go on. After you interrupted my rage train, go on.
Look, I did. I saw that you were on a crazy train.
Did you?
I did. I saw that you were on a crazy train.
I'm a throw
but
hands.
I didn't hear.
I'm going to literally punch somebody. I am not even kidding.
So I want to bitch. About the fact that r/Reddit Halifax thinks that it is doxing to show the face of somebody on video who is in public on the streets marking up a Mark Carney election song.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking about the vandalism that the conservatives have engaged in during this fucking election? Because they're absolute pieces of fucking garbage. And if you voted for this, you are equally an absolute piece of fucking garbage. And I fucking hate you. Is that what you're saying?
Literally.
I'm not kidding. I actually hate you.
So, yeah. So there was literally a video of somebody marking up one of the posters, I think, for Carney. I think maybe it was a debate poster because I think there was more than one person on it.
Yeah, there's been a handful around the country. Yeah, sure, I get your point.
Yeah. And they were like doing, I think it was 1844 or something, or one of the, or 1488. What the fuck is the weird Nazi? There's a Nazi number. They were putting that on. They were
apparently it's 988 if you want to tattle on yourself for being a gay or trans person to America.
Shit.
Also, NDP, go fuck yourself.
Doxing. I don't think that it should be doxing to show a video of a person who can be publicly filmed on public video engaging in a criminal fucking act. I think that is a public service.
See? Hold on, let me do the math. Look at this real quick. 162, 63, 64, 65, 67, 68, 60... Well, I'm just going to do the math. Yeah, go ahead. You go first.
So with the Liberals at 162, if they're aligned with the Green... with the NDP at 8...
If they're aligned with the other right-wing parties in Canada because they're facing against a coalition... Yeah, go on.
So they would have 170, and the Conservatives at 149 with the Bloc at 23 would have 172. So if you talk about coalitions,
you fucking think
that you know the thing we hope is that Carney can form a government and get bills passed, right?
No, I don't fucking care. I don't even care what the fuck Carney passes at this point. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. Fuck your separatist bullshit. Fuck your NDP garbage. Fuck your... I'm fucking green, but I'm not gonna vote for the guy that's pushing forward positive fucking green things, and I'm not gonna vote for the guy who's like, hey, listen, green energy should still make a profit in business, because I'm fucking brain dead, and I would really rather give that guy a minority when it comes to dealing with carbon emissions, and give that guy a fucking minority when it comes to dealing with the abject threat to our sovereignty, because I'd rather be in the fucking trenches. Go to the trenches, you bitch! With your fucking non-existing handgun, you piece of shit. No, I'm not kidding. If you voted anything but liberal this election, you're a piece of garbage. And I don't fucking care what you think your reasoning is. Fuck you.
So the
unfortunately, I know a lot of people that
is called for the Conservative, so they did not pick up that seat.
Fuck you. Yeah, no, fuck you. And I hope you get everything you fucking voted for. Because you know what it's gonna be? Fucking Trump shoving his dick up your asshole with no lube. Enjoy. Fuck you. Hey, Alberta, enjoy being bankrupt. Because that's what's fucking happening. That's what's literally happening to the fucking municipalities in fucking Alberta. You are being bankrupt by the fucking conservative that is running your government and has been running your government for years. So fucking keep it. Go join America, you absolute fucking piece of garbage.
They can just blame a liberal.
Oh yeah, let's just blame the liberal for all our fucking problems. It's okay. Pierre Poilievre promised that he was gonna send a textbook to every fucking school for every fucking piece of manufacturing that exists, as if that's a real thing and that's a real fucking educational program that fucking makes sense for the federal government. I am struggling to find a word for how maliciously stupid all of you fucking are, because the only word I can think of starts with an R, and it lumps in a bunch of people who don't fucking deserve it.
No, I got it.
Fuck you, Elizabeth May! Go suck my dick, you piece of shit! You sure ran it as a liberal, asshole!
Josh, as much as I love you talking like derogatorily towards the enemy, you're doing it so loudly that it's not actually coming through your mic.
Yeah, fair enough. That's okay. Nobody needs to hear what I said anyway. It's not like anybody listens. You say that like anybody listens to anything I'm fucking saying. It's like I fucking.
Well, they should, because you say smart things sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah. So I am concerned with what the Liberal NDP vote is versus Conservative Bloc right now. And they're within 1 point of each other. That has some significant things, because the Conservatives could do a lot of blocking.
I swear to God, at the next family function I am at, if somebody bitches at me that they don't like Mark Carney, I am not gonna ask questions. I am going to throw whatever is in my hand at the wall near their head, and while they are distracted at looking at the noise that it made, I am going to be swinging my arm.
So, there's a British friend of mine. We got into an interesting little discussion the other day about a term that they have now in Britain for what's going on in the States. And
is this anyway related to Brexit? Because I feel like glass houses and stones.
They asked. Well, they had referred to what was going on in the States as fuck trumpetry.
I'm
this is something that
so angry.
This would be something. I know you're angry. This would be something that was like somebody who's a retired sort of person.
Is your story gonna make me feel better? Is your story gonna want me to make me throw a brick at the person you're talking about?
Look, no. Look, so that person that would say like vote for something like PP, right? They would be a.
So I want to throw a brick at them. Yes.
And so, but I wanted to know, like, where does the term fuck trumpet come from, right? Because is that something that somebody does at band camp?
Okay.
Is that like?
Do they stick their dick in a trumpet? Yes, noted.
Right. It could be that. Is that like somebody is just like really into it and they like pay somebody to stand in the corner like a fuck trumpet? And they were like, no, it's not a complimentary term, Chesh. It's apparently a very negative thing.
If you think the only thing I'm going to be throwing at is derogatory terms, you are severely underestimating how much I'm going to go after people's ankles.
Look, I know, because you're only like 5 apples tall.
That's generous. Go on.
You gotta be careful. Pierre is gonna take a bite out of one of your pieces.
Listen, he can try. I dare him, in fact.
Because, I think it's very clear he's still losing the election, although I would love to see a majority, and I think that, I knew from the start of this could be a minority government.
Yes. No. I should be clear. I agree. I think the minority government was about what everybody was expecting. My problem is that, a minority government is not only a win, but a drastic win under these circumstances. That's not my issue.
Especially with the bloc in the driver's seat.
Yes.
I think that makes a big difference.
What I am saying is not about you. It's not about Mikey. It's not about Landon. It's not about, the overall scenario. It's not about, the voting bubble that we're currently in. My rage is that there are too many fucking Nazis in Canada.
Well, what I was going to tell you is I think that after this conversation, and the person who I was talking to having this very fine British chap, we sometimes have these sort of whiskey swilling sort of like, ooh, let's talk about something that's absolutely absurd, but in a way that's so highbrow that seems interesting. Kind of conversations. And, you know, the root word of fuck trumpet. And we decided that some people are in fact omni fuck trumpets. And those are people that are in fuck trumpets in every way, in every possible situation at all times. And I think it is possible that the person in chat that you're raging at might be an omni fuck trumpet.
Oh, are you talking about the My Little Pony PFP person? That's just like, you know you're an alpha male when you're using fucking My Little Pony, and you know you're definitely an alpha male when you're talking about, well, we as wolves are, and posting nothing but American flags in a chat and a stream about Canada's elections because you have 2 brain cells and you may or may not be able to rub them together. Listen, I just want to separate out my opinion and the thing that I'm offended by from everybody else. Because realistically, this is a win regardless, because we've gone from a 20-point loss to a minority government. What it does is it changes what I'm looking forward to in the future. Like, I will recalibrate and say, like, listen, if we end up with a minority government, what I want to see is a majority government next. Because what I was saying, so for anybody who doesn't know what my thoughts were initially, my thoughts were like, if we get a liberal majority, then what I would like to see is I would like to see next election the NDP get a minority and then see that flip. Right, with the Conservatives figuring their shit out for the next time. I really would love to see
ranked choice voting.
Right, the ranked choice voting would be great, but regardless of that, I'm just talking about the people in power. So if we're talking about a minority government, if we have a minority government, if the NDP or the Green or the Bloc cause this Liberal Party any fucking grief, I hope you get car bombed. Like, I don't think you understand how much... No, admittedly, I am being aggressive, and that's not fair to Landon, and it's not fair to Dave. This is me. I am saying this alone. This is just a me thing. I am so fucking mad that you motherfuckers are so goddamn brain dead that you would not only fuck this election up, but then go ahead and not give everybody a straightforward pathway to deal with the not only economic crisis, but not only military crisis, but not only housing crisis, and not only tariff crisis when it comes to fucking dealing with America right now. And do you not respect the American military complex? Like, are you fucking stupid?
I think it's really easy, Jez. And like, I know you hate it. I know you hate it when I do it. I'm gonna play devil's advocate.
No, I'm not mad about devil's advocate. Go on, yeah.
When it comes right down to it, we're like plugged in all the fucking time, you and I, right? Like we're people.
I've been plugged in super hard this whole month. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, right. And a lot of Canadians are not.
And a lot of Canadians are fucking stupid. If you were going to be plugged in any time, now is the time to be doing it.
I know. I just think that maybe when we find out that somebody voted Conservative, the first thing should be like, at least ask them, well, why?
No. I spent a month asking people why they were voting Conservative. I am not asking them after the fact. I'm going to punch them in the face, potentially with a shot glass in my hand. And admittedly, here's that's going to cut up my own hand more than it's going to cut up their face.
Here's what I would say. I know at least...
I'm going to walk in front of a train, dude. You better say something good.
Yeah, I'll have to check on one. I know at least 5. I think 5 Conservatives who I spoke to who were planning on voting Conservative.
I had people in my real life that told me they would rather never talk to me about the subject again.
So I know at least 5 conservatives that were planning on voting conservative. And they thought that they had their reasons, and they were really shitty reasons, to be fair, right? Like, it was all misunderstanding and fucking
fake news and yada, yada, yada.
Yada, yada. And I talked to them.
Of course it was.
I talked to them.
I have a question before you go on.
They changed their vote.
I have one question.
They changed their vote is the answer. They changed their vote.
But I have one question.
Planning on voting for Carney.
I have one question.
Not everybody, not every person who was thinking of conservative has the opportunity to talk to a magical Dave to make them.
That's fair, and I'm willing to concede that, but I have one question. Out of the number of conservatives you talk to, what percentage of them were able to have a conversation, period? Were capable of said thing?
What percentage?
Yeah, so look, assumably you didn't like convince every single conservative you ever talked to, right?
Sure.
What's your success rate? I guess is what I'm more asking.
Pretty high, but. So
why didn't you go into politics? Why didn't you do anything like French. From a? No. You don't have to speak French. You have to speak French to be the PA. No, you have to speak French to be the prime minister. You don't have to speak French to do your own writing. Day, But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Why a month ago did you not do or come onto a channel to try to convince all these fucking jackasses?
I know. I was actively on other channels doing that. Like, I've actually been online talking to all sorts of people over the last while.
Such as, YouTube, listen, I'm only giving you every fucking opportunity to shill, and I'm working really hard for you to be able to do that, and you're being offended by it, so I want you to fucking take the chance.
I have nothing to shill right now.
This motherfucker.
Nothing to shill.
Unbelievable.
Landon,
take over,
I
please.
Can Landon's do a thing at some point, and we're going to do it together, and it's going to be fantastic, but it's not
I
now.
want to die.
So looking at how the things are going in terms of leaning, Liberal 162, NDP 8, versus Conservative 149, Bloc 23. So that would be a 170, 172 coalition. It looks like if this is the way trends are going, Carney Liberal government are going to have to do deals with the Bloc. Now, in terms of talking about trade and trying to react aggressively towards the United States trade policies and Agent Orange, the Bloc tends to be favorable for things that might.
The Bloc is willing to work with the Liberal Party. The Bloc is not necessarily willing to work with conservatives.
Yeah, if you could talk about things like basic income,
the Bloc is opportunistic.
Services, the Bloc tends to be anti that. So it would be difficult for Prime Minister Carney to be
Edmonton.
I get it. But I'll tell you. Tonight would have sucked a lot worse a few months ago.
Tonight would have I wouldn't have fucking done this if Carney didn't fucking come out, because I wouldn't give a shit. I'm gonna fucking point out real fucking quick. Alberta, you are literally being bankrupt actively by somebody who thinks America is sending chemtrails into Alberta and then turning around and being like, I'm gonna jerk off with the fucking Americans, and you're like, I like the color blue. Let me shove that up my nose. I hate you.
I'll tell you, a lot of the people that I was talking to, they just bought into the conservatives in Canada. If you ever had the conservatives in the States, they don't actually support them. Like, and I had to have
fucking what?
And you asked me, when you asked me if these people were capable of having a conversation, I didn't give you a direct answer, and the reason is I think probably not with most people.
Probably. I'm very patient. You know me. I'm very patient.
Yeah, but you also know that I am incredibly patient when it comes to an actual conversation.
Sure. And I think that you could have possibly had a conversation with these people too, right? Like they may have, like the ones I'm talking about. I think they would have maybe listened. But again, not everybody has a fucking goblin. Not everybody has a magic day.
I don't think conversation is the answer anymore.
I think that at some point it has to be again.
No, it was, and now it's not, and then maybe it will be in the future, but for now, I personally am choosing to, every conversation I enter, I'm going to be holding a brick in my hand, and what I do with that brick may or may not be reflective of the behavior of the person I'm talking to.
I do like reflective bricks.
Reflective bricks! I'll get those little like fucking like, you know, the ones that you put on when you're like on a bike, like the fucking reflective stickers. I'll get a couple of those and I'll put them on the brick.
I think that you should get sorry bricks.
It'll say the word sorry written in Sharpie on them.
Yeah. Sorry.
I have a question. Am I legally obligated to put sorry in French and English? And am I going to be in trouble if I do handwriting, or do I have to do like print?
Does it depend on which
What is
province
sorry
you're
in French? Is it sorry?
I feel like it's just going to say stop.
If you look at the Liberal NDP bloc versus the Conservative bloc, it's 169 to 173. Again, this is going to be a situation where NDP pushing, let's say, social liberal issues might have a problem because if the Conservative and bloc come in and block it.
You're saying that, like, the fucking NDP have fucking liberal and left-leaning issues to talk about with how fucking center to right they've been leaning for this entire fucking, like, last 2 years.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out the best possible solution.
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying. Listen, if I was, there's a reason I'm not yelling at you.
Well, I was curious if we would get this sort of swing, right? Like, would the polls favor?
Listen, if I hadn't been so steeped in fucking politics for the last month, this swing is huge, right? If I had not been watching politics for the last month and actually in depth knowing what was going on, a swing from a 20-point majority lead for Conservatives to a minority government for Liberals is a historic swing for Canadian voters. Because, like I said, Canadian voters are notoriously slow. The shift in Canadian politics is notoriously slow. But I cannot believe 151, like, roughly, are okay with the shit that Poilievre has said out loud. Like, I'm offended. Because this makes me think
but you're offended by the idea.
This makes me think that too many people in that voted Conservative didn't actually listen to what their leader had to say. This is too many people that don't understand that their fucking leader doesn't actually have his security clearance. And I am not, as who I am as a person, I am not okay with this level of ignorance.
Sean Fraser won.
What? Sean won?
Sean Fraser won.
Yeah! Okay, polls over. Sean is in Parliament. I'm happy now. I don't care about anything else.
Okay, no. He said he's happy now. He's not. Look, Josh, look, listen to this. Sean Fraser won. I'm no longer sad down.
Yay!
So happiness.
Okay, well, thank you.
What's
our
quick,
correspondent? You are serving well even in your absence.
Real quick, what is Sean Fraser's riding? What is the name? What's the name of Sean Fraser's riding?
I don't know. I just hung up on Devin, so I have no idea.
You fucking suck at this. Hold on.
Look, he's not sad anymore.
This is why you're not on the show regularly. This is why it's your first time here. Like, what are you even doing?
Better practice, Tish.
You are!
Young man's game.
What?
Flores still is trailing about 8% in his riding.
I hope he loses. I hope he
about
fucking loses.
22%.
I'll have to yell from the gallery.
I hate him.
There are
such a dirt. I really. That fucking Apple clip like wraps up everything into why I fucking hate that.
So much. He's such an asshole.
Bad. So bad. Yeah.
I'm trying to pull up Sean's riding right now for anybody who fucking cares.
I guess the only thing I was getting at though, Jess, really is.
Oh, it's on. It's broken right now.
So can I also get some information? We have 20 ridings that have not been called yet.
Sure.
Right now, the Liberals are leading the Conservatives by 9 seats. I don't know where those 20 ridings are, but the problem is if the Conservatives were to gain enough, they could with a bloc form a government. But we're waiting for those 19
So
ridings.
they're gonna form a government regardless, because the minority government doesn't require the 172. The 172 is just for a majority government, which would
having 160 being the most, right? But if the Conservatives were to gain 11 or 12 of those 20 remaining, then they'd have the most and be able to first call the government. But I don't think so. I think we're still with a minority government.
This is the Liberals are gonna win a minority regardless, but there are a handful of ridings that if they were to heftily lean one way, you might end up with a majority. That's how close this election is.
This is why I was concerned early on, right? I pointed out that Atlantic provinces were underperforming slightly. Because they were projected red across the board. And as soon as there was a few, also Newfoundland, particularly, that was projected as completely red. And when the Conservatives took like half of it, I was thinking they were going to overperform early on. And so, and this is again, there is a portion of the vote that's voting for very stupid reasons that are not normal voters.
They're not voting for any reasons. They don't know what the fuck is going on. You're being too generous, and I refuse to be generous to these people.
No, so what you have to understand, Chesh, is they're voting to own the libs.
That's not a fucking that means you don't know what's going on. If you're voting to own the libs, you don't understand what the fuck is happening.
Some of the right wing have managed to convince young people that being right wing is like punk.
I love being a fucking I listen to Christian rock music. I'm super duper punk, fucking jackass. Yeah, all right.
I know. Look, I agree. It's fucking dumb as fuck. It's
dumb as fuck.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
We all agree it's dumb as fuck.
But a lot of these people that they don't that. This is the thing is they don't plug in beyond that. Beyond oh, we're gonna.
You mean they don't plug in to actually understand the thing they're talking about? Because I'm 14 and this is deep?
Yeah.
Wow, you're blowing my mind, basically. Dave. You're blowing my mind.
I was sorry that there are so many eligible voters that have the fucking mentality of 14-year-olds, but they exist.
I'm not pretending they don't exist. I'm pretending that all of these are younger white males who are fucking losers.
Yeah,
you're fucking losers. This isn't a women's issue. This isn't a men's issue. This is a bunch of young men feeling like, how do I feel superior to everybody else? Oh, I must vote for the most loser fucking politician that I can fucking think of. Because they're not even voting for the guy who's actually got any kind of authority in this scenario, because the only one who's shown any point of authority is Carney.
And what's worse is a lot of these people that you're talking about, and there is, a significant contingent of young, white, male voters that are the Jordan Peterson crowd, essentially.
Here's the fucking results for Carleton, by the way.
Yeah,
Polyev is losing by 1,000 votes.
Yeah,
that is fantastic. I'm happy.
Now that lead has shrunk. It was about 10%. It's now about 6%.
Allow me to feel joy and be a fan of Bruce.
Yes. Now I'm trying to figure out. Where are the 20 writings that have not been called yet. Where are those?
all around. Because the answer is that being called also doesn't guarantee the early vote either.
Yep.
Sean is in Nova Scotia, right? Or is he in Newfoundland?
He's
in central Newfoundland?
Is he? Or is he in New Brunswick?
He might be in New Brunswick. Okay, so he's not in Newfoundland. Let me check New Brunswick. No, that's British Columbia. Let me check New Brunswick next.
I feel like he's New Brunswick. But he may... Is he Nova Scotia? If he's Nova Scotia, he's right on the cusp. I think he's New Brunswick.
That's Newfoundland. That Carlton.
I may be mistaken.
Nope, that's Kelly. Let's try another one. Let's try Nova Scotia. That's Newfoundland. That's fucking. No, where is he? Where's Sean? God damn it! I thought he was in Central.
Google him.
I
And
did.
then search.
And he said Central. There he is. Oh wow.
Oh damn! He's squeaked it out.
Central Nova Scotia, Liberal Sean Fraser, 19,518 votes, as opposed to the next person, which is the Conservative, which is Bryson Jenkins at 16,716, which is a disparagement of, hold on, I'm gonna do the math. What did I say? There he is. 19,518 minus 16,518 is 3,000 votes. I hate this election so fucking much, and I hope everyone dies. I hope we get hit by a fucking meteor. Kill me. I didn't mean to close that. Nope.
So passionate.
I am not passionate. I'm mad. I'm mad because the number of people who think Nazis aren't a fucking cutting point is a problem. Listen, if I could cast a meteor, I would.
Is my audio still good?
Yeah, you're good. Your audio is better than it was, actually, if I'm being honest.
I thought it would be. I switched to my good headphones. I only had my overhead mics.
If I fucking hear, if I go to my local watering hole and I hear somebody talking about how great the Conservatives are, or I hear somebody talking about Polyev, I am not asking questions. That's all I'm saying.
I recommend just say you talking about their water. So they just follow certain like what it happened.
Now you're cutting out. What the fuck are you trying to say?
Okay, let's try that again.
Yeah, try that again while
better?
you're actually sitting on your couch where your microphone is. That'd be a good start.
I am slightly outside of range. I think it's okay to now. I was too far out of range before.
You're close.
I'm just saying, like, yeah. I know I'm on the mic. It's moving with me. It's wireless. Hopefully, it's coming through. Is it coming through?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying, if you go to your local water, you're almost certainly going to run into that.
Oh, I'm most certainly going to run into a bar fight? Yeah, no, I agree with that. Of course I am.
Yeah, and as a person who's like 5, maybe 6 apples tall, generously, it's a bad thing.
What's a bad thing? What are you talking about?
I mean, I guess you could go for the Achilles heel. That's true.
The fact that I can run into a Nazi at my local watering hole tells me I need to light my local watering hole on fire.
Okay.
Because now it's a Nazi watering hole.
So this is something where let me give you a hot take. And let me. I hope in the future, especially if we get ranked choice voting, maybe, that we have a clearer indication of people voting for things like the PPC and whatnot, like the further right, because we have 3 left parties, right? And we have 1 right party.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yes, I agree.
And it is a big tent party. Now, I agree with you 100% that generally the policies that they're promoting and generally like the direction is bad, right?
Do you agree with me that I think that we should adopt the same free speech policies as Germany, as in is if you're flying a Nazi flag, you should be arrested for hate speech?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm not against tamping down on hate speech, but I think it would also probably serve us well to divide the more extreme conservatives from the more center-leaning ones, because they do exist, right? There are center-leaning conservatives that are not on board with everything, but for whatever reason, they've convinced themselves.
No, they're too on board. No. Me and you did that. That's the disagreement point, right? That's the disagreement point.
Let's work through it.
No, we're not working through that. That's the disagreement point. That there are central conservatives that are okay with Nazis. That Nazis are not. No. You tell me. No. You tell me that you voted for Polyev despite him showing up to give donuts to people who have vandalized let me finish. That have vandalized, I know you're not disagreeing with me, but let me finish. That have vandalized the Terry Fox statue, that have vandalized the tomb of the unnamed soldier, that have vandalized the Canadian flag to put Nazi fucking swastikas on the flag, that they are willing to still vote for the person that was delivering donuts to these people. That is a line. What do you mean you don't know? That's a fact.
No. Do they know that?
Because I don't know.
There's a social media
I am drawing a hard line. There is video of this. There's multiple videos of this. There are pictures of this.
Seen it?
This was
a
no. I'm going a step further.
We've seen it.
We have seen it. We have been steeped in politics. I agree with this.
Yes.
This was on national news. This is a talking point, and the fucking truckers were a major issue for the conservatives. They have zero excuse to know that there were swastikas there. I literally had somebody coming into my comment section.
I watched all of that live.
I had a literal person coming into my fucking comment section claiming that they were there, saying that there were not any fucking Nazi flags. And I was like, what about this? And they were like, oh, that's not a real trucker. That doesn't count. Fuck off.
Those people, though, that you're talking about are still, like, I think that those are the far right people that make excuses, right? Like, I was there, I didn't see them, and those are piece of shit people, right?
Sure.
I agree.
Yeah.
I have sat down with people who I would consider to be sort of centrist conservatives, where I kind of scratch my head and go, like, why the fuck are you still voting for these people, right? Like, they do this crazy shit. And they're just like, I've never seen any of that. And I show them and they go, oh shit, well, I'm not.
No. You don't get to claim your moral high horse and say you're fucking voting and then say, whoa, whoops, I don't know about any of these negative things. Wow, that's awfully fucking convenient.
Wish stupid people wouldn't vote.
Well, it's not even stupid people.
It's you don't know what's going on, you shouldn't vote.
No, this is beyond stupid. This is willfully ignorant. I don't fucking care. If you're going to vote and you're going to tell people that you care about the economy, and when I ask you, okay, well, there's going to be a 15% cut on 20% of income tax, solve for X, and you can't solve for X, I don't give a shit about what the fuck you have to say.
You may be a little bit uninformed at that point. Maybe
you think?
You might say,
Yeah, Landon, save me from myself, please.
So can I put in some information regarding the election and current stats?
Yes, please do.
For those that are listening and can't see. So particularly if you look at the situation right now, there are 20 writings that have not yet are still too close to call.
113 to 116 currently. Yes.
If you look at the elected, Liberals 94, Conservatives 84, Bloc 9. If you look at elected polls leaning, Liberals have 161, Conservative 150, Bloc 23, NDP 8, Green 1. So if you look at a voting bloc and you say Liberal plus NDP, that's 169, Conservative plus Bloc is 173. Implying that even though the Liberals having more seats will be allowed to form a government, they're going to have to do deals with the Bloc in order to get some things through.
If the Bloc fuck this up, it is wholly their responsibility. And I, at that point, personally, at that point, as gentle and as reasonable as I have been for being a bilingual country and saying that more French needs to exist, I will immediately retract my support and tell you to go join America and go fuck yourselves. And you can be treated worse than the people who are fucking Italian, or what's the classic Latino, the Latino Americans. No, they can get treated worse than the Latino Americans, because guess what? If you're part of the Bloc and Quebec decides to be part, they're going to be less than the minority of the fucking Latino Americans that exist. Good luck, motherfuckers!
The Italians need to stop stealing bada bing, bada boom. It's not Italian, it's fucking jazz.
No, fuck them, I don't care. I've been learning French out of spite at this point, but if they're gonna fucking throw us backwards, fuck them. Yeah!
That's because you're paying later that.
So if in Pauline's writing in Carleton, with 24% of the vote, the Liberal is leading at 52%, and Conservative Polyev is running at 44.8%. So it seems still stable in that range, where he seems to be losing.
Listen, I really like French culture. And I really like the French language.
Madame Chef, come on the bateau.
And I really enjoy. No, je m'appelle. No. Like I really enjoy that, and I want more of that for our country. But if the Bloc fucks us, you have no idea how fast I am gonna vote for your annexation. Good luck surviving on your own. Go be your own country. Fuck you. You have any idea how fast I'm gonna revert? And listen, I'm saying this out loud, but I don't actually mean this. I'm saying this because I'm frustrated, not because I think it's actually your fault. But it's your fucking fault, and if you fuck us on this, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. And listen, if your anger is justified because, as usual, I am French, I'm allowed to be equally as mad. Fuck you!
But, here's the thing, I feel like, and don't get me wrong, but I feel like a lot of French people lean liberal, right?
The fact that we have,
as much as they're separatists and they're shitty in some ways, I think they're lean liberal. Most places.
The fact that we have a whole ass party that's we don't want to be part of Canada anymore is kind of a good thing. That's healthy for our fucking politics. But right now is not the fucking time, guys!
I get it. Oh man, Jess, you're so...
I'm gonna throw a brick! I'm gonna throw a brick.
I feel like Devin was. You're very sad.
No. My mom's in the chat and she says breathe, and I'm like, no, I want to suffocate. I don't think you understand.
We're welcoming you back, Jess. It's okay.
No, it's not. No. This is not okay. No, hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. No, this is not okay. I need you to understand. This is not okay. I get that I'm like at a 15. I get that I'm at a 15 and not everybody's gonna be at a 15.
I'm
like,
at a
Dave's
9.
at like an 8, right? If not like a
You're
6. I mean, I'm being generous. Landon's like,
It's
I'm an
a
American.
9.
I don't have a say in
Like,
this, and I don't want anything like, listen, I'm just here for numbers.
It's gonna be a 9.
Yeah, like, alright, hear me out. I understand that I'm up here, but I need you watching to understand that over 10 is a reasonable response to too many people that are okay with fucking Nazis! I'm not joking. I'm not being hyperbolic. There are people, there are women in America right now that have followed along the line that you guys are finding of, I kind of maybe want to vote for this. Fuck you. The women that have been subjected to this line of voting are dying in parking lots from fucking bloodletting. Are you fucking serious right now? You are not real people.
Let's not forget all of the fucking AIDS children that are now born with AIDS because of the American stupid decisions, right? Like, and I think this is important to say, is that the decisions that have been made recently by the United States, particularly like through Doge, through Elon Musk, who maybe Landon will have some words for, they're fucking killing people.
Landon's not gonna be able to beat my fucking like. I'm so high right now.
Yeah, but that look. There's like a fucking curve with IQ and fucking rage and all that. It's complicated. It's got.
Oh yeah, my rage is higher, but his IQ is higher. It's cool. I get it.
It balances out. That's why everybody needs a fucking goblet. But like. These policies are killing people, right?
Yes.
And babies
around
and
the world,
children
not even just Americans.
Not even just America. Like, look, they're killing Americans too.
Yeah.
By the way, Kev, if you'd like, I was talking to a buddy of mine, the doctor. He's from Texas, and he's been dealing with the fallout of women's reproductive rights not being existing.
What are women's rights? I've never heard of bodily autonomy in my fucking life. I have a biological clock and I'm not going to be able to afford a house, but hey, at least I got a 2% tax cut.
I was talking to him. I was saying, like, because I was talking to you, I think maybe not on air, but like, he knows there was a woman that was in the States and she was forced not to have an abortion. And
are you talking about the woman who got arrested and bled out in the parking lot for
not that
miscarriage?
one. The one, the one of the earlier ones when the Texas laws changed. Like she sat with the Biden. She was a diehard conservative, right? And so were everybody in the rioting.
Of course she fucking was until it mattered.
Of course she was until it mattered. Yes, but she sat with the Bidens during the last election, like when they were at the. Maybe it was his State of the Union that Biden gave or something that he gave in Parliament. She changed her tune drastically, and so did a lot of the voters in that riding, right? Like there were no more Trump signs in that entire area, right? They all switched to Democrat signs afterwards. And so if you want to have somebody on who can talk to you about sort of the impact of some of these
listen, if
politics
they want, if a Texas fucking doctor wants to come on and talk to me, absolutely send them my way, but also maybe let them know that I am absolutely gonna call every single fucking one of these conservative motherfuckers a cunt. It's gonna happen. I'm not.
Yeah, no, they'll probably agree with you. Although they have a very
I'm willing to. I'm willing to cater my language to their necessities.
No, this is somebody who's very smart. They're like working on a lot of stuff. They're really like pissed off about a lot of the cuts to like.
At the end of the day, we have to. At the end of the day, we have to understand that we're still working with a fourth or what were you, fourth liberal term? Is that what we're looking at right now? So
because Canadians are mostly liberal, and so like at the end of the day,
listen, I think people need to understand two different things. Me personally is mucho upset-o. All right, I'm pissed, but that does not mean that this is not a win for the Liberals, and this does not mean that this is a massive fucking like flip.
You want it to be a bigger win.
Yeah. Listen. Right. You don't even know what I think a bigger win is.
No, I do. Look,
Landon bought fucking Tim Hortons.
Did he?
No, I don't know.
Is that Tim Hortons?
I don't know. It's just in a tray.
Oh, okay, that'd be hilarious.
I
think we should have scalping states.
I'm gonna show Smitty real quick. This is literally Mike's harder because it's 7th.
I don't.
You guys said because I'm a Nova Scotian. I'm not pussy. I'm drinking.
I was just messing with you, Landon. I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was
drinking the deluxe Weisers. I may be nicer, but I'm going to be drunker probably by the end.
Smitty. Me and Mikey convinced Landon to do prairie fires, but like mango prairie fires.
Yeah, it was pretty good. So Singh is going down in flames, it appears.
Well, I feel like he deserves to have his turban lit on fire with the way this fucking election is going right now, because you throw 8 points in the Liberal direction, it would suddenly give a fucking majority government. So, suck my dick! As far as I'm concerned. I'm an asshole, though. Don't listen to me.
Here's I prefer the NDP in many ways over the Liberals. Right?
I do too,
but this is not the time. I agree with you that this is not the time. I agree with you this is not the time. But also, I also do feel very sad that they're like not even forming like a fucking you have access to the printer kind of government, because
low key, I would have rather had fucking Singh get his fucking act together and be in Carney's position. Personally. If it were up to me.
I don't think Singh can get his act together. I
don't think he can either, which is why we're at.
Like, I like Singh as an individual. I don't like him as a party leader. I think that he's holding the party back, and I think that the reasons he's holding the party back is kind of because some Canadians suck and they're a bit racist and stuff. That factors in, and I hate that factors in. But
my thing that I hate, I'm not trying to pick on one point or the other of the liberal or the left-leaning party. My issue right now is that the conservatives are okay with Nazis. That's my fucking problem. I don't have a problem with conservatives. I don't have a problem with right of center. In fact, I would agree probably with a lot of like fiscal conservatism. I would probably agree with that. My problem is that fiscal conservatives are willing to sell literally everyone and their mother down the fucking street to be like, Nazis are fine. No, that's my fucking problem. I don't care if the Liberals win. I don't care if the NDP wins. I don't care if it's a majority government. I don't care if it's minority government. I care that there are if you look at these numbers, you're talking about a fucking seat riding of 150 fucking seats of people being fine. They're fine with it. This is fine. Nazis are fine. This is totally okay. We fucking want to see fucking. We don't care about the Charter of Rights. We don't care about people having fucking freedoms. We would rather suspend that shit. You don't need that shit. Fuck you. Fuck off. I'm so mad.
I agree. I agree with the fucking NDP on so many things. I agree.
I'm gonna have a goddamn fucking aneurysm,
rid of rent
dude.
evictions. I think that we can get rid of rent caps. I think there's a bunch of things the NDP are wanting that are good, and we should do, and we're not.
I care less.
And I'm hoping that Singh steps down. I'm hoping that he says, "Hey,
I don't care.
You know
I don't care. I don't care if Singh steps down or doesn't. I don't care about the NDP. I don't care about the Liberal Party. The thing that is bothering me right now is you have a significant portion of the entire population that doesn't think that the Jews have a space laser and 1 + 1 = 2 isn't fucking deal breaking in politics.
I think though, I agree with you, but I think that
there's no but here, dude.
I think the majority of the Conservative Party doesn't buy into that.
No, that's not true. Look at the numbers, motherfucker. You've got 149 projected.
Can we listen to this, please?
Do we want to listen to what Singh has to say? Sure. Yeah. All right, that matters.
His turban is pink.
His turban's been pink for a while. Pink is fine.
Tonight they chose a new member of Parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats.
It is.
Because of candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing.
I'll give them
sorry
that.
You're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many
I'm giving
doors
it
you
they're
knocked,
willing to
how many family
they care.
dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to talk.
I don't care about your fucking kids.
And I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us.
Dude, I cannot tell you how much I do not give a shit, dude.
Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do it without a team.
The goblin.
You do not understand why I don't give a shit. Do not try to placate me right now.
I'll placate you if I want to. Damn it. I'm patting you right on your little head.
Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice. But we choose this life because of the chance.
I'm not unreasonable.
To change
I'm just mad.
The country we love for the better.
No.
We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt. You know, it's tough.
Oh wow! Ouch! Ooh, my feelings.
If we stop fighting, we're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better
163,
Canada,
162,
a fair Canada,
what?
a more
164,
compassionate Canada.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh wow!
Who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table.
You lost 10 seats.
There's no room for you at the table. Go sit at the kiddie table with the Green Party and the block.
They lost 17 seats.
I'm pausing real quick because I really want to point out real quick. What happens when you add 23? We have a mathematician with us. Sir.
Yes, and I just did a bad math. Landon.
Don't do bad math. Landon. What's 173?
That's weird.
What's 173 plus 23 plus 7 plus 1?
You're trying to look at terms of who has what in terms of the.
No. Don't ask questions. I'm not. There's no implication here. What's 163 plus 23 plus 7 plus 1?
163 or 173? Because you said
163 plus 23 plus 7 plus 1.
194.
194. And how much do you need for a majority in Canada again?
172.
Wow. Thank you.
So there's 20 writings that have not yet been too close to call. Understand as well, there's a number of writings that are in recount range.
Yes, there are a number in recount range. I agree.
Let me ask you this question, Chesh. What is 163 plus 7 plus 1?
163 plus 7. So ignoring the 23.
Is 131.
Yeah, ignoring the 23. Look, you're not the only way in a hot seat, Chesh.
Fucking
we can't just
minus fucking yeah, but I'm not a mathematician, and also I can type things into a calculator too.
Yeah, but he's doing fucking algebra and shit in his head that you can't do it.
He's not doing it in his head. Did you not hear him typing?
No, I'm checking. My number.
Shush.
Me, yeah. Listen, I have a disability.
When it comes to my daughter, so I just get a little.
I'm like an ADHD.
I'm dyslexic and I have aphantasia. You want me to do math? No, 171 is not enough to give you a majority. You are one off so you would not have a majority. You'd be off by one.
Which means that in a coalition, we would only need one reasonable bloc member.
Oh, yes. Or conservative. You need one conservative. And we already know there's a lot of conservatives that don't like fucking Polyev.
I'm picking the numbers here again.
Yes. And there's a lot of blocs that don't like
Honestly,
Polyev.
this
So
might
I
sound
think
funny,
we're
but my
okay.
in-laws, I literally could have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. We're my in-laws.
I'm looking at for Carlton again. The gap is closing because I don't know where these polls are. The Polyev is still at 44.9%.
I have one question for you, Landon.
1.6%.
What's
what we don't know is what the early vote is. That's another thing that's happening.
What's one? Yeah, the early votes are all over the place. So what's 149 plus 23?
The 149 plus 23 is 172.
So if the bloc goes with the Conservative Party, they have a majority. The question is
this is why Devin was really sad.
The question.
This is why Devin was really sad.
The question is do the bloc like the Conservative Party more, or do the bloc like the Liberal Party more?
Yeah, often yes.
I think they're liberal. No, I think they're liberal.
Historically or currently?
Historically, they tend to be more aligned for the Conservatives in terms of their policies.
I agree. They tend to be more conservative overall when it comes to individual rights.
But the French in general, like, and I'm not just talking about our French, I'm talking about like French even. They tend to lean liberal, right? They tend to be a little bit more permissive of many things. And I think that our French are starting to catch up to the other French in leaning that way.
That's bold, but sure.
It was bold. And
I think that our bloc, bloc hate fucking Trump. I'll give you that much.
I agree. Yeah, and in that regard, also like they do like. There are aspects of conservatism that I feel like resonate with some people in Quebec, but there are other things that just don't, right? Like they are not a fan of like overly like removing women's rights as much and things like that. Not as much in Quebec, right? They're a bit more cavalier with things of this nature. They're a bit more cavalier about sex. They're a bit more cavalier. They're a bit more like liberal leaning in the term of the arts and things like that. There are certain like French culture things that do lean liberal, and I think that's been coming to light more. And so the chances of one of the bloc leaning that way of the 20-something that they have, I think is fairly reasonable. And so when you combine that with the NDP, which will almost certainly completely side with the Liberals, and the Green will almost completely side with the Liberals, they have not enough leverage. But I think the odds are pretty good. But they might talk place though.
Is coming in third place in his own riding. He may have lost his own riding.
Yeah, I think that's maybe good for the NDP. I think that it's time for Singh to step down. I think it's been time for him to step down for the last two elections.
Fuck the NDP.
Honestly, he hasn't grown the party.
Fuck any socialist voter. Okay, listen, I'm the aggressor here. Listen, I'm the one who's being mean. All right, and I want to be.
You're the goblin.
Yeah,
I need a pocket goblin to like steer me on the track of.
And I want to steer you to the bigger picture real quick. I'm not gonna pretend that I'm on some kind of high horse, because if anybody's not on a moral high horse, it's me, because I'm too short. I can't get on the horse. It's too tall. All right.
No,
What I'm getting at, my problem. I want to talk about how this election is a historic win for Liberals. Period.
Yes.
Right? Landon, would you agree?
Yes.
In Canada, specifically.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a historic comeback.
Okay, that's fair. If you want to negotiate. Yeah, if you want to negotiate the terms, that's fine.
I think
but we're talking about a 20-point loss to a minority win. Right? That is a historic swing in liberals' direction, right? We would all agree with that.
Kind of how I thought it was going to go. I wanted to be positive, but I kind of thought it was going to go this way.
But if you look at the Conservatives, I mean, the Conservatives had 120 in the last government. They're looking to 148 without the 20 writers.
If you want to look at the Conservatives, you're looking at a percent of the population that deserves to be lit up on fire on crosses.
So
look at the number of incels there in this country.
The Bloc lost 10, and the NDP lost 17. And Conservatives have gone, the Liberals have gone from 152 to 164. So Liberals
I'm less concerned about the flips and more concerned about the people who are voting for the Conservatives regardless. So, all right, I'm trying to put this in perspective.
But I think some of those, and I'm back on the camera. I think it's some of those, and also my key light works better now that it's not like fighting between me and Devin.
I like that.
Set that up.
Yeah, I do like that your camera is doing its best.
It's trying, all right, and like before, it had this like cool shadow where Devin would just lean down and just merge in. Mm-hmm. But anyway, I think that all things considered, the swing is towards the Liberals.
Yes,
there are more people.
100%. Yes.
There are more people. There are more people on the fringes, let's say, of the Conservative Party. And when I say fringes, I mean closer to the center. The center fringe,
sure.
Right? That are saying
there's more center left or center right people than there are right wing extremists. Yes,
right. And so I don't want to overestimate. And I agree that it's still a problem, but I don't want to overestimate that problem because there's a combination. There's sort of three pools. There's the people who are voting for the Conservatives because they support really negative shit, right? They're
there's the worst. You could divvy it up and call it a 30-70. And you can say 30% of Conservatives are the worst fucking people you could possibly imagine, and 70% of Conservatives are chill. But this isn't a deal. The 30% are a deal breaker for them.
The 30% should be a deal breaker for them, and I think that the 70%, or even maybe the 20% of the sort of more center group, right? Because there's this middle sort of conservative group, the people that are closer to the middle, I think that they're in this state of denial that the people on the other end of the spectrum exist in the numbers that they do. Right, they're more comfortable saying, "Well, no, there's actually there's not that many people who are fucking Nazis that are voting in the same."
Okay, but I'm not. I
don't.
I think that when you're I'd be willing to give you that if two things weren't a literal thing that were happening, right? That the party leader didn't give donuts to people fucking running around with swastikas. And go live and say that he's cool with this shit, which was national news, right? It was national news, right?
So here's where I would differ with you.
Well, no, yes or no? Was this national news? Yeah.
It was national news.
Okay, so everybody knew about it. Okay.
No. This is where we disagree. Where you said everybody knew about it, right? This is where we disagree.
What I'm saying is that it's unreasonable to be voting for somebody that you have ignored national news about. But yes,
there's some stupid fuckers though that get literally all of their information from.
Yeah, okay, but what percentage of people are you saying are stupid fuckers that literally know nothing about anything that's happening?
Probably 20% or more.
What degree, question mark, what degree do you think that people have to be educated on what they're voting for?
I would prefer if everybody that voted had a master's at least, but,
Okay, but what are you looking at, realistically?
Realistically, the reality is, I think, and this is what I think, is I think that there's some people in the middle that don't give a fuck. They can't be persuaded. They've voted for conservatives forever. They're never going to look at anything.
They're bad people. They're bad people. Those are bad people. Those are bad people.
No.
Those are bad people. No. If you don't care, not stupid. Not stupid, bad. Me and you disagree. We're going to have a conversation about this on a stream sometime. Me and you disagree on what constitutes a bad person versus a stupid person. We're going to have this conversation.
I would welcome that.
I'm on board. I'm here for this. Go on, Landon. What do you got?
Yes. 4 minutes, and there, I just point out that Singh only got 18.5% of the vote in his own riding.
Well, Singh can jump to
saying something, but I appreciate the time here. There are many things that are too close to call. The type of government, the type of policies are still too close to call, and we'll have to see what happens. But thank you for letting me on, and I hope you find somebody to feel better.
I'm so mad. Thanks, Landon, for letting me scream into the microphone.
It's just going to be two Canadians now that disagree. Like, a little bit. We only disagree a little bit.
We're not, okay, so here's the thing. Me and David are not entirely on different pages. We just have a slightly nuanced position. Oh my god, Polyev is fucking giving a speech about his fucking loss. I hope he's gone forever. He's gonna be on Daily Wire. You know that the next time we see him, he's gonna be on fucking Daily Wire, right?
I think this is fitting. Me and you should just take over. It's the two Canadians. We're East Coast, we're Middle Coast. We don't have a West Coast, but I guess that's okay. And
we should do this on Wednesday.
Talk about what the fuck is it?
Yeah, me and you will do this on Wednesday. That'll give both of us a break for Tuesday, and then me and you will come on a video on Wednesday, and we'll sit down and we'll talk We'll call it a decompressor, right? Because we are I'll be clear for anybody watching. I'm pissed, but this is a major liberal win, right? But we both agree this is a major liberal win for Canada. Period.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, it is. I don't disagree with you on that. I just think that I feel like there's 20 or 30% on either end of the bell curve.
Yeah.
Of the conservatives, right? And the 20 or 30% that are on the shitty end, deserve the brick that you're talking about with the story on it. And the middle people maybe. And then there's this other 20 or 30% where they're It's kind of like that you should have known better, right? And you might want to hit them with the same brick.
I have been very tentative about even voting in the past because I didn't think I had enough information.
Yeah.
And conservatives don't even fucking bother. This is my problem is not that people want to vote for conservative or not. My problem is the people who are voting for conservatives don't care to bother to learn that 1 + 1 = fucking 2. And it's not that I'm not mad because the conservatives got a win, right? Or sorry, the liberals got a win. Do you know how many people in the
U.S. that I had to expend an exorbitant amount of time on, just expending so much time on expending the very simple concept of what a fucking tariff is.
Brother, right? my brother in Christ, is this a conversation we are going to have? Because what this is going to immediately turn into is going to be two Canadians talking about how fucking wrong the Americas are. That's what this is gonna turn into, my dude. Come on.
Let's just do it though. Let's do it. Let's have that. Because the Americans are wrong about so much.
Okay.
Well, all right. There's somebody else I'd love to have you meet.
All right. Okay. This is what's gonna happen. Okay. There's two things.
No, hold on, Chesh. There's a girl I want you to meet. She's a Mexican American who lives in Alberta. She is studying Native history and Scottish history. She's a historian.
She is super cool. She
Is she
goes
single?
online. I won't. No, she's got like a man and a husband who's an ex that love her dearly.
Go on.
I know. And she goes by the name Cho Jeans.
Cute.
Cho Jeans, yes. I won't talk for real name. I do know it. But hopefully she will be an official Canadian at some point because she is very Canadian. She has like the quintessential anime voice. Very high, like the she says she's 4 apples
Oh my god!
tall.
Yeah,
She's only 4 apples tall.
up here somewhere. Yeah.
And she's cool. I think that you should talk to her. I want to introduce you to.
Absolutely, I'm here for this. Okay,
She's
so
living in Canada. Yeah.
I'm going to give.
She also,
Mhm.
she will fucking sing the praises of Canadian's medical system because she's technically not fully Canadian yet. She hasn't got her citizenship. She's been here for quite some time and in school for quite some time here in Canada. And she developed breast cancer.
That's unfortunate.
And it's unfortunate, but the Canadian government took literally care of all of it, and she has nothing but the best things to say. So,
That's wonderful.
Yes, and
in the worst way.
And she survived it, and she's doing much better. Like it's
So
not going to.
let me give you guys a jump about what we're gonna look at going forward. First off, we're gonna probably bring Mikey back to have some conversations. 2, me and Dave have 2 major conversations to have. One is about standards and expectations, and the other one is ostensibly going to be about like approaching conversation. From my understanding, is that what you think?
Yeah, because look, I don't disagree with your rage. I share it, right?
Oh no,
But,
I
like,
think you do.
sometimes
I don't think we disagree on this.
right, but I do feel like sometimes this is not one of those times, by the way. Like when we're on stream in the middle of the election and you're like venting your rage at the underperformance.
I will
of what
throw
should be
bricks.
a absolute
Yes.
landslide. Like I am on board with you so much, but when it comes to
There's a difference between being the host of a conversation on a stream versus like how am I going to personally approach people in my life. Those are different things.
Yes.
And so like identifying what those are in an online capacity, I think is smart. So I think me and Dave can have a very nuanced, very structured, very like educational conversation about what that looks like in long-term and larger conversations, right? Me and Dave are good at this. We have 2 very different approaches, but this is something both of us are very good at.
No, we have very different approaches, but we're like often like completely aligned in the end result, right? Like the end result's the same, but we just sometimes have like slightly different paths to getting to it, I guess. Is that fair?
Well, a conversation for another day. I think that we both have different approaches. I don't think your approach is wrong. I think your approach is different. I think you have something very
my background
particular.
as a counselor, right? Because like I try to see the best in everybody. I try to see like the potential for change, the potential for healing, and all that. And that's sort of like foundational to me.
All right. If I'm gonna be like real with you for a second on stream, if I'm gonna be real, I'm gonna be real for you for a second. I don't disagree with your position. Your starting point. Your starting point is good. Starting from a point of counseling, starting from a point of seeing the best, seeing the opportunities, those are all good things. I disagree with your point where you're like, fuck that guy. There needs to be a line of fuck that guy.
No, there's so many people that are like, fuck that cunt.
No, I think that you personally have that opinion.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I am maybe more measured when I'm streaming. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
So
if I were to be like, hey, listen, hey, you're in a room with Polyev. What are you gonna say to him? You're not gonna say fuck that guy, are you? No, you're fucking not. I am. I'm gonna fucking throw a brick at his face. Metaphorically. And maybe also literally if I happen to conveniently have a brick in my hand. You will not. If you were put into a room with Hitler and you had a gun in your hand, you would not shoot Hitler. You wouldn't. You wouldn't do it.
No, I probably look.
That's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I care a lot. I care a lot about consent.
You'd have too many questions.
No.
No.
I would want him to make firm eye contact while he was sucking my dick.
You're gonna make Hitler suck your dick?
No, Polly, yes.
Oh, okay. You're gonna make the little pee-pee suck your pee-pee?
Yeah, exactly.
Brother. Dave wouldn't shoot anybody. Dave couldn't shoot anybody.
There's a few people I could shoot.
Hitler isn't one of them.
No, Hitler is one of the people. Look, I
wouldn't
would
shoot
strangle
Hitler.
little baby Hitler in the fucking cradle.
I didn't ask about little Hitler. I asked if you would shoot a full-on man in his face with a gun in your hand in a room with only you and him in a room.
Yeah, because at that point he's already like fucked over a bunch of Jews. Yeah.
No. He wouldn't fucking shoot him.
No.
He wouldn't do it. I don't believe him. Second. I don't believe this man. He's lying to you. Jagmeet Singh just stepped down as leader. Good. Dave.
Good.
Dave.
Yes.
He stepped down as leader.
I'm glad.
I don't hate him. Probably for the best.
No. Look, I really hate this position because here's the thing, right? Like, I wish Canada was less racist. I really did. I really wish.
There's a handful of racism problems that need to go away forever. But here's the problem. Do you guys notice the problem that I have with the Conservatives being too close to this leadership is because they think racism is okay enough. I have a problem. The problem is not enough cowbell.
Yeah, I think they like
David.
Some of the racism, yes.
Before you go on,
yes,
I have something special for you.
Yes.
Are you ready? You need to lean in. Yeah. No. Keon says hi.
Keon? Is he a convert or is he just?
He's a convert. He's earnestly saying hi to you.
Thank you, Keon. I appreciate it. I hope that you've seen and mended the error of your ways.
Yay!
See the smile? It's good.
David means it. David wouldn't fuck around.
No, I do. I do mean it.
David is too easy to bully to be fucking around.
Yeah, I'm not. I stand up for stuff. A lot.
Stuff and things, probably.
Hey, things and stuff. But,
all right, David. Me and you are gonna have to do a stream on Wednesday. That's like a decompressor. That's gonna be talking about all of this. But we're gonna have to start with both of our general positions, right? Your position of where you think and what you think and what your political affiliation is. And then me and like what my political affiliation and how I feel, and I'm gonna scream into the microphone some more. And I'm not sorry, and I do it again, and I am literally gonna throw something. Like I'm not kidding.
Like I just wish we had like a proper futurist party.
I would love a proper future, like socialist, like fucking Star Trek party. All right, listen, neither of us, we are both in the same vein, but you are far more willing to not draw the line, and I am drawing this motherfucking line.
No. Look, here's the difference between us. Look, I am perfectly willing to draw a line, and I think that those lines are based on people's stated ideas, right? And I don't think that those lines are based on the party
care what they
affiliations.
say
I
out
don't know
loud.
that no, because I don't know that they all actually know. Unfortunately for us, I don't think a lot of the people who fucking vote know a lot of the positions of the party
Then
is voting
maybe
for.
they shouldn't fucking vote.
That makes it. I agree with you. I agree, but I don't think that makes them a
I
Nazi
don't.
at
Yeah,
the
I
same
don't
time,
mean that
right?
as a. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mean that as a legal issue. To be clear, I mean that as a personal
Right.
responsibility issue, and that is.
That-
And I
but-
think both of us
so
agree
I
that that is a
wish-
personal
Yes,
responsibility
we should
issue.
have-
That there needs to be
yes,
way
yes.
more invested into this.
Yes, I agree. I feel like as a personal responsibility issue, not only are these people fucking way the fuck out of line, but like they shouldn't even be voting, right? If you don't know what your party stands for,
When you are
if
so
don't know what the
ignorant
issues
and
at
you
hand,
don't have the wherewithal to
shouldn't
be
vo-
like, maybe
yes.
I sit this
Yes.
out, you're literally shoving crayons in your nose. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Everybody, whether they're university fucking doctor educated.
Oh yeah, no.
or
That's
they have
notwithstanding.
or they
Yeah.
have a grade, or they have a grade 3 education and has a right to vote. But every single person who does has a responsibility to know what they're voting for. And there
Yes.
are far too many Canadians that have derelicted that responsibility. But I do not think that the dereliction of responsibility, which I do believe that it is, I do not think that makes them a Nazi. I think that some of those people, some, not all, or maybe even a much smaller group than I wish was the case. I think that they can be reached and through conversation and through some understanding. But if you immediately label them a Nazi, if you immediately say you want to throw brick at their face,
Yeah, but you know
before
I'm
you
not
know
doing that.
they're ignorant.
Yeah,
I
but
think
you know
that's what
I'm
keeps
not
them away, and that's one of my main.
randomly. Me and you have been in enough conversations to know when I'm saying somebody is a Nazi, I'm not randomly calling motherfucker.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not, but there are those that do, right? Like
Okay,
if you don't
all
vote
right.
with us.
What's
you're
your schedule
evil,
like on
right?
Wednesday? Because I am literally writing this down right now because like one of my major
Let's just do it.
questions is
Just put me down,
ostensibly,
put me
no, we
down.
have a lot of fucking Canadian-ish conversations, like Canuck-ass fucking shit to talk about that is going to like
Yeah, we do.
it's going to like fucking because again I think for the most part me and you agree on
We do.
most overarching things, but I think when it comes to the nuance about either A,
Yeah.
how we get there, or B, how we approach the conversation are two different things. And I don't think you're wrong.
How we get there
I
is so
think
hard. Yeah.
well, I think you're right. I think that if you're going to have a conversation with a conservative, this is a good way to have the conversation from, like, you start at 0, at best. I'm sitting here being like, motherfucker, what's 15% of 20%? If you can't prove to me that you can talk to me about what 20% and 50% is, why am I wasting my fucking time? So I'm on any kind of like real degree, I'm far more aggressive than you are. But I also don't think that I think that both are reasonable. I think both things are good.
I like it. And part of it is like I know good conservatives that are like decent people, right? Like so.
If you voted conservative, but here's the thing: you know people who are conservative who are good people, and I would agree with you. But I would go the next step and say, if you're a conservative person and you voted conservative, you are not a good person. So I would say, like, listen, you might be a good person as an individual and you might be conservative as an individual in your, like, principles and your ideology. But if you voted for this conservative party in this election, you are not a good person for at least 2 to 3 reasons. And that's not to say that, like, I'm not trying to write you off.
Question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I know you're not. Can I ask you a question? It has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to point out, I don't know if this is VMix, I don't know if this is me, I don't know if it's my key light, but as the stream goes on, I feel like I'm slowly turning into Donald Trump. Look at the
You're
color.
a little orange. You want me to help you?
No, yes, because on my end, my camera preview, I'm not this. Look at my arm over here.
You're a little orange.
Or over here. It's so different. I don't know what's happening.
You want me to fix your color correction?
Hang on. I feel like an Oompa Loompa. Also, I'm not that white.
Oh, that's blue.
Oh, it's blue. We're
that's
getting
a little better.
Let me see if I tried to correct it on my end, so maybe. I know this is weird. I'm just.
I mean, your one arm is fine, but the rest of your face isn't.
I know, it's very strange because, like, if you see my preview right now, I am very, like, in color balance. So I feel like it's coming through. There's some auto balance happening.
That's a little too blue.
On my specific thing. And you just turn the autocorrect off entirely.
I have it off all automatically.
Okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I am not this orange by nature, but I will accept it. I'm cool. It's good. It's good.
It's Gucci.
It's Gucci.
Like, listen, I just think there's a reasonable.
Because like it's cutting off.
I mean, when you lean in, it's not so bad.
Look at that. I need to like an eagle. That's a bald eagle ring right there. Because that's where they're all at in Canada, not the U.S.
Oh, that's way too red.
I am thinking.
What about that? How's that? Is that better?
That is so much better.
I fixed it. I'm a professional.
You fixed it. You are. Anyway, no. Look, me and Josh get along on most things. We agree on most things.
Yeah, I think that for between the two of us. It's one of those situations where like me and you agree on the end game, but we don't necessarily agree on how we get there or what the nuances are, or we both acknowledge that we're both right in getting there. So like as much as I'm like I like to draw these lines in the sand, and I might say that David's not drawing this line in the sand, I think that neither of us is wrong. Right? You need people who are willing not to draw those lines, and you need people who are willing to draw those hard ass fucking. Like, I admit that my line is hard as fuck. And I'm not going to pretend that my line is the only line that should exist. That's not fair or reasonable.
I think that our line largely, though, because I think, like, when it comes down to what people say that they think, right?
Sure.
What they believe, what they advocate for. I think our lines are in pretty damn same place, right?
Yeah, I think both of us agree that if somebody like sets a expectation, we will judge them by the expectation that they have set. I just think that our personal lines are in different spots, and I am more aggressive than you are.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit more willing to rely on an assumption based on somebody's conclusion rather than maybe what their perceived pathway reason is.
Maybe. Also, Polyev is losing his right. I love
that.
I love this for him. I just want to throw this out here. We're talking about a 24,500 to a 26.
Canadian. Hold on. I gotta rotate this way. We do the Canadian hub remotely.
I am simply saying that I think both of us are willing to judge people by the expectations they set, but you are far more willing to like give them more leeway when they judge other people than I do. And I think that's fair. I don't think that's necessarily wrong.
I have a pretty hard cutoff point, right? Like I may be willing to give them more rope to hang themselves with, but like when they're hung, they're fucking hung. Right?
Yeah, but like how far do they have to go before they're hung with you? Let's be real.
Not that far. Not that far.
Not that far.
Not that far.
I mean, I'm a little, okay, I'll put it two different ways. The way I view...
I know people right now that are really pissed because they think that either way, that whether the conservatives win or the liberals win, they're both fucking fascists.
If the
Because they don't support
conservatives...
Palestine, right? Like, or whatever, right? Like, there are people... I have friends that are tankies. Right?
I refuse to call people like that friends, period. I might know people that I talk to, but I don't call them friends.
I think that the people I'm talking about maybe like slightly cross over the threshold of acquaintance to friend.
Okay, I mean that's fair. I'm not judging you. Mr. Serious says I think most conservatives would like to claim they have higher standards. And so here's the thing. I think if you're a conservative, you're trying to claim a moral high ground, you're a piece of shit. Period. End of sentence. Not because of my standards for conservatives, but because conservatives set this bar that they don't meet. Right? So yes. because conservatives aren't able to meet the bar that they've set, they don't get to fucking play the game. So with what David is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? Please correct me if you think I'm incorrect. David is saying that this is more of an ignorance problem than a conscious choice issue. Right? Am I wrong?
I think for probably a larger percentage that I'm comfortable with, which ranges somewhere between 30, maybe 20 and 40, actually 20 and 40% is unexcusable. And I think that some people have just bought into some absolutely shitty, terrible ideologies that allow them to feel fucking big and allow them to feel validated in their own identity because they didn't get the job they wanted or whatever the fuck it is, because
whatever their personal problem,
whatever.
It's a personal issue.
I think, and I think that's 20 to 40% in that range, and I not hard 40, but somewhere in the middle.
Sure.
And I think that's entirely too much. That is disappointingly a high number for me to get.
And this is what I mean, but I think you're nicer than I am. I think that over 40% of conservatives are fucking piss babies.
Okay, and maybe that's the case. I think that there's
and this is the difference. This is the approach problem, and this is the difference between David and I. David might agree with me, but he's like, but I'm not gonna call them that. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna have this conversation, and I'm like, no, this number of people need to be told that they're piss babies, or they're never gonna learn.
So then I think, outside of the disappointingly 30 to 40 or 20 to 40%.
Sure, yeah.
And and we'll refine that as we go on. But I think that of the remaining chunk, that there is a different combination.
So 60%.
And I think, okay, so of that 60%, I feel like maybe somewhere half of that 60% is entirely ignorant, right? They don't hold the view of the other
which
group,
I think is unacceptable.
I agree that it's unacceptable,
but our approach is different. Yeah.
So here's the problem, and here's where I'm willing to grant some leniency. Is I think that by that same token, I think there's probably roughly the same amount of people who will vote liberal no matter what, without a whole lot of context. Roughly, it's probably
you're losing me, but go on. Yes.
I would say I fall on the same side of them, but they may put the equivalent amount of energy into their decision, right? We naturally
You're
align.
Talking about lazy voting.
Lazy liberals,
Sure.
right? So they put the exact same amount of energy in as the lazy conservatives. They fall on the same side as me, so I'm willing to give them more credence or whatever. But I don't know that their effort is different. And then there's this willfully ignorant small group that says, I don't agree with anything that the far right says, but they don't represent.
Yeah, but how do you?
conservatives.
Yeah,
They're
but
not.
there's so many problems already
and I think
listed
that
into
those
this,
are the
right?
people
Like
we can reach, though.
how? Yeah, but how do you define far right?
Because I think some people that are. So I think there's some people who are not far right in the sense they don't adopt. They make excuses for, and there's a difference.
But here's my talking point, and you tell me.
Because I think some of them don't want to think. I think they don't want to think that the people on their side believe the things that they do believe.
Okay, and that's fine, and I would agree with that, and I think that's okay. But you tell me.
Yeah.
You tell me if I turn around and say, if you're voting for X, Y, or Z, and that thing is definitively, outwardly against the thing you say you're for, you're a moron. Like, I do not buy into.
I'm sorry to for you, Jess, but there's a significant number of Canadians that might happen to be morons.
I mean, yeah. And should I not call them morons?
No, you should call them morons, but I don't necessarily think you should throw a brick at them. They're just morons.
No, I think they just, if you're a moron, if you're a moron who's voting against my right to be able to have an abortion and have bodily autonomy, I'm gonna throw a brick at you. I feel like that's fair. If you're gonna make me fucking host a leech, I'm gonna throw a brick at you.
This is where I think we have now arrived at the disagreement point. The real disagreement point.
Oh, so it's okay for them to throw a brick at me, but I'm not allowed to throw a brick at them? Is that the disagreement point?
I'm gonna go full Wooly Watson on you.
Go for it.
Okay. As a Wooly Watson,
I'm not afraid of you, David.
The rainbow fucking waterfall the Wooly Watts live in from Teddy Ruxpin that no people know.
Nobody knows Teddy Ruxpin. Shut up.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I'm talking about the plight of the Iliad.
Do you want me to? You go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yes.
I've got you. It's fine.
Give me fucking some reference. I want the Rainbow Iliad fucking. Do it. Do it all. Well, let's do it while we're talking. But so here's the thing. I am worried about purity testing. I'm worried about overreaction. I'm worried about pushing people away who are otherwise reasonable people.
Country with me tonight. Let's go to far off places and search for treasure.
I don't, and this is an optimism thing maybe, and I'm willing to admit that there's potential I'm wrong about this, Chesh. I might be wrong. But I'd love to give people the benefit of the doubt in the margins.
I don't know why you would give a politician the benefit of the doubt.
It's not because we're not talking about politicians. I'm not talking about giving the politicians the benefit of the doubt. Look, as far as I'm concerned,
but these people are by
that
proxy
are running under the right. No. The people who are running as politicians. No.
Okay.
The people who are running as politicians, Josh. Come to the dark side. The people who are running as politicians have a different level of access to what's. Yeah, they have a different level of access. They have I hold them more responsible.
Unless you're Polyev who doesn't have security clearance. Can you tell me why 150 seats went to somebody who doesn't have their fucking security clearance?
Yes, I can.
Why?
Because Canadians are very confident in Canada, and they're not well informed sometimes, and that includes the Conservatives.
They're confident
and the Liberals,
in Canada?
And the NDP. Yes. We think that we'll just do the right thing. And some of that is true for the Conservatives, and some of that is true for the NDP, and some of that is true for the Greens and the Liberals.
some Canadians just believe in the idea that we will do the right thing, and we don't always. And that's important to acknowledge.
I have a question, an inconvenient question.
It's an inconvenient truth. It's like a brick.
But if you're voting for conservative, what is the right thing in their policy?
They don't have one.
Right.
But not everybody.
So why the fuck are you voting for them for the right thing?
But this is look, but church. Not everybody knows that. Some people
No. You do not get to play the game.
I think that ignorance leads to hate, but I don't.
No, listen. I know what you're saying is accurate, but I'm listen. You're accurate, but I'm going to shame them for it. All right. So let me.
Yes, me too.
Great. So let me do it.
I will.
Then let me do it.
If you're voting for the conservatives right now, I'm gonna look at you right now. If you voted for the conservatives, fuck you. You're a cunt. You voted for the fucking wrong party. Look. Here's the thing. I'm a nice guy. I'm like not
he is
our
nicer than I am.
Reddit nice guy because I'm nicer than a goblin. I
Sure.
need a pocket goblin. I need a pocket goblin. We are pocket goblins together. Yes,
it's true.
But fuck you. You did the wrong thing. You voted for the wrong people. But I don't necessarily think you're a Nazi, and I think that maybe, if we give you a little bit of information, if you actually hear what people have to say, if you actually know what's going on, because a lot of people don't pay attention to what's going on, you might make the right decision. I've seen people do that, and I hope that if you, whoever you are listening and you voted for the conservatives, I hope that you feel bad for that. I don't want to get hit by a brick, but
which is nicer than me because I not only do I hope you get hit by a brick, in fact, I hope I am the one throwing the brick. And in fact, not only do I think you are a bad person for not informing yourself before you vote, which I think is something you need to be fucking responsible for, but how dare you vote without knowing what the actual platform is and understanding what the platform is for the people that you're voting for when their platform has been out since 2023. This isn't like, oh, I had to read the platform in 5 minutes, 20 minutes, or even a week ahead of time. No, this has been out for 2 fucking years. You don't have a fucking excuse. And it's so absolutely hateful and expensive. So these are the two things. If you care about the economy, right? If the thing that you care about is Canada having more money, then you shouldn't be voting for the conservatives because the conservatives are going to cost you more money with zero kickback. Now, admittedly, the Liberals are going to cost you money, but the Liberals are proposing to put money into things that are going to give dividends in return, not $1-to-$1. We're talking about we spend $1 and we get $5 in return, which sounds like a way better deal, right? But this is regardless of if you think that snacks and popsicles for children going through 8 hours of fucking chemotherapy needs to be a fucking investment in the first place, you amoral piece of shit. And this is regardless of the Nazi fucking garbage that's going on. If you're voting for a motherfucker who gave donuts to people who are flying Nazi flags on the Canadian flag, first off, how dare they? Second of all, fuck you.
I'm going to be exceedingly nice. Exceedingly nice. And
he's getting the last word, by the way. We're ending after this. After this, he goes, and then me and him will be back on Wednesday.
Yeah, we will. We're going to do this. I'm saying this as somebody who is very fair, but she's right. Right? If you're voting for that shit, you shouldn't. We have a ton of people in our country and in other countries and all around the world that do not have the rights they should have, that do not have the support they should have, that get unfair treatment because of their beliefs.
because of their gender, because of their ideology, because of any number of reasons. And that's unfair. And as Canadians, I think that most of us, and I would like to think, and maybe me and Jess disagree on this, but I would like to think that most of us believe that that's unfair.
I would like to think that before this election.
I think I still think that, even after this election to some degree. However, I do think that too many of you are dumb as fuck. You're not paying attention. You don't care what's actually going on. You want to have a win. You don't want to have an L. You're going to have an L. It may be a minority L after tonight, but it is an L. And it's sad. It's sad because a lot of the reasons that people demonize and attack other people is just for who they are. That could be their religion, be their faith, their gender, their sexuality. But people think that they're entitled to speak out against people, not because they're harming others, not because they're doing something wrong, not because they're reducing your paycheck, but just because they're different than you are. And if you're somebody who's been convinced by that, if that's your motivation, then I think fuck you. If you're one of the middle people that just thinks conservatives are better on the economy, which they're objectively not, by the way. But if you believe that, you're like, hey, they're more fiscally responsive, and I've lost work.
They're not fiscally responsible.
Whatever.
If you understood anything about fiscally responsibility, blah 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 blah. They're not.
But they're not. But look, if you believe they are, if that's your motivation, if that's your sole motivation, okay, you can have that. But don't separate it from the hate that's underlying the people voting alongside you, right? Because there's people beside you that you're standing next to. And those people maybe don't share the same values that you do. Maybe you think that the conservatives will be better for Canada's economy. Maybe you think that they will be less irresponsible about whatever the fuck it is you think you voted for. But like at the end of the day, if we're just going to shit on people, if we're just going to harm people because they're different than us, then we're not Canada anymore. We're the United States. And that's what we don't want. All right, we don't want to be the 51st state. And if you do want to be the 51st state, then fuck you too.
Then just go to America at that point. Just like go. Like nothing's stopping you.
Move the fuck away. You can do that. I'm sure that fucking the Orange Oompa Loompa that the large string tried to make me into will fucking agree with you. Great. I may not be as fucking angry. Although I am, actually. I am just as angry as Chet is. I may be willing to let some of you try to redeem yourselves more so. But at the end of the day, you fucked up. And we should do better as Canada. And that's what I have to say about it.
And that's the end. Thank you so much for joining us. We're getting the fuck out of here. Goodbye, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. Tune in on Wednesday, because I'm fucking taking tomorrow off, because fuck off. I'm so fucking tired. I'm so fucking tired, dude. Me and David will be back, because we have a lot, I think, to talk about. And we will talk in the background about what time David is available at. But we're going to get out of here. Have a good night, everybody. Good luck. And please remember that as angry as I am personally, this is a liberal win.
It's not a win.
And
it is a win.
And a massive win at that. I'm pissed, but
historically,
this is a massive win. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to get the fuck out of here. I'm just going to put Monty on screen. Bye! She won't mind, right? She won't. It's fine.
Maybe a little bit, but no.